Yeah, you're a night owl.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have it like there's like working hours. There's like pretty much not a lot to do, and everyone is at work or school or doing something. And sure, I can do stuff there, but I'd rather just sleep those hours away and wake up at like midday and take it from there.
Nah, it's not natural, man.
I
How
mean,
how long you been doing that?
I wake up at the morning for some time to time. It's just like I don't have a schedule to follow, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
sometimes I just stay up, and it might take a few days or something like that to get back to a normal rhythm or whatever you can call it. But yeah,
Yeah. Just let me guess, you're single.
yeah, for sure. But
You
I
wouldn't
don't
be
have
able to
any
maintain
desire.
that. You wouldn't be
Huh?
able to maintain that. If you were like in a marriage or something like that, you have to have a routine. Like
Yeah, for sure.
that just doesn't fly.
Well, what is the Danish translation for that? I'm like a self-chosen bachelor, if you can call it that.
Yeah.
Like I have come to peace with not having any desire of getting children or married or anything like that. I don't want that responsibility on me to be sure. But like, it's not
That's
like I
fair.
don't have any female acquaintances, but
Oh no,
I,
not
I
at all. Uh, I'm saying like I understand where you're coming from. I personally,
yeah,
I want kids, so I won't be able to do that. But definitely, it's a lot free, a lot more free. I mean, it frees you up quite a bit when you don't have to worry about those responsibilities and stuff like that. And I can see the appeal for sure.
yeah. I mean, I'm 35 today, and I actually came to peace with that mindset like already at like 18 or something like that. I never had the desire of creating a family like
Do you
that.
ever doubt it though?
Not really. Like, I mean, sure, you can have the thoughts like, oh, look at those with their kids and they're so happy, and but then again, like, would I give my, let's just call it freedom with quote unquote, but
Yeah.
would I give that up for a life of that, and maybe that life doesn't work out the way I wanted to, like divorce rates is going to the roof, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I feel like you're always gonna wonder a little bit unless you do it. And if it doesn't work out, you could get divorced or what have you. But
Yeah,
I would say the benefits outweigh, like the pros outweigh the cons. Like having someone, a companion, like that will, that you can spend time with as you go on through life, as you share life together. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, obviously you have to compromise and you have to bend on, and you're gonna have to give up some of your freedoms and have like a routine and what have you. But it's a nice thing having a partner in life, you know.
I completely agree, and it's not like uh, I mean, there is this inner desire that a man wants to spread his genetics,
Oh,
you
even
know.
without that, I'm saying, even without that,
Yeah, but
say you're not having kids, it's maybe you got your tubes tied or whatever. It's still good. It's still a very nice feeling to have someone that you're gonna just like that's gonna accompany you through life. You know?
oh, I agree. Like, I mean, I'm more. I mean, I'm settled, or I have peace in my mind over the situation, but. Like, I don't know what the future brings. Maybe I meet
Yeah.
someone who just like we just click and that's it. You know, like I'm not gonna say, oh, I found this one and she clicks, but I want to keep my life. You know, no, I'm open. You know, but
Bro,
I'm
you're
also
young too.
settled.
You're still young, so
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Like, I am not rushing. I'm not stressing over anything.
No, you're not Russian, and I thought you were Danish.
Yeah. You fuck.
Yo, am I hearing you right? Are you Asian?
That is a lot of people is asking that, and then there is a lot of people who guess that I'm Scandinavian right away.
I was thinking maybe you're like Scandinavian, but with an Asian ethnicity or something. That's what I kind of
No,
hear. No?
I am pure Germanic tribe. origin?
Pure,
Or?
pure Aryan. Okay.
I mean, I guess that I
Relax, you Nazi.
blue eyes. I was born with pure white hair, but it turned brown as I grew up. So yeah, I'm Aryan for sure.
All right.
Nah, I am Caucasian, and I have Danish origins.
I feel you. Yeah, just I guess the Scandinavian accent is quite similar to the Asian accent.
Yeah, I guess it could be. It could be.
I mean, you probably know better than me if you know people say that often to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like 20% can't guess it at all. 40% says Asian. 40% say Scandinavian. You know.
Yeah.
What did I say, Tim? Can you remember?
Asian?
Yes, I did not.
I can't remember, man.
What the fuck about your picture says Asian? Nothing. I mean, hello?
I don't look at pictures, man, to be honest.
Oh, okay. But it does make me laugh, the American ear. The American ear for accents is just awful.
What are
I
you
mean,
talking about, man?
I mean,
have
some
an ear
are
for
spot on.
It's just awful. You can't tell Australians from English people.
That's not true. Well, some can.
It's totally true, dude.
It's like Americans think Germany is the capital of Europe.
Like Andy, you're a Brit. You're not Australian.
I sure am. Oh yeah.
Nice try.
No, seriously.
But if you were to ask me where in UK you are, I would say it's probably. That's tough. I would say it's more maybe eastern, northeastern, maybe. I wouldn't say West Midlands or anything like that. But you don't sound Mancunian. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, it's more in middle, so you were closer the second time, but that's okay.
Okay.
I do actually get accused of being posh, so where I live.
Where do you live, if you don't mind sharing?
I just live in the middle bit. I prefer to call it enunciating. It's not posh.
Okay.
I just enunciate so people can understand what I say. What?
Enunciate?
Anyway, Tim.
Hey, what's up?
Fucker, I said fucking Scandinavia. Did not. I'm pretty sure. The first, did I?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you
so.
were
I was
wrong.
just messing with you because.
Oh,
You were
okay,
wrong, though.
okay.
You were wrong because you said fucking Scandinavian, and he's voluntarily celibate. He's voluntarily celibate, so he's not fucking Scandinavian.
I may have even said Denmark. I think I said Denmark personally, but whatever.
Hey, calm down.
I may have said Norway as well, though. I can't. I can't remember.
Sure, Andy. Hindsight's 2020.
I've slept since then. Jeez. Because I even did a joke, and it went over everybody, and it was something like, "Shit." It'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah,
it'll
that
be
is
brilliant.
a funny one.
It'll be brilliant once I've thought about it. Come on, brain, you can do it. Oh, that town in Hagen. That's a stressful place. Oh, I couldn't cope in Hagen.
Oh,
That's pretty much Sweden.
Shut up, Tim. Anyway, listen. I came here for you guys to call me an asshole. Will you just do that? Is that okay?
what's that?
I mean, isn't that how men bond?
I am seriously considering buying a car, sight unseen, across the country from London.
Do it. Why not?
That's not what I need to hear right now, dude. I need you to call me an ass or a jerk.
What you should do instead?
I think you have good judgment. I trust that if you're seriously considering it, you've checked, all the information you have available to you.
I have. I've
And
checked the
it's a
MOT
good deal.
status. I've seen the pictures. The mileage is good.
And if they said there's nothing wrong with it, then
I haven't even spoke to him yet. I haven't even spoke to. Well, I kind of.
No, well, you have to
by
actually
message.
speak to them. Like if in the messages or in the ad, if they say this is all that's wrong with it and that's it, then that's the representation that they gave, and you might have a case if it's worse and they hit it. But I doubt that. People are by nature kind. So I say go for it. If you really want the car, if you weighed pros and cons, do it.
The other thing is it's a soft top, and I live in England.
Yeah, so at least it closes,
I ain't got a garage for it either.
Yeah, but all that happens in England is rain. It's very rare.
It snows sometimes. It does snow sometimes.
Yeah, but rarely. Yeah. And soft tops, you don't have to worry about them getting dented and stuff. So
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, like when it
hails. Stop talking. You're not helping. You're really not helping.
Do you have it in your budget? What's special about this car?
Because I don't know. I think English people have got this wind in the hair thing. I don't know. We sort of invented that style of car thing. It's a MX-5. It's definitely not a Miata because that would be gay.
I don't necessarily think it'd be gay, but
dude, like a name can be gay, and that name is certainly gay. MX-5 is much manlier. I tell myself.
Yeah, it's nice
as I think about buying it.
It's good for the UK, nice and small, for the narrow roads that they have.
But the fuel, the energy situation.
Is it
etc. etc.
What's the word I'm looking for? Because they put in, I don't know what city you're in, but it might have like the carbon zone or whatever it's called.
Oh right, yeah, no, there's none of that. No.
Oh, you don't have that?
No, that's more of a city, London particular.
Yeah, when I was in the UK, a couple of the cities that I was in had that, and people were getting they were starting to buy petrols. They're getting rid of their old diesels and stuff like that.
Isn't that a carbon thing also mostly on work vehicles, like bigger trucks?
Depending on the city, it's like downtown zone or whatever for every car. If it's it has to be like a certain type of car, I guess. It has to be petrol and newer, and if it's not that, then you have to pay like $8, $10, $15 every time you go into like the city center or go into these zones. And it's more than just the city center in some of these cities.
I guess it's just in Denmark with the work trucks then. But they are trying to make some inner cities like only bikes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's getting hybrids in London and electric cars, and I agree with it.
Did you say everybody's gay and hybrid in London?
Sorry, my mic slipped.
They will regret that with these electrical prices right now. Like
I get that they're gay, but hybrid with what? Like, imagine that they're chimeras.
So I was going to buy a Japanese import hybrid car because of the cheap tax, because the tax in this country is just disgusting. And because it's an import, the same car that's £10 a year to tax, because it's an import, it's like £250 a year. The same car, there's no difference.
What the heck?
And just gross.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine demonizing the gas of life and everyone just going, yeah, that's fine. That's how it is.
Imagine demonizing what?
The gas of life.
The gas of life. Water? What the hell's the gas of life?
The gas of life. Are you joking? Plant food?
No.
What you breathe out?
Got you.
I can't tell you. Are you fucking with me or what? Because it's
Technically,
working.
it's what you breathe in, right?
I thought you were fucking with me. I can't tell.
Let's keep it that way. Yeah, but shit's crazy nowadays, man.
No, but you go and ask a scientist that ain't got his fingers in the till, and he will tell you that it's silly. It's all very silly.
Yeah.
Good old cult of scientism.
Sellouts, man. They're all sellouts. Not all of them, but the huge majority of them are sellouts. And that's why at the sacrifice, at the cost of truth, they put out their bullshit. All they care about is funding and grants and yada yada, publication.
I need my BFF Sean to come in and call me a jerk. Glat, Flobe. Come and tell me I'm a jerk.
Are you a little bit of a masochist?
No, I can't buy this car because
Shut the fuck up.
Only retard buy a car that he's not seeing.
If they say it runs and starts, go for it.
Well, my mother used to be in the car business, and I know she would put a foot up my ass if I did such a thing.
Yeah, your mother was in the back seat of the car business. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, I would say sleep on it if you're still serious about it. Why not? I was about to buy property unseen. Actually, I made an offer, but by that time they had already accepted an offer. Sight unseen, I was going to buy a property.
That's worse.
That's a gangster.
Dude, sight unseen, I was going to believe in some curvature.
Part of the problem is I emailed this delivery service, right? Because I wasn't going to go to London to view it, and they quoted me like £363, and I'm like, well, I'm not paying that. But I didn't realise they'd keep haggling with me, and it weren't just one company. I've got 10 offers, and now we're down to 261. And now I'm starting to think it sounds reasonable.
Why wouldn't you just go down and then drive it back?
It's a long way, dude. That's why.
Bro, the train is probably like 30 quid.
Oh, it's a lot more than that, actually.
Is it in London?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking type it in there. Are you happy? Are you happy?
Yeah, I know from like Birmingham, Manchester to London is like
What's
like £25.
Dude, what's your name, sir? What's your name?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Do you see it when it lights up?
Can I call you?
Whatever you want, baby.
Well, it helps, for civil discourse and whatnot.
Yeah.
Percentage? Is that it?
Yeah, that works.
Oh, God, right. Never mind.
No, what were you going to say?
I'm going to say, how much is a train ticket to London?
Yeah, it's probably about like 26 pound or something from. I don't know where you live exactly, but if it's like West Midlands, then yeah, it's gonna be a good 2 hours or so. And that way you could drive it back, and if things aren't right, you'll know straight away, and you can just make a U-turn and be like, listen. But hopefully things will be good.
Oh, you're not going to believe this. £16.50.
There you go.
That's very reasonable. Oh shit.
Yeah.
What kind of car do you drive then, Tim? Personal. I would have thought in Denmark it was something 4-wheel drive.
Nah, I'm kind of nostalgic. I am driving my Golf 3, which I bought when I was like 23.
Is what?
My Volkswagen Golf 3.
Golf, right? Yeah.
It's a very old car today, but it drives flawlessly. It's cheap to repair, and it has pretty good mileage.
Did you say? You didn't say 83, did you?
No, I didn't say a year,
Oh, right.
but it is pretty old.
Yeah, if a car's like 40 years old in in the UK, you don't have to pay tax on it.
Oh, it's definitely not 40 plus. It's can't remember. I could pull off the papers, but I assume it's from early 90s or something like that. So
Yeah,
it's
they're all-
definitely getting up there, but it still drives. As I said, it drives well, decent mileage, and cheap repairs. And I just have it so long, so it's just my, call it baby, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, sentimental value, all that stuff.
I mean, I have something that works. It's relatively cheap. I don't have to go out of my way to get something new that might not be as good. So why change,
Yeah, what did I watch? For that, no, I'm pretty sure that was Norway. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure electric scene were massive on this thing I'm thinking about. But I think it might have been Norway. But I'm sure Denmark's gone that way too, hasn't it?
In what?
You know, electric vehicles and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I mean, the propaganda goes around every place on the earth, and we are definitely also following. Like our government is like, we have to be the first, we have to go in front, blah blah blah. Little Denmark on 5.5 million people, we have to be in front of every single other nation. And yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah, like green cars, whatever you want to call them, they definitely push that here. But most of these people that is buying an electric car, let's just say a year ago or 2 years ago, they are regretting it right now, because right now it's actually cheaper to drive a petrol car.
How's that then? Just because it costs so much to charge them?
Yeah, like, I mean, especially here in Denmark, the electrical prices and heat prices and stuff like that are skyrocketed. I know it's rising all around the world, but here in Denmark, it's really rough. Like, and on top of that, also like with the inflation and stuff like that. For example, 1 year ago, I could go down to the grocery shop, a market, and I could buy like 500 grams of ground beef for 15 to 25 Danish kroner. Today, I can't find that shit for under 50. That has risen over 100%. And that's pretty much everything. Like every single grocery store, everyday grocery, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the Swedish government, they have just been out and said that they have earned so much on all these rising prices that they are throwing 13 billion Swedish kroner back into the customers' hands. The Danish government should do something like that, but our government is really in the WEF hands, like WEF has many entities in Denmark, a lot actually. I have this idea that since Denmark is such a conformity country and small, I feel like we're kind of like a test country for some of the bigger things that has been warned about, you know.
I think China's definitely the test country for everybody.
I mean, they have been accepting a totalitarian government for years, you know, like that's nothing new. And yes, they're definitely testing a lot of systems over there. But converting a Western country into that kind of lifestyle, I feel Denmark is one of the test countries, you know, because it's easier because Denmark has always been known for the unity, conformity, and all that kind of stuff. Like, and we are not really the rebel kind of nation, like for example, France. So when they introduce these new ideas, the majority is just like, yeah, we want that. We want that for the world. We want to. So yeah, they just follow along, and it's so easy to implement such things here.
Yeah, I've seen some about the UK talking about what were it now, a million homes that were going to refuse to pay the bills basically this winter. They were trying to get people to go along with it, so I don't exactly know.
Yes, I heard that.
I don't know what this game is they're playing, but it's a dangerous one.
Yeah, because I mean, I heard that the bills have gone up double, and that's just mad for a fucking horrible, bogus war that they've created. They're making their money from.
I mean, the war is only the scapegoat. It's all the printed money from the years past.
Yes. That's right.
And it's actually deeper than that, because I read some stuff back in like 2009 with the economy crash back then, that it was only like hours or days away from a total economic crash worldwide, and then they came with all these bank packages and kind of kept it alive, you know. And we are still in that bubble that is just bound to burst. This is why they want to implement a newer system, or at least introduce it ASAP, you know, like the Federal Reserve's digital I'm stumbling here, but digital coin.
That's right.
That's like their new go-to, you know, like to keep it alive. And if that's gonna go worldwide and everything is electronical, like we really don't have a lot left, you know, like the grip is getting so strong at that point if that's gonna be implemented.
Yeah, Denmark is very good, very much embracing this technology thing, electric cars and everything. Yeah, I would have to agree with what you said earlier.
And we are such a small country, and we have this history of unity and conformity, so it's just easy to implement these things.
It's very true.
I mean, do this to the French people. Paris would burn, every city would burn, riots all over the place. That's not what happens here in Denmark, you know.
Yeah, why is that? That's just because people just trust the government, I suppose, yeah?
Yeah, I guess it's because we have had such a...
You've got a good standard of living.
Exactly.
Standard of living, so contentment creeps in, you see. They're contented.
Yeah, we're cozy here. We all... It's like even the worst of us, or even those worst of us, like we're living a good life. Like if you get damaged for life, you're getting taken care of. You're not left alone, you know.
Yeah.
So everyone is kind of like semi-happy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually funny now that we talk about revolution and stuff. Like back in the days when Denmark introduced a democracy, that was because of the French Revolution, and the nobles and the royalty was scared that the Danish would also revolt. So they introduced this fake form of two-house democracy. The lower house, which were all the farmers and stuff like that, could come in and complain, and then the upper house, which was full of the nobles and the royalties, that could just like, okay, you can get this 10%, but 90% is still, you know what I mean. So it was a fake form of democracy. Later on, they removed the lower house, and we have pretty much what we have today. But again, like literally just like elections all over the world, it's just a puppet show, because like it doesn't matter if you choose one or the other side, it's always the same, with a few differences, in focus, but it's always the same. It's the same direction.
Absolutely right, and they are part of the G20, the G8, the G10. They go to all those summits, don't they? They're a member of that lot.
Yeah, I mean, our prime ministers and stuff like that has been seen with Klaus Schwab many times on WEF meetings and stuff like that. They're really entangled in that shit.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
Yeah, the Denmark government has had it easy with the Danes to control.
Yes,
very easy, because you're like the Japanese, a very ordered society.
But it's actually funny if you go and read our constitution as written, not like playing with how it could be meant, but if you read it word for word, our government has zero power. It is still a monarchy in Denmark. It's still the queen. Yeah. The queen of Denmark still has the upper power.
Yes, it's still a dictatorship.
She has to be there. She has to be there, sign every law and everything that comes out to the people that we have to choose from. That is something that has always been pre-decided in that on that round table where the queen is setting the daily order or the order of the day.
So you don't really no one really has freedom unless you're out of the system. So
yeah, I mean, we are still. We still have a feudalism. What? How is it pronounced? But we still have a monarchy here in Denmark with feudalism and all that kind of stuff. But it's hidden behind this false sense of democracy.
Yeah, of course, everybody has that tyranny, which is really dictatorship masquerading as democracy. Yeah, we have that. That's everywhere.
And if you talk about any of this shit, like, it's worse than talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, how is flat Earth in Denmark? I mean, what's the response?
Pretty much, there is some, of course, but the most I speak with is just like, what does it matter? I still have my steaks every night. I have my flat screen TV. I have my kids. I have my work, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. I don't have time to read about this stuff.
Yeah, I thought so.
But I guess there is some, but it's not like we have a community that assembles from time to time or anything like that.
What about 9/11? Did they think it was an inside job, or?
I mean, there's definitely much more people that lean towards that side for sure, 100%. Okay. But flat Earth is just
moon landing hoax.
I guess that's more like flat Earth also, but it's something like let's just quote unquote Illuminati and all that kind of stuff. That's much more accepted to talk about, because many of those things are provable in a sense, because you can just look at how the direction of the world has gone from just, let's say, Second World War to now. It has only become worse.
Yep.
Like back in the 60s and 70s, Denmark was booming. Then we had a little recession in the late 80s, and then we were booming again in the 90s and the 2000s until the economy struggles there in 2008, 2009, and yeah.
Okay, so it was booming in the 70s, and then Denmark suffered an economical collapse. So what happened?
No, there was just a little recession, like where we called it the poor 80s or something like that. But it was only the late 80s, and it was not everyone, of course, but something happened there. I think it can't only be Denmark that had a little rough time in the late 80s, but it was not like 1930 America, it's nothing like that, but people were just a little more poor, a few more people on social welfare, less jobs and stuff like that, but they can't. But then again, in the early 90s, it started to really boom again.
So Denmark is very flat, is it?
I think our highest point is like a few hundred meters.
Wow, that is level there then. Nice. And what? Are there many canals?
Yeah, I would say so, for sure. There is a lot. But I mean, we don't have bigger rivers. Like, we have maybe a few bigger rivers. And that is also where our bigger cities in Jutland would resonate, because that was where they were established back in the day.
Okay. So if I go there, could I canoe from place to place quite easily?
You could, but we have some laws where we have one of the bigger main waterways that is called Gudenåen, but it's only allowed to sail one way.
Wow.
you can't sail upstream
into Denmark or goodbye out of Denmark.
I mean, it starts like now I have to think if it starts here in my city or if it's starting inland. I think it's starting inland, where there is a source of the whole water system,
Right.
and then you can sail from there and so then on to here, and that is in the middle of the country. So you're coming out of East Jutland,
Okay.
and then you can sail to all the main islands and stuff like that from there in the ocean.
Okay. Have you done any of that yourself? Sailing in your time?
Yeah, I have done a little bit of canoeing, but it's not really been my biggest passion. Like, I more like to go out with a top shelter and just find a cozy place with open sky, fire, maybe a bottle of whiskey or rum or a joint.
I see. Yeah. Can you also enjoy motorcycling and off-road, like, downhilling and things like whatever, mountain bike trekking? Can we enjoy that in Denmark with the mountain bikes?
I'm pretty sure there is places, but there are few in between, I think.
Yeah, specially designed tracks for mountain bikes. That would be nice. Yeah. What about motorcycling?
I mean, I guess we have our...
Right.
I guess we have our highway system, which is pretty decent, but it's not like the Autobahn where there is free limit pretty much.
Yeah, I didn't think that would. Yeah, I didn't think you'd have Autobahns, of course. So what about, there must be a number of bridges you have there then, many bridges?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have 3 main bridges, one that connects Jutland with Fyn, which is the middle big island, and then from Fyn to Sjælland, which is where Copenhagen is located. And then we have another bridge from Sjælland to Sweden. I guess there is bridges all around, like to connect from the rivers and stuff like that. But that's the 3 main bridges we have in Denmark.
Right. Yeah. So it's not really motorcycle country then, you're saying, really?
No, not really. I mean, you can enjoy it because you can make it what it is, but it's not like in the States where there is like several hundred miles of straight road.
Yeah, well, I'm not interested only in straight roads. I'm more interested in like bendy roads and off roads as well. Off-road terrain, that kind of thing. No, okay, yeah.
I think that's very limited.
About the canoeing, more suited to canoeing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, before you do it, definitely read up on the laws, because there's a lot of regulations with that shit, which is kind of stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the equipment anyway. I mean, obviously, you've got to have a life jacket, of course, and you should canoe with a buddy rather than on by yourself. But I've got all my first aid and things like that. So yeah, I'm a good swimmer. I'm not really, I'm not. But yeah, I can understand that there'd be some laws and restrictions.
I mean, it's just kind of weird, like that it is illegal to canoe upstream if that's what you wanted.
Yeah, that'd be wrong. Yeah. What about fishing now? That would be good, I would imagine.
I think you can pretty much fish anywhere if you have a fishing license, which costs maybe a few hundred Danish kroner, which is not a lot. Like 100 Danish kroner is like $15 or something like that.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So, and that's for a year. And if you have that, I'm pretty sure you can fish anywhere unless it's a put and take,
Yeah. No, I'd like to go to Denmark. Yeah. Want to ride on the canals and the rivers and that. And then eat the Danish food. Yeah. And meet the Danes, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I would say...
drink Danish beer. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we have some decent ones, but I think like most of our good beer is imported from like Germany and Belgium.
I thought it would be, but it would be because I've drunken German beer over the many years, but I haven't drunken Danish beer. What's a famous brand from Denmark?
I guess two brands would be Carlsberg and Tuborg.
Oh, I love that beer.
Yeah, Carlsberg and Tuborg. I think that would be the most renowned names in the outside of Denmark.
Yeah, I know those two. Those are my dad used to drink that beer, so that's nice beer.
That's a decent pilsner, yeah.
It's a pilsner. That's what they called it in Britain, anyway. It was,
Yeah, exactly.
Pilsner, yeah, great.
Which is like a standard beer. It's not like a special.
No, but it's a nice color, good clean taste. Good for shandies, because I drink shandies, really.
Exactly.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, now Carlsberg's world famous. It's as famous as Heineken, by the way.
Yeah, they're big.
Carlsberg, yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Carlsberg, and I don't really like Tuborg either. There is a smaller beer company that's called Ceres, which is located in Aarhus, the second largest city, which is not really well known outside of Denmark, but I think that's the best pilsner in that category of Carlsberg and Tuborg.
Yeah, Tuborg as well, yeah, I've had that.
There is, of course, also the other Ceres brand, like Ceres Royale, and
Yeah. But again, they're kind of like light beers, aren't they? They're not really...
I mean, I think the Ceres Royale is a little bit stronger. I think the Tuborg, Carlsberg, and Ceres, the normal one, has like 5.9% alcohol. And then there is the Ceres Royal, which I think it's 6.5 or something like that. So it's a bit stronger beer. But it also has a more fuller taste.
Yeah, I like the strong beers with the fuller taste. I'm into that, definitely. Yeah, Denmark is definitely a place to be visiting, for the levelness, real flat earth country. That's what you got to advertise it.
I mean, the thing is also like it is actually a very good demonstration for flat earth because we have like 157 smaller islands between Jutland and Sweden. And I have been I have not taken any pictures because I don't really have a camera suited for it, but I have binoculars, and when I stand in the harbor of a city called Hov, I can see to an island called Samsø, which is 22 kilometers away. And both places are flat as fuck, and I'm standing on the shore, and I can see the shore,
Yeah, you should use your smartphone if you've got one.
I just don't think it makes...
Take some good pictures.
I just don't think it takes fine enough pictures, and it's not an old phone at all. Like it's a Samsung, so...
Yeah, I think you find that it'll be good enough to take those pictures and give us a grand idea of the levelness, the flatness of the land. Because I know if I was in Denmark as a flat earther now, I'll be saying real flat earth country, Denmark.
Yeah, for sure.
Irrefutable evidence. The Earth is flat. Look at it here. No curvature at all. We can
Yeah.
see 22 kilometers from this point to this point. There should be so many hundred feet of curvature. It's not there. Look at that.
But the problem with Denmark is that we are a very humid country because there is water all around. So
Yes.
it's only a few days a year where you can actually get proper pictures of stuff like that.
Yeah, I suppose the humidity would be playing into the heliocentrists' refraction stupid story, but I don't care anyway. You can see what you see.
Yeah, I mean, it also just limits your eyesight because there's so much in the air. So sometimes you can only see like 5 to 10 kilometers, but that's still further than you should be seeing.
Yeah. When you say that the mist, the atmosphere is not good, the humidity, what part of the year is that? Is that all year round, would you say?
I mean, I believe in winter, on really good days, it would be a very good opportunity to go out.
Yes,
and in the summer, in the end of a heat wave, not in the beginning, in the end.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, so obviously in winter where the humidity is much, much lower, fine. Yeah, summer when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer and that, you got your temperature rising, lots of mist, dew. You're not going to see much.
Spring and fall pretty much impossible. It's always grey.
Yeah. Still, I'd like to visit though. Yeah, one place I haven't gone to. Been to many places in Europe. I didn't get to Denmark though.
Yeah, it's a fine little place.
Yeah. Been past it. Haven't been to it yet. Shame that.
I mean, we have a town that is really old. What is it called? I think it's Give or something like that. But that's like one of the main tourist attractions because of
historical content.
Yeah, the old school scenario with old. What is it? Let me search the word.
Yeah.
Bindery buildings and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, the highest.
It's binary buildings. Were they built by the Danes or the Dutch?
Oh, definitely the Danes. Actually, also in Aarhus, the second largest city, we have a location in the city which is also a tourist attraction where we have, I think it's 47 buildings from around Denmark that has been broken down and built up again and restored in the same way as it would be. So it's like it's called the Old Town, where everything is old, and there is also some shops in there where they are making candy and stuff like that the old ways. It's cozy, but it's not something you wanna. If you visit it one time, that's it. You don't really want to go back because you've seen it.
Okay. Now cuisine, yeah. What about? Can you get like a Japanese sashimi and things like that? Japanese food there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that has been implemented. Like in the smaller cities, probably not. Like I know here in Randers is a middle big town. We have like 2 or 3 sushi places. But for example, in Copenhagen and Aarhus, you can 100% get it.
All right. Oh, but that's cool then.
It depends where you are and how. Depends on what city.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, the regulars. That's all there, is it?
Probably in Copenhagen. I know there was one Kentucky Fried Chicken in Aarhus, but that closed a long time ago. That's like 10 years ago since I lived down in Aarhus, and at that time it was already closed.
So, okay, what about Greek food and Italian food, for example? Can we enjoy that?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Like, it depends where you are. Copenhagen, you can get everything. I would say you can probably also get that in Aarhus and Odense and Aalborg, the 4 biggest cities. That you can for sure get everything in those. It might be a little more limited in this if you go down in city size from there.
What about the English fish and chips?
I don't think I guess we have like a sort of that. It's just it is probably not the fish and chips as you would get them in England, but we have like fries and what's it called? Where you can order fish too and stuff like that. Sure, you can get something like that, but not in the English way.
Okay. So
It's actually funny that it's actually funny with fish and chips that was poor man's eating back then, but now it's more like
Well, in England, it's like crazy, extortionate prices. But back in the day, it wasn't considered poor man's eating. That was still luxury back then. Lovely food.
Wasn't it because it was so fatty and it was easy to get the fish that people ate it because it was cheap to get?
Yeah, I can understand it from the Danish point of view. Yeah, from the Danes' point of view. Sorry. What about? You made me forget now. Hang on. You were talking fish and chips. Yeah, I can't remember now. Fish and chips. It was. We were talking about fish and chips. No, I've lost it. I'm going to ask you something else. Oh yeah, that was it. That was it. What would you have for breakfast then? What would you eat?
Me now, I would probably not eat breakfast. I only eat like one meal, and that's a big dinner meal, pretty much.
Yeah, like me.
I just can't.
But let's say if you're in Danes, what would be a typical Danish breakfast when you're growing up as a kid? Let's say.
I guess it would either just be like if I had time for it, I would probably go to the bakery and get some Danishes and just and like some, what is it called in England or in English?
Yeah, Danish bread rolls, pastry.
Yeah, and breakfast rolls and stuff like that.
Yeah. And then what? You'd have cheese, perhaps cheese, egg, sausage,
cheese, egg, Nutella, whatever you want, pretty much.
Mushrooms, tomato. Can you get all that?
Yeah, for sure. I have not seen a lot of mushrooms on the breakfast table though, but.
Oh yeah, it's quite a staple in the British breakfast. Mushrooms, button mushrooms, of course. How dare you serve it without the mushrooms, man?
Yeah, I mean, I would rather want a Dutch breakfast with sausages and beans and eggs.
There you go. That's the one. Sausages and beans, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you want if you're going to go to Dane. And those sausages are quite big. Yes, wholesome. And then what about your dinner then? What's going to be for dinner?
Like my dinner is like like a good steak, some butter on the side to get some fats, and that would pretty much be that. It's really not super exciting what I'm eating, but I'm feeling good.
It doesn't sound it at all. Blimey, butter and steak. That's it.
Yeah, kind of.
No vegetables. No vegetables.
I mean, like, it's kind of like, it's not a diet, but it's more like a lifestyle because I'm just feeling well. Like, I'm not getting all these wasteful carbohydrates. I'm not getting any sugar. I'm just getting protein, organs, fats,
Okay. They say that in the Scandinavian area, it has the highest osteoporosis in the world. That's brittle bone disease because they consume the most milk, which isn't good for you, apparently.
Yeah, milk is definitely an ingrained part of most things. Like as a kid, like cereal, oatmeal, milk, a glass of milk before to that, milk to your midday meal, milk throughout the day, milk to your dinner also. Like we really drink a lot. I get raw milk from this farmer I know, but it's only like 2 liters a week or something like that.
Yeah. I haven't had milk in years. If I drink milk, it'll be almond milk. Is what I have. Almond. Dairy. I stopped dairy back at elementary school. I would have been about, again, maybe 7 years old, going to be 8 of that year, 1969. Around about then I stopped milk because I kept throwing up. That was why. When I had milk with my cornflakes at home, there wasn't too much of a problem. But when you go to school, we have 3 breaks. We have a morning break, lunch break, and then an afternoon break. And in the morning, you'd get milk, okay? And it's a small bottle of milk. You press the little silver top or red top or gold top, and you drink that. And then shortly, within 15 minutes, I'm chucking that up. I'm throwing up. So after 3 days of that, I said to the teacher, can I not drink milk, miss, because I'm not enjoying it? She says, yeah, no problem. So I never had milk at school. And all through the years, I've had like almond milk with cereal. Because I do like cereal. I like the Weetabix. I like shredded wheat, malted shreddies. And I love the wheat, the Alpen. Nuts and berries and dried fruits and that's great stuff. And I use almond milk with that.
Yeah, I have tried almond milk. It's decent.
Yeah,
But,
it's really, really good, ladies and gentlemen. Wholesome.
There is also a big difference in what kind of milk, because if you get the milk from the grocery store, like, it's pasteurized, aka boiled.
Right.
It has been skimmed from all the good fats and stuff like that. It's actually,
I like that one.
it's actually not even milk at that point, because
No, it's not. Yeah,
and that's
All the
why
fats.
I think it's like 6 years ago I started to approach this farmer I know, where I'm also buying all my meat from. I buy like a quarter of a cow at a time and stuff like that. But I also get to go there and get my eggs that has not been treated or anything like that, and I also get my raw milk. And it's actually illegal to buy raw milk in Denmark or sell it. But
Why?
because of
I know,
regulations.
it hasn't gone through the manufacturing process.
Yeah, it hasn't been pasteurized, and they claim all these parasites and
No
bacteria
tax on
is
it.
bad for us.
And the government's not getting a tax revenue from it. That's the other thing.
Yeah, stuff like that, exactly. But I mean, he's a local farmer. I support him. I buy my meat there. I buy my eggs there. I buy my raw milk there. I also get butter there from time to time, but it's not every time. But yeah.
Okay, now, I used to drink what they call long life milk, UHT milk. That's pretty good. You know, lives on the shelf a long time. It's like I said, pasteurized. They've removed all the bacteria and everything in there, so it can stay on the shelf for a long time, and you don't have to refrigerate it. I used to drink that once in a while.
We don't actually have a lot of that in Denmark.
Yeah.
But if I drive to Germany, it's a very common thing on the shelves.
Now, the reason this documentary that I watched, it's called Dairy, Essential Nutrition or Health Saboteur, okay, by the Vegetation Society of Hawaii. And it's a great documentary, really informative. And the main points that it covers, I'd already come to this conclusion years ago, okay, that we're the only living thing that drinks milk after 1 year. You know, most animals and that go from milk to the vegetables or to meats after a year of suckling with their mums, yeah? The animal world, right? So I was thinking, I don't think that's right, we drinking milk. How comes? Because look at all how do the elephants get their tusks? How do the reindeers get their antlers and goats get their horns and everything else? They don't drink milk. They must be getting it from the vegetables. Okay, this documentary states that if the idea of you getting calcium for your teeth and bone from cow's milk or even goat's milk is a myth, because your body stops producing an enzyme that you would need to unlock that nutrition, right? And if you're going to drink any milk, mother's breast milk is best, or rat's milk, if you're looking for that kind of nutrition. But again, right? And what happens is that when you drink this milk now, your body produces acid in your stomach. Now, the acid obviously is not good for the stomach lining and that. So the body leaches calcium from your bones to neutralize the acid, and then you urinate it out. Okay? And that's how you're losing your calcium. And you're to get your calcium from green leafy plants and that. That's how you absorb the best calcium. You lose it when you drink milk. That's what this documentary said, which is why in Scandinavia they have the highest level of, osteoporosis. Then this other myth called lactose intolerant. That's also a myth. Because basically why the milk goes through you like a laxative, either you shit it out or you piss it out, it's because the body doesn't need it. Okay, so it's not really a lactose intolerant thing. Is another myth, but it's a good documentary. Only 50 minutes long. No cheese, no yogurt, eggs apparently, but I love eggs, so I eat my eggs. But I don't do the cottage cheese or the cheese anymore. I used to eat cheese. I loved it. I used to eat Scottish mature cheddar. Love that stuff. And then the French soft cheese called Boisson, either with chives or with black pepper. Lovely stuff over cracker. And apples and grapes. Yeah, but I miss all that now.
Yeah, I think I have read about that milk problem, but I think maybe it also like ties together with the way we are treating the milk before it comes to the grocery stores. I'm not saying that we need milk to survive, and yes,
Correct.
you are right when you say that we're the only species that actually consumes milk after you after you were a toddler.
Yeah.
But I mean, as long as you're not overdoing it, I don't see a big problem. I feel really good when I get my raw milk because it's not pasteurized. It still has all the fats. It has the bacteria, which is decent for your stomach and your gut in general.
Yeah. Well, you're all right. Yeah, if you're okay on it, you just carry on. I mean, this is just what I've learned from the documentaries, and the science is there. This is not, the science is there. The graphs are there. It's a fact that the Scandinavians do have the highest brittle bone disease. It's also linked to breast cancer in women and prostate cancer in men. So there you go.
But again, I think it more. I mean, I'm not an expert here, and I'm not giving any advice. But I think it's more tied together to the way we are treating food, like not just milk, but food in general. Like
Absolutely.
Make your own bread. Don't take what you can get on the shelves because there is all these E numbers in it and stuff like that.
Yes,
and that's not natural at all. That's poison. If it makes a bread last longer than its natural survival way would be, or you know what I mean. That would also affect your system in a micro way or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I do go to the bakery if I'm going to get bread. It's bakery.
Bakery is a different way, but yeah, I mean, at least limit it to as much as you can, but.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't just become antisocial because of these kind of things. But if you majority of the food you take in is good food, then you can also from time to time cheat when you have to be social and stuff like that, where you have to slip a little,
Yeah, I don't really go around telling people don't do this, don't do that. If the topic matter comes up, I might introduce the knowledge that I've discovered and just see the response I get. Like, for example, if we go back to 2017, that year saw the biggest movement to veganism in the history of veganism. And I thought, wow, really? And then I've looked into veganism and I think it's a good lifestyle. I'm not saying that's the way to live, but it's a good lifestyle for those who want to do that. That's it. I'm not saying everybody become vegan, no. You all know what you like and enjoy what you like. As long as it's not harming your health, good luck. That's all I'm saying. But veganism is good. There are a number of world champions who are vegans. World's strongest man, an American cyclist, Olympic champion. She was like in her 40s when she got it, which is quite old for that sport. So,
Oh, for sure. I think it was the world's strongest man some years back that was a complete vegan. Or something like that, and some people they get really sick when they go vegan, but maybe they're doing it wrong, maybe they are just different,
yes. I mean,
but
absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, I'm more like the kind of guy that thinks like, okay, I'm from Denmark, how would I eat without having to import shit? So eat for the season, like in the winter, massive fat, massive proteins. In the summer, you can ladle it or get some foods and stuff like that, but you wouldn't get that in the winter normally. So why would I do it here? Like we have stuff like potatoes
as well.
We have potatoes that can last most of the winter. So potatoes is good in the winter and it's good in the summer. You can eat that the year
Absolutely.
round. But
Yeah, I think in winter you want food that lasts in the stomach longer and keeps you warm. Keeps your body core temperature warm through the winter months. And of
Yeah.
course, where you are, winter is real winter, as it's real flat Earth country, but it's real cold country as well in the winter.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we can look at it like this. Like, look at the Inuits, those who is living on these frozen flats, and all they can do is pretty much catch fish and seal. When they catch a seal, they break it open, they eat the organs, they eat the brain, they slurp down the marrow, eat the fats, and then actually take the meat and they ferment it to the year later, where they actually dig it down in a bag, like just a half meter under the ground or under the ice or wherever, and they come back 1 year because they live as nomads. And when they come back, that because they will dig it so far down that it's actually not frozen, but it will ferment, and they eat it because of all the bacteria later on. But the point is here, you look at these toddlers, 3 years old, running butt naked in the snow in minus 20 degrees.
Yeah.
They are strong as fuck.
Yeah. That's living in your environment and climatizing. Brilliant. Wonderful.
Exactly. But if you're living in, let's say, Thailand, where there is summer all year round, sure, why are you not eating food all year round? Why would you need meat at that point? Because you have plenty access to food, you're never going low, and you can eat all the time, like what I mean?
Exactly, yeah, because when, like me now, in the summer months, which I love the most, I love all the seasons, but I like the summer the most, I like to sweat out, detox, regular exercise, and then it's light foods that will pass through me, that I can energize, that my body can utilize the nutrients quickly, and it's not sitting on my body. Yeah, so that's obviously vegetables, salads, slices of raw fish. Yeah, lots of herbs and spices on that. Water, glass of red wine, for example. Yeah, and in the winter months, it's stews. Yeah, we do a lot of stews in winter. Love the stews in winter, and ramen soup and things like that. Yeah. So yeah, I think you got it right.
I mean, we're all different, and you can eat in the most traditional way and still be fine. And you just have to figure out what works for you. Like if you're settled on to have a lean body, I mean, you're not eating gravy to every single meal. Like that's just dumb. But that's the essence of my point. Figure out what works for you, and if you like to be a bigger guy, like there's no problem in that. Like big guys can also have fun, and they can also be loved.
Of course. Yeah, I'd like to go to Denmark, definitely. They also had a good football team during the 70s, by the way, didn't they? In the World Cup, they did
Denmark?
quite well, didn't they?
I think that was. We won the Euro Cup in 1992 with Brian Laudrup, where Michael Laudrup, which was also a Barcelona midfield player, and Brian Laudrup was a Glasgow Rangers forward. We had a lot of good players back then, but I agree that I think also we have some good teams back in the 70s and stuff like that. But the most renowned team we had would be the one that won over Germany in the finals in the 92 Cup.
Yeah, that would be the best team you had. But Denmark, they were a formidable force.
I don't really go much up in that anymore, but I think actually the team we have right now is also decent as far as I can tell. I'm not following, I'm not watching the matches, but I just look at the results and stuff like that. But it seems to be decent.
Oh, another question about the sun, because you're further up nearer to the North Pole on your long latitudes. Okay, so can you see the sun longer than usual, than winter, let's say?
Oh, for sure. Like, I mean, it would rise like 6 in the morning and set like 11 in the evening. When it's winter, it would rise like 8 in the morning, 7 or 8 in the morning. But there is also you set the time forward and back and stuff like that. But it would rise like early in the morning, let's say 7 to 8, 9 would be all bright in the winter. But it would already be deep black at 5, 6 in the evening.
Okay, that's
So
winter.
it's only like maximum 12 hours of daylight at that time, maybe even only 10.
That's in winter, yeah. That's in winter.
Yeah, but in summer we have
That's
like 18
that's still
hours.
long, you know. That's
Yeah, but
still
in
kind of long compared to Japan. All right, but go on.
yeah, but in the summer we have like pretty much 18 hours of daylight or something like that.
18 hours. Look at that. Brilliant, isn't it? So let's see. Let's take that summer month. What time does it start to get light? Or is it, in fact, if I'm right, the sky is never pitch black in the summer month.
Oh, it actually is. There is like
Really?
yeah. I mean,
pitch black night stars. That black. Not, man. It's not in Japan.
I actually don't see a lot of stars. That's the thing. Like, but maybe it's because it's already clouded, or I'm not just out at that time. But I can recall, like, let's just say 2-3 weeks ago, I could sit up all night and it would start to get bright. Like, I could see the light coming in from the east, like 4:30 in the morning.
Yep. Okay. And that's like Japan. By 4 o'clock, you can see the daylight approaching. Yeah.
I guess we have more daylight then, because like if it sets around 11 8 p.m. and rises around 4-5 a.m. Or the other way around, like it's only like 5 hours of night. So I guess deep black, not really, like in the winter time.
Exactly. You see, now you noticed it. Yeah, it's not deep pitch black like winter pitch black, because that's.
But it's still dark.
It's nighttime, but it's not black. I can look at the sky and notice that it's not pitch black. It is not. That dark grey colour is what it is, and there's still a little bit of a light passing through, but it's very thin. But it's definitely noticeable in the summer. That is here in Japan, and it starts in the morning, round about like we said, 4 o'clock, 4:30. It's beginning to become daylight, and then it gets dark, but it's not pitch black dark by 7:30. Then that's we got this kind of like darkish sky, but it's not pitch black where you can see those stars glittering.
I've actually tried to like go out and look at stars, but it's actually been a while since I have had a starry night, like a night sky. It's the only thing that I often see is the moon. I don't know if that's because I live in a bigger city where there is a lot of light pollution, or it's just because there's some other phenomena I can't say. But it's been a while since I have been out stargazing.
Yeah, that's interesting. That, and again, you're up more nearer to the North Pole than I am on your latitudes. Yeah.
It would be weird that I don't see stars at all, but it has been a good while since I've been out stargazing, and I'm always looking out of my window, see if it's a good moon. That I have to go out and sit on my hill. But
that must be nice, though. Just at 10 p.m. you can still see daylight. Now, in Britain, that's the case. 10 o'clock, it's still daylight, and by 11, it's just got dark. In the UK.
Yeah, I mean, we're already starting to get shorter days, like around 20 minutes before 9 or something like that. It starts to dim out, and like around 10, it's like night or dusk or dawn or whatever. Yeah, dawn.
Yeah, that's right. It's not pitch black. It's still that purplish sky kind of thing. And when I say the UK, I mean the northern regions, because in London, by 9:30, it's already dark. 9:30 it's dark, but not pitch black dark, but it's dark, yeah. But at that time you could be in Leeds and you've still got some daylight there. Not bright daylight, but it's like purplish at that time. Okay. And then that goes on to about 10:30-ish, 11-ish.
Yeah, for example, right now it's like
Leeds in Scotland and that.
For example, right now it's 3 a.m. It's in the middle of the night, and I'm looking out of my window. I know that it's cloudy. That there is no clouds, but I can't see anything. Like there is no stars at all. It's weird.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but is it pitch black sky? No, it's not. Is it?
No, but yes, no, and yes. I can't really tell sometimes because we have a lot of artificial light here in the city.
Yeah.
So maybe that is like disturbing it. Give me 2 seconds. I will look straight up.
Yeah, go and have a good look, yeah, because because I'm always walking around at like go for walks at 8, 9, 10, and I've noticed that sky is not pitch black in summer, in the summer months, through the autumn as well. It's in winter, yeah, pitch black by 5 o'clock. Pitch black by 5.
It's definitely dark, but deep black, no. But
No, it's not deep black, is it? Yeah, that's right.
the only light from the sky is the moon right now.
That's cool.
Which is also a funny phenomenon because if there is clouds, you can see that it's only lighting up a small portion of the clouds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, realizing it's 3 a.m., I should probably hit the brakes right now.
Yeah, great. Thanks for sharing a little bit of Denmark. Denmark's very flat, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we were speaking about Denmark. We don't have many people from Denmark talking to us. Nice beer, Carlsberg, and what's the other one?
Tuborg?
Yeah, Tuborg, Carlsberg are great beers. Nice beer, breakfast, beans, sausages, steak, dinners. Ooh, with the beer, nice.
I have some plans in motion. Like I want to buy a better camera at some point, but yeah, when I do that,
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
definitely.
We're not in a hurry. I mean, you could.
Yeah, I will definitely drive. I will definitely drive to the east coast of Jutland and see how many of the islands and how far they are on Google Maps and stuff like that, just to have some more worldwide presentations or demonstrations of it's actually happening all around the world and not just in the US and not just in Spain, for example.
Yeah, if you can. I mean, even your smartphone can take some good shots because I've got some excellent shots with my smartphone. It surprised me how good. Obviously, when you start to enlarge it, the pixels start to come through, but it still gives you a great idea of how the land lies. So don't be shy. I mean, try take some pictures with your smartphone and see what results you get. If you're waiting for a decent camera. Because at least we get a snapshot of we can get a rough idea, yeah?
Yeah, I get the point. It's just when I try to take pictures of the moon, all I'm seeing is like a light ball and no of the moon's. Let's just say no detail, no dark spots, no nothing.
Yeah.
But it might be different in the daytime.
That's right. When I take pictures of the moon at night, there are times when I can get some detail with my iPhone, and then there are other times during the day, like at 6 a.m, when the sun is up, full moon, 6 o'clock in the morning. I get some great shots and good details there. But again, it's not the best because it's a smartphone and it's like almost a pinhole camera lens, But amazing what can be taken and gleaned just from that. Brilliant.
Yeah. But I mean, we are in the end of the summer right now, and we soon have winter, and when there is a clear day, I will definitely see if I can get a buddy to drive with me and make a day out of it.
So don't you have autumn in Denmark? Autumn, surely you have autumn next, yeah?
Oh, fall?
Yes, we call it autumn in England.
Yeah.
So you've got fall, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Denmark is pretty much a year of 4 months of winter and 9 months of spring and fall, and then 1 month of summer. That's kind of our deal here.
1 month of summer? 1 month?
Nah, I mean, I'm over-exaggerating, but that's kind of the saying that we pretty much only have spring and fall here, and then a good winter, and then a short summer.
Okay. There you go.
But for example, this year has been much different. Like we have had, we have pretty good weather for quite a while with like 20+ degrees.
Denmark. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, man. Pretty good.
Yeah, take care and good night when you come to that.
Yeah, good night to you too. Yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, you need to get your head down.
Take care, the world.
Hey. Hope that wasn't boring, ladies and gentlemen. You know, try and keep it interesting.
Yo, what's up, Jen?
Anybody awake? Everyone's falling asleep. Have we knocked you all out? Have we?
Yo, Jen, what's up, man? Matt.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, glad to hear you. I sent you an invite to certain servers, but you never.
Oh, yeah, I didn't pop in. I was already a member of Flat Earth Reality. Yeah. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Right.
thanks, man.
But you were busy. I wanted you to come. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So how's life your end?
Oh man, I live like 100 feet from the beach. Doing good, man. Koh Samui, Thailand. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I got a place.
Thailand.
I got a place that's with air conditioning and everything all day, and I have daily maid service if I want it. $515 a month. And I'm on the beach,
Oh, that's
the best
brilliant.
beach, man. Oh, and I live like 5 minutes from the ball. I live, not far from all my favorite restaurants and such. So yeah, I'm living good.
Yeah. Are you driving over there now or not?
I don't. I walk everywhere. Everywhere is within walking distance.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say you probably wouldn't need a vehicle because everything's so local. But let's say you wanted to have a look around Thailand. I suppose you'd rent a car.
Yeah, I could rent motorbikes here. A lot of people ride motorbikes here. I could ride one of those.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
I haven't really found a need for one. I might do that though. I kind of feel like renting a car.
From what I understand,
but yeah.
From what I understand, Honda's a preferred brand there in Thailand. A lot of Honda off-road bikes, and they have off-road kind of like schools where you can go and learn to do a little bit off-roading, and they have these mini tours. Yeah, in Thailand. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, they got all kinds of stuff here, man. Oh yeah. I'm still I'm not used to driving on the other side of the road though. I'm American. They drive on the left side of the road over here.
Yeah, they drive the same side as in Britain. That's right.
Yeah.
Be nice for me. No problem for me. What was I going to say to you now? So what time is it there for you now then? It's 8:20 a.m. 8:20. You're 2 hours behind me. Yeah, 8:20. So it's good morning. Just starting. Yeah. So what's a typical Taiwanese breakfast for Thailand?
Oh, for me, that's different country actually.
Thailandese is what I should have said. Yeah.
Thai. It's just Thai. Yeah, just Thai. If it's Thai, that's the plural way of saying it.
But
I eat a lot of this at this one restaurant. I eat a lot of green curry and masaman, and that's just like my favorite thing with rice.
Yeah, green curry, spicy green curry. I like that. I like Thai green curry. I have that occasionally.
Yeah, my favorite dish is pumpkin green curry. There's no meat in there or anything. It's so good. No. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The pumpkin just melts in your mouth, man.
I like the pad thai guy, the pad thai that really thin
pad thai
noodles. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Yeah, pad thai is real good. It's way better over here. Even in the States, they've got some places that make good pad thai, but nothing like the real thing.
Yeah. So you'd have your pad thai. Now, what about the beers that they have in Thailand? What do they have?
Usually Singha, Song, Leo. They have Sam Mig, which is like a Philippine beer.
San Miguel, which is a European beer. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, and then they have Heineken.
I know that.
But like Singha and Song are the two big ones.
Yeah. Quite interested.
But my friend who lives on another island, he actually owns a couple hotels. My best friend over here. His favorite's actually Asahi, which is for your friend.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like Asahi. That's Japanese beer. Yeah, too dry. That's the problem with the Asahi beer.
I like Chong, man.
Very dry beer.
Yeah, chong
So
mean
that's
chong is a way to it's how you say elephant in Thai. And anyways, well, the beer I used to live here
yeah.
like
I've
20 years ago. Yeah, well, the chong it used to be really bitter, and now it's good. It's my preferred beer, but I haven't actually had a beer in like over a month. But yeah,
yeah,
they changed the recipe up.
yeah. Okay, so what about so you have you have a curry for breakfast? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I usually eat fruit for breakfast. I've just like
Aha.
I've been snacking on bananas today. I eat a lot of red dragon fruit. There's this lady that cuts them up for
Yeah,
me every
that's
morning.
nice.
Oh man, I love
Yeah.
that red dragon fruit. It turns your pee pink, dude.
Wow. Well, that's when you know it's doing you good, man. Okay.
Oh yeah, if it can like alter your urine color, man, it's got to
System.
be good in there doing something.
Yeah. 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 What was I going to say to you? Now we had this summer. We've had kind of like an old English summer. Where it's rained. We've had some good sunny days, but we've had a fair portion of rain as well. Did you have rain the other day in Thailand?
Oh yeah, we get it all the time. Well, I'm here down in Koh Samui on this island, which is in the Gulf of Thailand. I prefer it here
Okay.
actually, not in the Andaman Sea, because then you're exposed to the Pacific Ocean and tsunamis and stuff. The only way like a tsunami could really happen where I'm at is if a fake asteroid from fake space, came down and landed.
Right.
You know,
Right.
that's like the only way.
So there's you're not worried about that happening anytime soon. So you're
Yeah, so
enjoying that.
I'm not worried about tsunamis. I'm probably too paranoid. That's probably part of being a conspiracy
Yeah.
theorist.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. How you doing?
Good evening,
We're
everyone.
talking about different kind of environmental conditions on the flat Earth. So my man EPA, he's in Matt. He's in Thailand. Has been now for a good year now. I would have to say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's on September 1st. It'll be a year. I'll be here for 1 year. I
There
did
you
the
go.
2-week
Yeah,
quarantine
coming up. Yeah.
when I first got here, which was miserable because, of course, I didn't take the shot or nothing, But I had to do the quarantine, and but yeah, and it was really locked down for a while, and they were making everybody wear masks. But now I haven't been forced to wear a mask in months.
Yeah.
They still make
That's cool.
the workers wear them though. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's nice anyway. So now, when you had that rain, was it cold, bitter cold? Was it warm rain, tropical? Do you remember?
It's been kind of cold a little bit.
Okay.
It's been chilly. Nice. So in the mornings, it's like 80 degrees. I forget what that is Celsius.
Yeah.
But it's real nice.
Yeah. 80 degrees, probably about 30, maybe 25, 27 maybe.
Oh man, and it's just not that humid. And I would call it the perfect temperature. And I used to live in Southern California, but what they have here lately is real nice.
Really hot, really nice, hot, humid weather, and then the rain there. It's warm rain. And I'm still jogging in it. I don't care. Nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but don't get me wrong, dude. It gets so humid here, like in the 80% range. And yeah, dude. If I walk outside, man, I feel like I got to go back and take a shower. Even though I just took one, I just start sweating immediately.
Right. So how do you pass your time then? I mean, what do you do? What's a day in your life?
Well, I walk everywhere. I just know, man. I just kind of walk. I eat at these different restaurants and such, eat different fruit, and yeah, just try to. So I was seeing this girl, but I just kind of broke up with her a couple days ago. But yeah, I prefer staying single actually.
Okay, for now. But what about talking about flat Earth, for example? Do you the lack of curvature at that beach that you're only a couple of hundred feet away from?
Yeah, man. I wish I could turn my camera on and show you guys my view, man. Dude, it's flat as hell, man.
Yeah. What's the reaction from the Thailandese?
Yeah, no, they're pretty open minded to it, and I try to tell them that, like, sometimes it's kind of hard to or difficult to because of the language barrier, and I'm trying to speak a little bit of
I thought
common
they
that I
spoke
know.
English there.
Like, they're
I
trying
thought
to
some of them spoke
talk
English.
English that they know or whatever. But yeah, I try to tell them like that there's because they're Buddhists here,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of these Buddhist monks that are like way high up Buddhist monks that are flat earthers, So I try to tell them that.
Good. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah. They should. Those Buddhist monks should be promoting that. They know it's flat.
Yeah.
They should be telling everyone it's flat. Buddhist monk, you're getting all your food for free from the people. They get their sustenance for free, don't they? The people are donating. So donate some good information, man. Come on. Nice cycle there. Yeah, I'd love to be there. Yeah, I'll be really banging out that flat earth to 'em. At the bars and at the beaches. No problem for me.
Oh man, and it's so nice every day. I try to get up real early and catch the sunrise because all the clouds there are natural. There's no one spraying the sky or anything like that. And there's always these storm clouds. There's just layers and layers of these clouds. It just looks like another world, and it's so cool every time I've landed here on Koh Samui. Like you go through these different layers of clouds, and then when you get down below the cloud layer, and then right away you'll see the green island there, and it looks like something from the Jurassic Park movie, but it's real life. It's so cool.
Okay,
But,
so are you planning to go back to the US now in the next year? Let's say you going back to US next year?
So I don't think so. It's the cost of living is so high. Look at this.
I don't think so.
When I first moved out here, I was getting 31 baht to the dollar. Baht, that's the currency over here. Well, right now they're giving me like 35 baht to the dollar a year later. So I don't have a car. Everybody's paying all these high gas prices in America. I'm not doing anything. I actually got a raise in the last year.
Right.
Because it went up from 31 to like 35. It was at like 37 for a minute there.
So yeah. I didn't think you'd be looking to coming back to the States anytime soon. Nah, because you're in a little world of paradise there. You see.
Yeah, I'm about to turn 41 tomorrow, and
happy birthday!
I'm dating like 25-year-old girls. It's really kind of fun, kind of crazy. We have nothing in common. But it's cool.
White sandy beaches, yeah.
Oh yeah, the beach I'm on right here has the softest sand on the whole island.
Hey, do you see any curvature while you're out there? Is there any curvature to be stumbled upon out there?
No,
Earth curvature.
You guys want a picture?
I know there's other curvature to be found, wink, wink, but Earth curvature is what I'm talking about.
No, and the clouds don't like bend over the horizon.
Actually, I was noticing that today. It's like, well, they say, what is it? Troposphere, all these other spheres, right? Atmosphere,
stratosphere.
You can see the layers of it. You can see the layers of it, right? At least the first two when it's like cloudy and stormy and stuff, or two or three of them, whatever the fuck they are, right? But so there's a termination line at each one of these. It's like, oh shit, but it never fucking bends from left to right ever. What's that about?
It doesn't, does it? Yeah, I have to agree with you there, man. I remember, one time I was in Hawaii, okay, and the cloud formation, it looked like, it just looked level all the way. Just level. Fuck.
Yeah, we had some storms out here. We had like 3 storms that you could see from our vantage off in the way distance, right? Still flat, spoiler, still flat out there too.
That's right. It was like there was a glass ceiling, okay, above my head, a glass ceiling, and those clouds were sitting on the glass all the way as far as the eye could see. Level.
Yeah, we'll be getting more pictures too as the storms come through, and right before harvest, there's going to be a lot of this kind of phenomena. I want to see if I can document it really well so that we have, more reality ammo to shoot at the fakers over there.
Yeah. So you got the troposphere, the stratosphere, mesosphere, what's that? Well, yeah, the thermosphere and the exosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, just replace the sphere with plane, and you got the actual stuff going on.
Yeah. That's
Change
right.
that wedge.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt too bad. I just wanted to see if.
No. Yeah, my man Matt hasn't found any coverage. That was the first question I asked him.
Right on.
None of that. He couldn't find. There's nothing.
That's actually how like I'm very well traveled. I've been to over 25 countries, and I've circumnavigated Earth both directions and such. And I would always pay attention to that route that they would give you. They would present it on your when you're in the airplane.
On the screen,
They would show you on a Mercator projection map. And I'm flying, say, going over the Pacific Ocean, from LA to Thailand, and it would show make this huge arch. Like, why the heck are we flying up, to Alaska and like down over to Russia and then down to Korea?
That's
and
right.
Like, why is it doing that? And then I would always remember those routes, and I remember when I looked at what it looked like. Like I projected that on a flat Earth map, any of the projections, pretty much, and it was just straight lines all the way through.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the first like holy shit moments.
Yeah. I started doing that once I was a flat earther, you see. I said, right, so they're lying to me with his heads up this place, let's have a look. I had my flat earth map out, looking at the supposed routes, reading them. You get the in-flight magazine, and it shows you the route that the plane's supposed to take, and then the display showing you the arc, and then I'd have my flat earth map out. And I'll be doing that with the kids. So they look, see, this is how they lie to the passengers. Look at this. This is the real route. Can you see this is us here? And that's where we're heading. And that's so you can see the towns are there, the cities we're going to fly over. But they put it on an arc to try and pretend that it's a curve, you see. Bloody liars.
Yep, and it's just the cartoons that we all grew up. We're like, oh, well, hey, that's a cartoon, and it's drawn better than the cartoons that I see in the comic book, so it must be true.
Yeah.
Oh, and my dad told me. But one of the coolest things, if anybody gets the chance, everybody goes up in planes from now. Well, not everybody, but people go up to cruising altitude often. Okay. But the coolest thing to do, in my opinion, is to get up in an area you're semi-familiar with, even if you got a local map. Get up on a mountain, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14,000 feet, right? And just look out and see which cities you can actually pick out by the shape of the mountains, the distance they're out, from your point. If you're versed in the area, you'll be able to do it. Now, if you haven't spent much time in the mountains, it's a different story. I've done that from Snowmass Mountain, and I could see, Breckenridge from where I was, all kinds of different places. Some are 20 miles away, some are hundreds of miles away, and I could still see the peaks. Now, the deal is, if it's 20 miles away and I still see a peak, it could be, that still could be curved. Yeah. What about the 105 miles from me to Glenwood Springs at Snowmass? Like it's you're not going to see the mountain. Okay. So
that's right. You shouldn't see it.
Anyway, so yeah, it's a lot of fun once you get up there and you see. Well, and here's the thing too. I've been looking at that view my whole life. We've been going up there to ski on and off since I was 7. I'm 40 now, and so I've been up on that vantage tons and tons of times. And only 7 years ago did I start going, holy shit, it might be flat. Let's go back up there and check. Sure enough, the globe math doesn't check out. It's total horseshit.
Yeah. Well done, man. Yeah, from my house, I can see a mountain. It's called Mount Scuba from my house, right? And that's like 24 miles away. So when I actually go there, I try to see if I can find my house, but I really need a proper telescope so I can actually pinpoint my house. Pick it out. If I can, I'm seeing it from the kitchen window, mind you. I'm seeing it from the kitchen window, looking east, and I can see the Twin Peaks. So when I get to the top, I always face the direction of my house. Got that locked in. But yeah, I'm not going to pick my house out. I need a pair of binoculars to read because my eyes can't resolve the actual house where I live. But I always wanted to do that, to see right into my kitchen, with a telescope. Done that yet. What's the highest mountain you got in Thailand, Matt?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. They don't have really. I mean, I haven't really explored the north very much, other than Udon Thani. I've been to, and I've been to the capital of Laos one time for one night on a visa. Yeah, the one night for a visa run.
Nice.
But I haven't really explored the north. I mostly explored Bangkok and the islands.
Yeah. Yeah, I know if I was there, I'd rent a motorbike, I'd be up in the mountains, straight up. Give the bike the once over, because, what they call a maintenance standard, very questionable, so I'd be checking it all out myself. Adjusting everything, give me some lube, I want to do it, thank you, chain and that, brakes. Okay, engine oil, are we okay there? Yeah, good. Maybe kick it over, should start, yeah, if it's not starting properly, look, spark plug, let's put that in there, yeah, thanks. All right, and then go up to the mountains and see what they got. Would be nice. Tire pressures, of course. Yeah, I'd be exploring.
Yeah, I've been at this island since April 1st. Probably wasted my time with this one chick, but it's okay. It's all a good learning experience, whatever. But yeah, I want to do some more exploring. I might actually take off just next month. I might go to like Phuket or something. I got a friend down there who promotes mixed martial arts fights and stuff. He's a really cool dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. Phuket World.
He's been on like Talksport Asia.
Phuket World. Oh, then again, he's not. Yeah, he's there. Phuket
Oh yeah,
World.
I would hit up Nick if I go to Phuket. I have Nick's phone number. I've already contacted Nick before. I've actually met this other dude. I even know Eric Dubé's like ex-girlfriend. I met her on a dating app, and like we never met each other in real life, but we've talked many, many times on video chat.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and then I met this other dude on Facebook who's a flat earther. His name's Eddie Thailand. He makes fucking hilarious memes, dude. Anyways, he knows Eric Dubé. He's been to Dubé a few times, so I might link up with them if I go up there. This dude's so cool. He meets me on Facebook. This is what I love about the flat earth community. Meets me on Facebook, and I told him I'm in Koh Samui. He lives in Pattaya. He's like, bro, I got a guest house. You can come stay here for free anytime. Like, so I'm gonna go visit him.
Look at that. Brilliant, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. He's from the Netherlands, I believe. Yeah. I think he's been here like 13 years. He's a tax evader. Fuck, I love it.
All right. Now, what about this Phuket? How far is it from you?
Oh, I gotta fly. I don't know how far.
Okay, I was thinking that. Yeah, you're gonna fly it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I've drove through the way through the islands and such before. It's a long drive, but yeah. No, I would fly over there. I also have a friend on this, like the most southern island there is in Thailand. It's called Koh Lipe. He owns a hotel there. It's called Molly Resorts, and I could stay there for free too whenever I want. It's really cool. He's my really good friend from like 15 years ago when I was going to university over here.
Right.
And that island is cool, man. That's like you're really off the grid over there.
Yeah, I can imagine. So have you partaken in any fishing or snorkeling or canoeing, anything like that? Because that's pretty good there.
That stuff. Yeah, I've done that stuff. And then I went to one of the full moon parties when I first got here over at Koh Phangan. There were so many people there. It was crazy. It was wild. But I would say the snorkeling isn't too thrilling here. Like if you've been to Hawaii, if you've been to Maui and snorkeled, you won't find anything better. And I think that's just because of where Hawaii is located, and it gets a lot of filtration from the entire Pacific Ocean. You know, most other places don't get that kind of filtration, and it's so clear. Nothing beats Hawaii, in my opinion.
Right. Hawaii and other like the Mariana Islands as well. You know, Guam.
Possibly, yeah. I haven't been over there, but just what I've seen. I haven't been everywhere, but and I haven't been to the Caribbean, but I don't want to, man. There's too many sharks to the Caribbean. I don't want to go. I'm afraid of sharks, man. Forget that.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like you're in a good part of the flat Earth. Nice.
Oh yeah, man. It's I'm here because of the cost of living, man. It's just
Oh yeah.
and I'm doing better on the exchange rate in the last year. 31 to 35, whatever. I've basically got a raise, and I'm real lucky, dude. I just got real lucky that I got that benefit from the VA. So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're lucky, VA vet.
Yeah, man. But I'm starting to feel more ambitious now because I'm like, dude, I'm about to turn 41 tomorrow, and I'm like, dude, I want to do a lot more than what I've already accomplished. Like I want to. I can't just sit around all day and eat mangoes. And
yeah, of course. It's good for your health. Get your health intact.
Yeah, I want to go do something, new and ambitious and creative. Maybe start my own business or something. I'm feeling that.
Yeah, I thought you might.
I got all that other stuff out of my system.
Yeah. Tourism, right? Now, obviously, it's suffered over the pandemic, and you've only been there since September. But what's the flow like now? What have you heard?
Oh yeah, it seems like it's. I think they've pretty much opened up everything here. You don't have to have any requirement to fly anywhere. They have, and I'm noticing a lot more people here. It's really picked up. And they've raised the prices at like all the hotels and such, but it's still very, very, very reasonable.
Right.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like it just never even happened. It's so just so weird. Same thing when they just they decriminalized marijuana over here, and it was like just like that overnight. Everybody was like, "Oh yeah, it's perfectly fine," and everybody's selling marijuana on every corner. Somebody's got to stand up. And it's no big deal, and everybody just acts like it's normal. It's like, are you kidding? They released like 3,000 prisoners in one day, and everybody just acts like it's. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? You were locking people up like a couple weeks ago. And y'all act like it's normal just to sell it now. I think it's great to legalize it, or decriminalize it, but it's interesting how quickly things can change.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Should be decriminalized everywhere. I don't know why they bloody criminalize it in the first place. Stupid bastards, you know what I mean? But yeah, good news.
Yeah, it's the first Southeast Asian country to decriminalize marijuana because they still they hung a Nigerian fella like 5 or so years ago in Singapore for smuggling marijuana, if you can believe that.
They actually hung him. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're idiots. They're backwards, man. Backward. Very backward. But of course, that's the consequences. Still carry the death penalty. Stupid.
Yeah, that's they are, and I don't participate in those jurisdictions.
Yeah, me neither. Although I have
the
been
world's
there.
a big enough place. I don't need to hang out everywhere.
Yeah, I've been there anyway.
Right. I'm not. I have no interest in going there.
Yeah. Guess what?
Same
They
thing
asked
in the
me.
States in America.
Are you coming back? I said, no, I'm not coming back here.
Yeah, I would choose a state where it's legal and stuff. I would choose a state where there's more freedom.
Yeah, I was there for 5 years. 5 days. And at the end of the holiday, the guy in the hotel said, "Are you going to come back here?" I said, "Nah." I said, "This place is everything. It should be a lot cheaper, but you're charging too much. And I can get stuff cheaper in Japan than I can get here. Silly.
Where's that?
You're overpriced here, I wanted to rent the car, right? And it was like for 5 days, it would have been like in Hawaii, probably like $30, $40, right? 5 days rental. There, it was going to be like nearly $300 to rent a car.
Where, Jen?
Singapore.
Oh, Singapore. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, we're really annoyed. So I ended up just using a taxi when we needed it. That's it. That was the cheapest way to go. And we used
Yeah, I just want to go to, I think it's Indonesia or Malaysia, wherever Bali is. I want to go check out Bali sometime. I got friends that live down there. I would go hang out there.
Yeah, it's nice out there. It is nice out there. But it is, I think Indonesia is cheaper than Singapore.
Yeah, I don't like I like the Thai culture better than a lot of the other Southeast Asian countries.
Yeah, most of my friends.
They're not perfect. Don't get me wrong. Thai's got their faults too, but in my opinion, but. We get along here just fine. I've never had any problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got it good there, I think. The food's good. Wow, music, booze, birds, beach. I mean, God, the 3 Bs. Very nice. So what do you do to entertain yourself in the evenings then?
To be honest, I haven't been staying up that late these days. I've been going to bed, I'm not kidding, like 7, 8 p.m. And I wake up around 4 a.m. It's just how I've been feeling. Yeah, it's just how I've been feeling.
Okay, get yourself on bloody Discord, man. I'm sending you invites. They're not coming in. Bed at 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's just how I've been waking up and how my schedule's been. I haven't been, drinking any alcohol. I'm trying to eat a lot healthier, and I don't. I don't know. Sometimes I'll try to find something on YouTube to watch, but I can't get focused on stuff anymore these days that much. I would like to just go out and look at the world,
Yeah, that's better for you anyway. Yeah. So did you when you go out?
Okay. Here's the other. Okay, so I had a girlfriend for I was busy with her. That's the real answer, if I'm going to be honest. But I kind of broke up with her a couple days ago, and I'm happy. I feel like I lost 100 pounds.
Okay, so you're finding your new way. So then that means you'll be back in circulation, meeting the locals and some of the tourists.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to stay here forever. I like it here. I've got a good couple of restaurants I go to that are real, like $4 buffet, Jen, all you can eat, and it's all healthy food. 120 baht for like $4, and there's just so many good. I've got everything. I know everything is here, but it's a real small town too. So yeah, I don't like you like date one girl. Everybody knows everything. It's just
Okay, so what you're saying is you're going to move to a bigger town, then? Yeah, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe for a little bit, but I don't know if I'm not even sure I'm looking for a lady right now. I actually want to improve my current situation first, and then go. It's almost like I dipped my toe in, because I don't know, I'm real tall, and I'm not overweight or anything, and I guess sometimes I can, and I've got a good sense of humor. I don't know. Sometimes I can pull some girls that probably should be way out of my league, and I'm able to, but I'm not like, I don't have like crazy ass like these girls. The guys at these girls get, man, I'll go find some money, and I'm like, you know what, I can pull these girls, but I need to have some more money if I want to keep them to hang around a little longer. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go acquire some more assets.
Okay.
And then go look.
What about looking for some part-time work just to help out, kind of thing? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult here because the Thai salary, they're only going to give you, you got to find a Western salary. So, and then you got to get a work permit. It's always better just to start your own enterprise here. And I would be most interested in purchasing like a small business that I can see has room for improvement and already functions and earns a profit, of course, right? that's ideal. And there's a lot of people that kind of got wiped out by the pandemic, and they're selling their businesses and such. So yeah, I would want to do something like that. Buy a business, and that's the only best way to make money over here, and that's what I'm ultimately going to try and do.
Yeah, Bitcoin real estate.
Yeah, money is because of crypto. Well, that's not, and I have my income from the VA, but that's how I live, is off the VA. But I have my savings in crypto, but I don't have like a lot, but I can buy a small business. I want to make some money. My friends started out over here. They only had a bookstore. They would import. They're from Oregon, and they would import books. They would buy used books by its weight in these huge containers from Canada, and they had these little bookstores, right, in like on the islands in Koh Phi Phi and Koh Phangan and such. And then they had a coffee shop, and then they built a really nice bar on Koh Phi Phi. That's where they filmed the movie The Beach, or near where they filmed it. And then they sold all their little businesses they started themselves over a 10-year period for like $1 million, and they got a 20-year lease on this land. And you can look up their hotel. It's called Molly Resorts on Koh Lipe. And they have like 3 or 4 hotels now, and they started like 10 years ago. It's like there's real opportunity over here in this country.
Well, is that one of those places where they
to become successful?
Where things weigh less towards the equator. You know anything about this claim? That you're 0.02% of your weight at the North Pole on the equator.
Yeah, I mean that's really strange. That's strange that would be a thing. That your body weight would change slightly, from one place to the next.
Yeah, that you can't use like a mass weight, which mass is undefinable. So it would be like material weight, like an actual 1-to-1 method of weighing something. It doesn't work, of course. But then they say because the centrifugal force, so it's like if you're using your bathroom scale or like a drug dealer scale, then things weigh different. Like 0.2%. And to me it just seems odd. And there's like people have just said like, here's this gnome experiment where they took it around and weighed it, and it was like very barely off, and they were like but it was like off on, and they did a whole longitudinal thing, and it was just like, well, this just seems so odd and goofy. And it's like weight is based on like a scale, not on like if you're buying gold. So it's not even based on that. But which is hilarious when, asking somebody to define mass, because it's like kind of their whole like thesis for their disbelief of reality is that mass does things, right? Mass attracts itself. But it's like, what is mass? And so the best I got is mass is stuff, but I was like, no, like that's not it. And then mass is measure.
Yeah.
That's the best I got from that. But no, yeah, I was just wondering about I mean, it's a begging the question, even if there is a small difference that is like scalable. It's a begging the question of having an equatorial that is around a ball. Because they do the whole gravitas conflating with non-physical construct.
Yeah, it is a begging the question there, because you go to one place, your gold is worth more. You go to another place, it's worth less.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they weigh based on having like a gram block. Boom, this is a piece of brass or iron or something like that. Time is interesting. Time is the based on 1 second decay of cesium ion, and excitement.
Again, that's BS as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and they take us off of having our time set by like a sun calendar, a sun clock. Even though our calendar is based on all these sun calendar names, then they say no. Actually, time is this frequency of a cesium atom when it's excited ion. But it's like, no, we really build monuments to encapsulate time, to show the progression of time.
Yeah.
It's like that's what all of our cities are. They're just big sundials, seeing the shadow. That's why they have that lore about the Eratosthenes.
Yes, the man that never lived.
Yeah, the man that wore the dress. I am in this, like, it was just like, it's called like history memes, and they would just post interesting stuff, but it's like a more normie sort of Instagram page. So I just went on there. I'm like, oh, I love this. They posted up Eratosthenes, so I just wanted to bring up its lore. I was like, at best, this is lore that has no primary source. It was brought up tertiarily in 2 other books, and they conflicted the story. So it's like, this isn't even a complete story here. It's definitely not an experiment. And all it proved, if anything, was that the Earth was flat by taking angle measurements to the sun and telling what time of day it was in
that's right.
Wherever, and then also taking the angle measurement of the shadow derived from the angle measurement from the sun. So he proved 500 miles or 500 miles of horizontal ground plane.
Yeah.
That's what it did. So it's like,
instantly, yeah,
at best, your lore, it's not even real, just confirms my celestial model.
Yeah.
They've been really having a fit on social media, because that's sort of my specialty. I like to just use big words and typing things out to people. I like them.
Well, you're getting their grey matter working. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's like, that's precisely what I'm doing. Having fun.
Yeah, I think it's good to do that. Basically, you're trolling them.
Yeah, no,
trolling them in a kind way.
Yeah, they're trolling me, and it's like, oh, I'm your Huckleberry. Keep trolling me.
Yeah.
The whole troll versus troll is just hilarious.
Yeah. You're the truth giver. You just keep giving the truth whilst they're trolling you. Pretty good.
Yeah, but it is kind of sad. There'll be some people, and they're like, no, this is my profession, so no matter what I say is illogical, and using spurious logic, and saying like, oh, my degree means something, to the argument that is just like, hey, I'm not talking about, I don't care if you flip burgers. Like, do you understand the nature of reality?
Yeah.
I just want you to disprove reality for me. Like, prove your relativistic special pleading with empirical evidence and logic. It's like a contradiction in terms. So that's why they cannot do something, because it's never going to happen. It's illogical. It's fundamentally impossible.
It's not real. It is not there. In reality, it doesn't exist. So they conjure up all these falsehoods and illusions.
It's relativistic. It's attachment. Everybody has this attachment.
Yeah,
and that's all it is feeling. The globe is.
We know this. We've known this.
Inductive, special pleading reasoning, and then the reason they don't want to let it go is for some nostalgia or some. It's like, but no, like, here's reality. Like, we're what I get accused of being, because like I'll people will use the claim of science. I was like, you don't know science from the red nose on your face, clown.
That's right. You can't science, bro.
And they're like, and they admit to me, they'll be like doctors and lawyers admit like, oh, you just want to make science something very specific, and I was like, yeah, it is specifically the scientific method. It's nothing else.
That's right. Yeah.
They refuse it. They despise it with all their animosity,
Of course
and
they do.
it's interesting because, like I
Because it's
said,
exposing their falsehood. It exposes their falsehood. They don't want those standards, the scientific method. They don't want it, but that's what you've got to do. You've got to use it if you want to discern the truth, because we can. They're just making up things as they go along.
People ask if I'm joking. It's like, no, it's like, I guess I'm being like too scientific, too empirical, and too logical. Like, that's what I'm condemned with. I'm condemned whenever I talk about what I know. You're condemned with, oh, you're too scientific, too logical. You just gotta ease up a little bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely a cop-out.
Proof of your reality. We told you what your reality was.
That's right.
And we told you your reality was the opposite of what waking life is.
See?
Yeah, by attesting too much to the scientific method and and the logic, and which, I mean, when I say science and logic, you have to differentiate it, because they don't realize that science is a logical method. Like, so science is just beneath logic. That's why a modus tollens, they don't understand. The modus tollens crumbles you. Like, in the intellectual game, it's an intellectual game. Yeah, we live in a simulacrum where everybody, of a simulation, and it's, it is what it is. But we're here having the discussion of, like,
hold on, buddy.
What is your observed natural reality?
Hold on, buddy. Did you just come to the public conclusion and hoped everybody just shut up while you said it, that we're in a simulacrum or a simulation of us? What are you trying to tell us? You believe?
Oh, no. We're on that. It's a simulacrum. It's a simulated reality through sort of cultural ideas expressed through media.
That's a very good way to put it.
Not some Elon Musk simulation. No.
Oh, you mean we're just blinded by quote unquote culture?
That's right.
It's the interpretation of the culture. So it's not directly the culture.
Sure. Okay. Got it. Because when I hear people say simulation, I break out in hives. So anyway.
No, this was simulacrum because it's just a French philosophy term for the media. Yeah. The regurgitation from what is conveyed through the media, which is just
you could say that we could make a wax sculpture of it. That's a simulacra. You know what I mean? Like a simulacra is a wax sculpture of what could really be going on. It's a bastardization.
Yeah, it is very much like the Plato's cave. Like the simulacra would be like the Plato's cave, like puppet tree that you see in the cave. When then you can go outside and see reality, which isn't a simulation; it's reality.
Sure.
But then those people are simulating the simulacra.
Yeah, I got you.
Baudrillard's interesting,
Can I say something on simulation, if you guys don't mind?
Maybe.
I'll be quick. If you're living in a simulation, then whatever's within the simulation is your reality, and you're not getting around it. So people that say they're in a simulation, they're still defined within a reality.
I agree. People try to all the time. I agree with that. They try to think their way out of reality all the time, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what the glob delusion is completely. It's just a thought experiment, special pleading, literally named special relativity. It's special relativistic pleading against logic. So it's pure logic by its very name sake.
Yeah, it's a case being pled. Yeah.
Yeah, the shit. It's
It baffles me how people don't think that even if you're in a simulation, the simulation is your reality. Like that it
well,
baffles me how they don't.
well, no, with a simulation, it's a simulation of what? That's why it's the that's why I would like differentiate simulacrum as just the alternative idea against reality, which is there's the glob fantasy. Whereas we're not in the simulation. It's the simulacrum is is simulated regurgitation. It's the begging the question fallacy put into.
It's like the Sims game, dude. All those Sims games, right? Isn't that like just a digital version of the simulacrum?
Yeah, and you're like, oh, okay, if I build up my refrigerator, then I can have a baby.
Exactly right.
He just jumps a lot to the conclusions very quickly.
It's like a realistic dream, excuse my language, whether good, wet, or bad, you're living within that simulation at the moment. It's not until you wake up that you realize at the time you was in the dream.
When you're within the simulacrum, you're like, feel as though reality is.
Yeah, and if you wake up into what you consider reality, if you wake up from the dream and you consider that reality, and at the same time you claim it's a simulation, it's no different than the dream. You're still confined within what you're waking up into.
Yeah, the globe is pure simulation.
And not only that, it's sorry, I have to get this out before I forget it. It's the metaverse, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, keep going. It's like, okay, so Sims games, I played SimCity growing up. Everybody played some kind of Sims game. Didn't think anything of it. But that's essentially what one is saying is our reality is just maybe a more convincing Sims game. A lot of people say it like that. But anyway, the metaverse is going to be like, oh, it's so much better than reality. No, it's yet again a different simulacrum, or however you say it. It's just a different idea, making itself reality rather than the reality itself just being itself, or everybody being in the reality and accepting that it is reality instead of saying to themselves, well, there's got to be something cooler. There's got to be something different. Hence metaverse. Anyway, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, just accept how cool it is. It's like, wow. There's a lot to try to figure out. That's why they'll like some Globy people, there's some anti discussion of this will go around and be like, you're not learning anything. It's like, no, I'm literally looking up things every day. I have an extensive education as well as a strong curiosity. I'm having a good time having discussion. It's like, oh, am I wrong? Are they wrong? Let's fucking look at Euclidean geometry. Let's go visit this, And it's a constant awareness and constant searching up for knowledge that is sort of failed on the trolls, that they'll pick up little things we say, but it's like, no, it's like everything that's built up to be able to, for us to say, you don't know, you're just coming here to troll. It's like, I'm genuinely an intellectual, and you don't even know what the term means.
Man, listen, that reminds me one more thing. I swear to God, then I'll go. I swear to whatever. So when I was anyway, so when I was looking for a real truth, right? I'm like, fuck this aliens, Anunnaki nonsense. I don't care about this shit anymore. Oh, the men in black are real. Fuck that. Fuck all that. You can't prove any of it. I'm not going to try to go prove any of it. Whatever. And I was like, I need a real truth. What's a real deal that nobody's really talking about or thinking about, but I can get the inside scoop. And then I stumbled upon Flat Earth, and I was like, wait a second, I don't want to be one of those guys that's like, oh, he's just supporting this because he wants to be contrarian to the mainstream. He just wants to be a rebel, I had to shed that because that did happen for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, you know what? Fuck all that. This is real. I don't care if I'm rebelling. This is actual real. I'm learning shit for the first time. So anyway, I got bored with what I was seeing, and I wanted something real. So anyway,
if I may, real quick, on the part of someone is in VC check-in, can a moderator and give him permission to enter? He said he's first time in the server and he's not a flat earther, but he just wants to listen to the other side. His username is Boba, with the Boba Fett helmet user icon.
Oh, Boba Fett. Hey, that's a friend that I talk to on Instagram all the time. Have him come on in. Hey, buddy.
I don't know how to do that. I don't think I have the power to do that.
Hey, Boba.
Well, Boba's not in the room. He's in the VC check-in.
I don't have the power to do that too, but
it's getting
there's Vlad in here, or yeah, somebody can log him in.
They're probably in the midst of doing it
yeah, I can't do it.
because they're hearing you say, let them in.
I guess.
I told him many months ago to come on to the VC. I was like, I think you'd enjoy the chat. He's a kind boy on Instagram. I think his main question will be Octantis, Sigma Octantis, which we can cover beforehand he gets here, but let's let him get here.
You know what I'm going to say about all the dumb shit names that they give all the nonsense planet and star stuff? They're kind of cool. Sigma on Octanus, like, I kind of like it. I think it's like a comic book character.
Well, I mean, it's literally based on these Greco-Romano gods, so...
It's almost like Thor or some godly figure, exactly.
Yeah, you got
of course, you have the Marvel, Galactus. Or is it Galactus? Who's like the big boss before the biggest boss? Like, get out of here. Anyway, keep going.
No, it is. I mean, they have the whole thing Marvel because they want to make Marvelous like they're man-made gods in the face of like objectively the objective reality of creation. Or was everything just here? Or was there's some creation? Most atheists are creationists, but it's like there's very few people who are just like, hey, I just think maybe everything was just always here.
Well, there is one thing that I think a lot of people overlook, and that's like a lot of book titles and movie titles will have the word gods, plural, like plural.
Oh, yeah.
But by definition, there can only be one God. Like the definition of God, there can only be one. You can't have plurals. Like the very definition.
That's why they like to think of themselves as gods, and then they say, "Oh, I can see for infinite miles." When we know, like in reality, you can't see that far. It's all your sight is based on your angular relationship with what you're looking at, based on horizontal. See, it's funny. This is why Boba Fett fan wants to come in and talk to me right now, because I'm undefeated on Instagram. They're real mad. I'm telling you, they're furious. They can't define mass. They can't get two GPs on one horizontal. Dude.
I love stories, man. I love them when you're having these battles like that. It's brilliant. Well done. Good work.
What'd you say, sir? You were breaking up.
Sorry, I said it's good to hear your story because good work.
Yeah, you're roboting.
No, yeah, it's like, no, I'm not gonna let them beg the
They can't
question.
define their mass.
When
And
they
that.
beg
That's
the question, I let them,
Bloody
but
good
then I
news.
remind them of what they need to prove before they can beg the question. They need to disprove reality, and that becomes very difficult when it's like disprove reality with logically disprove reality with logic and reality, and
Yeah, you
it's
can't
an
you
impossible
can't
task.
disprove. In other words, what you're trying to say is you can't disprove reality with the story,
Yep.
and that's what they use is a story.
They got nothing. It's like, hey, okay, let's try to check. Let's confirm this radius first, okay? Let's see where this Earth curve is at the horizon. It's like, nah, it's optical, purely optical. And like, but the radius ranges from 10 miles, 20 miles or whatever. So we have like a range, and it's like, but how weird? Now you have to justify that, and
Yeah, using their logic, there's no way for a human to be able to tell if they're motionless.
but we would be able to see.
They say our motionless is in motion. So according to their logic, there's no way. And I disagree with it wholeheartedly because I can tell if I'm motionless.
Precisely, and you would know if you're on a ball, like a ball like that. It's like, oh, you're an ant, bro. No, like there's geometric implications. They're not there. Like I go up, oh wow, like they're saying, oh, you're seeing around the curve. Like no, this is just like how it works. Like with art, there's the vanishing point, and they're like, oh well, the horizon. This is what I also hate. There's a bunch of stuff out there that's like, oh, FE says this and this, and it's like, no, you talk to me, I'll tell you what I say, and it's like, no, the horizontal doesn't have to go up, but no, you have geometric implications. But a horizontal works like if you're on one story and you go to the next story and you're 10 stories up and you're looking out, like of course the lower story is always going to look lower. You're above the clouds, the ground's going to look lower. That's geometric principles all up until the vanishing point, which is not caused by Earth curve because you don't see that at all. You would see that. That's what they're like. Perspective is Earth curve. This is why they say the 1 degree angle, and that's what just finishes every preconceived notion they have. Is they have to deny reality. They have to deny first person perspective, which is how every observation in reality has ever been done for all of humanity, for all of our known existence. I don't know, is there, or for what we know here in physicality. I guess there could be some psychics and they're seeing in third person with or orthographic, what they say their globe view is. But it's like a sure as shit not you when you're tripping out on drugs.
Yeah, it's like sitting out on the back porch and you're watching the sunrise. If you keep watching it till like noon, you'll notice that you're not moving anywhere. It's only the light and the shadow moving over you.
Yeah, and their claim is that you would be sitting at the top of the ball right then with the light coming over, and the light bulb when it comes over, it would be coming over only 3 miles. If you're at sea level, only 3 miles away from you. So that means when the bulb goes all the way behind you, that's another 3 miles. And that's only 6 miles that your day was there, and like you're on a tiny radius 3959 miles. Like you would notice what a fucking tiny ass.
They're telling you.
It's absurdly retarded.
They're telling you not to use your senses, even though your senses is what you use to adhere to the scientific method.
No, I want to use their mathematics. Let's not use senses. Let's use math. So the math is 6 miles. There's a hump in 6 miles of your view, and that's as long as your day is. Like if you're sitting out on the beach, and it's like that just sounds so odd to me that there's some physicality blocking this thing, and that would only be 3 miles away from you if you're just laying out on the beach, or lower. Really, if you're sunbathing at the beach, you'd be at fucking 4 feet sea level, right? And so your
and the beach
horizon would be
remains
like
horizon.
2.1.
Yeah, it
And
remains flat.
so your sun would only be 4 hours of your day. Seems so odd, because it's like hanging around so long. So the physicality is just absurd to when you think about it in reality.
At the same time, in that scenario,
that's like relativistic.
The whole time you're at the beach, you notice that it's horizontal. You look out as far as you can see, and you notice it's flat. You observe it. You take it in. You notice it's flat.
Yeah, I know the sun is a lot further than 4 miles away, where it's physically obstructed from me. Like you see, sun. That's why I say sunsets and sunrises prove the Earth is not a ball.
Hello, guys.
Hi there.
Okay, so thank you for verifying me, at least on the VC. So as I said, I don't know if you guys were reading the lobby. I just joined because I have a couple of questions for you guys. I'm not a flat earther straight away. I work in a scientific area, and I was just on YouTube. I was just watching some videos. I never thought.
Hey, can I ask you what is the scientific area? What do you mean by that?
I am a software developer.
A software developer.
Yes.
So nothing to do with science, natural science at all.
Well, it is.
I just want to make that clear. So software development has nothing to do with science whatsoever. Natural science.
Well,
You understand that, right? Let's go. Let's continue.
Hey, let him finish this.
We work with hardware which has electronics, and that's pretty much physics. We literally have a lot of physics subjects that we have to study, and maths, which is also a science, in my view, but I respect your opinion. As I was saying, basically, I saw a video on YouTube, which I sent the title on lobby, which is called How to Destroy Flat Earthers, yada yada. The title is a bit inappropriate. It's a bit offensive. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah, no one cares. Can you present those arguments here right now? Can you do it?
Chill, man.
Or do you need us to just look at a video?
No,
yeah, they're not going to let you just keep talking like that, either.
He brought two questions, which I think were. He brought 2 points, which I thought they were pretty interesting, and to be honest, I want to see your opinion. So the first one is, if the Earth is flat, how can you explain that you always see the same face of the moon in any side of the planet?
Hold on, sorry. Before we go any further, Mister, your mic is going loud and quiet, loud and quiet. Are you? Could you maybe just stay in the same distance from your microphone and your mouth the whole time, please?
I am, but I think my mic is a little bit messed up.
I think maybe a little bit nervous. Okay,
that's fine too.
Re-ask your question again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Question again.
Can you hear me fine now?
Yes.
Okay, so the first topic he brought up, and that I'm doing right now. So the question is, if the Earth is flat, how can you explain that that you always see the same face of the moon in any side of the planet? Or so that's basically it. So for example,
my first question for you is, do you know what tensor calculus is? You don't have a claim. What is your claim?
I don't think you need.
What is the claim? Your claim is that you see the same face of the sky. Your model is based on my model. I want to know what is the reason why you think that you see I want you to make the claim. Why do you see the same face of the moon?
So the normalized, I would say normalized, because I mean the other perspective of the flat Earth, which is the normal round Earth perspective, is that you always see the same face of the moon because the moon revolves around Earth, and no matter what place of the Earth you are, you'll always see the same face because. So, for example, you have a beach, right? And you have a lifeguard. Lifeguards normally have those tall posts, so they're elevated a little bit from the beach. So there's tons of places you can be at the beach, but there's only a few places that you can see the face of the lifeguard, and there's only one place that you can see directly his face from on. It's basically standing.
So you're talking
directly
about you taking creepy pictures of a lifeguard right now. We're talking about the moon. You made a claim of the
Yes,
face of a moon.
it's an example.
And I
because
want to know.
you-
No, I
You're
want to know.
saying that as long as you're saying that as long as you have a lifeguard in the beach, the
No,
Earth is a
what?
sphere.
I want to know.
No, here I'll answer his question.
For your claim.
That's what you're saying.
Because everything sounded like, because
Because
his
you have a
model is based on my
lifeguard in the
model.
beach, the Earth is a sphere.
Well, if you let me
You don't
finish
have
the
a
question,
reason.
maybe
You don't have a reason for why you
understand
see the
better.
same face. You don't have a reason for why you see the same face.
No,
Well, they do. They have their reason. We don't agree with it, but they have their reason. And we've never seen the reverse side of the moon. And Boba, I think you can also attest to the same facts for yourself.
Don't derail. I want to hear what their claim is. Do we have a claim?
Well, he asked a question. We don't have to jump him. He's asked a question. I'm gonna answer his
Everything
question.
seems to line up with my model, so I don't know what he's saying. He's accusing my model of not working somehow. Like
I'm not accusing
Also, it sounds like you're trying to white knight for him. Just let him ask his
It's
question.
my celestial model.
Or let him just tell us what he claims. He should have brought a claim, right? So let's hear it.
Thank you, man. So the reason I just brought up that beach example is because you can be on multiple places on the beach and you see different sides of the lifeguard. It's just an example, a smaller scale example. You can only be straightforward, like facing straight to the lifeguard to see his face. This is the same example as you can only see.
Okay, no, hold on. No, we don't want an example. What's your claim about why we see them? It's not. Earlier, the gentleman said that we're not doing anything at the beach or with lifeguards. In the real world, what's your claim?
Well, this is the real world because the beach is flat, and in your case, the Earth is flat. So it's
He
a flat
doesn't get
surface.
it, guys. I don't know if this is going to work. Sorry, I'll go away.
What?
Well, it's flat, but it still has mountains, hills, and valleys.
Okay, this is the classic.
Let's not talk about your creepy pictures with lifeguards. Let's talk about what's your claim. We see the moon's same face. Okay. What is your? You have a claim that you believe. So you're coming here. Like what do you want us to tell you a bedtime story?
Answer. I want you to answer. In your perspective, in your beliefs, how is it possible that on any place of the Earth you can only see one face of the moon? If the Earth is flat and the Earth and the moon
What
revolves
is
around
your
the Earth,
belief? What is your? You have a
Let
belief.
me answer his question, guys, if you don't mind. Can I answer
no,
his
but
question?
how? Please explain how. I'm waiting. Please explain how. That is my
I'll
question.
answer.
I made it
I'll
respectfully.
answer.
I tried
I'll
to
answer.
use a smaller scale example. You didn't understand. You said, "Well, it's a beach and the moon. We're talking about planets." Well, it's the same example because it's a flat surface and you can only see.
Let me just quickly
It's
answer
a
your
flat
question.
surface, huh?
Let me quickly answer your question. If you walk into your living room and you put a cookie that had a smiley face, a cookie with a smiley face on your ceiling, right? And you walked in multiple different areas of your living room, you will only see one side of that cookie, but you'll also see it in different variations. Like you'll see it upside right.
Yes,
smiley
indeed.
face.
You are
You'll
correct.
see it upside down.
Then
But
why
it's
is
all
the moon
dependent.
always
Hold on,
stationary?
let me finish. It's all dependent on the angle of your sight, the observer's sight. So you can see one side at all times with a flat floor, like your living room, right? You can, and yet you can see it in different variations, just like the moon.
Then why can you
So
only
to
see
claim
one
that we see the moon the way we see it, therefore the Earth's flat, or therefore the Earth is a sphere, is ridiculous. It has nothing to do. There's so many different variables you would be not considering, as opposed to only a few that you're considering.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. James, I respect your opinion. For example, if you Google the moon, if you Google the moon and you just want any image,
No, hey,
you will
no,
see.
it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's
Well,
you don't have a claim. You don't have a claim. You have to do tidal locking. You have to solve a three-body problem with tensor calculus,
I am
and you
asking you to
can't
solve
do
it.
it. Just like
Solve
you
it
can't do
then.
it with tides, just like we've talked about. Like you cannot do it.
Well,
So
but I
you have a
if
claim
I
you don't
can't
want to
do it,
say.
how come you
You
can't
want us
answer
to
my
tell you a
question?
little fairy tale story. Like, oh, why? Like, no. It's simple facts of
My
it.
friend,
That you
answering
don't
your
have a claim.
question. Listen, answering your question and or satiating you is not going to give you the answer you're acting like you're looking for. You think you got us on a gotcha, and you don't. You're talking about stuff that isn't planets and all that other shit. You're talking about lifeguards and beaches.
Okay,
Are we
okay,
on the
I'll make
beach?
it simple.
Hold
I'll make
on.
it simple.
You don't do examples. You just tell us in reality, what do we see with the bodies in the heavens, my friend? Why is the moon always facing us with its face? You tell us why.
No, that is not the question.
So,
How
so
come you
us
can
seeing
only
the
see
same
one
face
face
as
of
a
the moon?
globe
That is the
drunk,
question.
buddy.
So, for example, you Google the moon, you only see one image. You can only see the moon in one image. On a flat Earth,
What?
that is theorically impossible.
You're
because there are
categorically
multiple
wrong
places you cannot
because
see
we
one
see lots
face.
of images
That is
of
my
the moon.
question.
I
How
see the
can
image of the moon.
if the Earth is flat, how can you only see one face? Please answer.
If the globe is a glob, and is so tiny, how can you not see like so much more of the moon?
How can you only
can't
see
solve the you can't solve
My
you have
friend,
to do tensor calculus.
Earth
Do you know
measured
what tensor
flat.
I just
calculus is?
answered this question, and he asked the same question, and you guys are going on his question.
I'm going apeshit because we're on the fucking sky.
How come you're not
Okay.
addressing the answer that I gave you?
I can make another question if you want.
Like
You
you
got
can
one
be on
about
do
ground?
better, do
Do you
better.
have
That
one
would
about
hurt.
flat Earth?
So I have another question. So, for example, have you guys flown before in a plane? Certainly, you
Try to
did.
stay on the ground. We're talking about how the ground measures flat. Thank you.
All right, this is totally unnecessary. This is why I get most people come here and probably get bashed. I understand why most people can't talk to you guys, because you don't let people speak or answer question things.
You're talking right now and you're crying. It's pitiful.
Okay,
We
so
don't like
my
that.
question
Stop
is,
crying.
if you take a flight to US in Australia, if the Earth is flat, how come the flight doesn't go straight line and cross the North Pole?
How do you know it does either? How do you know that flight path does that? Have you taken the flight?
Well, has the plane did a little swirl to the left and make a
I don't know. Have you taken the flight? I don't know. Have you had experience with the flight?
I have.
Did the plane do a little
many
swirl
times,
to the
I
right?
fly many times a year, yes, I fly many times a year.
So
And
if the Earth
Believers
is
are
spinning,
clowns. They
if
make
they're-
me laugh so much.
so
if the Earth is spinning from west to east,
if the Earth
how
is
come
flat,
flight
how come
paths
it doesn't
don't
go in a
differ?
straight line? Like, you could go in a straight line to go from the US to Australia.
Brother,
right?
you're making
Like,
claims
why
about a
doesn't it
flight
go?
you've never taken.
I have taken a flight from the US to the Australia. That's the problem, my friend.
And did
I have
you
now crossed
Oh, and
the
it
North
went.
Pole.
Hold on.
Had
Here's
a
the deal.
delay. You didn't
Here's
have
the
a
deal.
direct one because you couldn't afford
No,
the
I didn't
direct
take a
flight.
direct one. No,
You
but
could,
I
yeah,
took
you
one
couldn't
to
afford
Europe,
it,
which is in
buddy.
the path of
You
a
couldn't
straight line.
afford it,
Listen,
buddy.
the whole point isn't done yet. Were you the pilot in that flight?
Oh my God!
Right. See, when you try to come in, when you try to come in and be hyper specific with people,
next.
listen,
What's
you
the
need to
next
be
one?
hyper
This one was
specific with us
terrible.
because we know better than you.
Guys,
This
this
was
is
terrible.
becoming
What's your
impossible.
next one? Hey, Bob,
I've literally
next
questioned
one,
you
buddy.
2 questions, and your answers have been you're not a pilot, and the other answer
Your
is
questions have been bad.
like seriously.
Hey, Boba Fett fan, you're my homie. Come on, what's your next one?
Yeah, but it's
Go.
19
Third time the
hours, no
charm, bro.
curvature.
Third
It's a
time the
level
charm.
flight. It's a horizontal flight, though.
Third time's the charm, Boba Fett fan.
Of course, it is horizontal, but how come it doesn't go in a straight line if the Earth is flat?
It's a horizontal flight. 19 hours.
someone
LA to New Zealand. It's horizontal. It's horizontal. Shut up.
Yeah, that's those are very respectable manners from you, sir.
Hey, no,
So
let him.
Why are you
Hey,
guys
no, no, we're just
addressing
playing.
them?
Hey, go on to the third one. The third time's the charm,
I
buddy.
don't have a third one. I have these two simple questions, and no
What?
one has answered me
Are you
still.
kidding me, bro? No,
Okay,
third
no
one.
one has answered me those
Dude,
questions.
you can do better. Come on, third one.
I'll make them again. Please, someone on the chat or something. How can you only see one face of the moon? And the second question is, if you take a
Yeah, how
flight,
can you?
flight path
No, you
US
answer
or
that question.
Australia, how
Well,
can you
hold
answer that
on,
question?
guys. You guys,
Fine, I'm waiting.
let me say
New Zealand,
something.
180
I want to hear your
degrees,
claim, buddy.
practically no curvature.
When he asks that you could, when he asked the question, why can you only see one side of the moon? He's asking that question while assuming there's another side of the moon, even though he's never seen it.
That's right.
Oh, he's a clown. He doesn't know what
Okay. So
So
does
call
it
him out
for
on
you
doesn't know what
that
tidal
the moon
locking.
doesn't exist? For you, the moon is just one-sided.
Shut up.
Is
But
that what
you're
you're
asking that question as if you know it's a sphere, even though you've only seen one side. Like it could be a disc.
Yeah, I want him to tell us that his claim. His claim is for some reason for why he's asking this, and I want to hear his goofy claim. Hey, clown boy, dance for me. Tell me your claim about tidal locking. Tell me what that is. Go do it, clown boy.
Well, you are a prime example of why people don't come over to these discords and do the same as I do. And
No, it's fun. I just want to hear his. What do they want to not tell me their claim? Come on. No, it's they don't want to stand for their own
Listen,
belief.
can you make a claim without saying if or imagine?
Yes. Why can't you see this one face of the moon if the Earth is flat?
You just said if. Sorry, bud.
Fail every time. And reality is reality. It's not some delusion.
Sorry, I think this is the place
guy
where
was.
people do acid and come talk about nonsense. Sorry, I can't take this seriously.
Oh, we knew that from the start.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they had a very good touch with reality. There's just some simple questions.
What can we learn from that globe poser that was just in here?
We learned that, once again, Globers, at least today, that come here, they want to say if or imagine or maybe or could be or what would it be like, okay? But they can't just tell you what's going on. Don't give us ifs. Give us
I know you guys like playing around, but I just want to put my 2 cents in. You should ask him for his curve a little earlier. But I know, he goes straight to the sky, so that's just bullshit. Y'all go ahead.
I agree, Dave. And personally, I gave him too much slack on that.
Yeah, you guys. He's asking why you can't see the other side of the moon, and he's phrasing it in a way as if he's seen the other side of the moon. Therefore, there is another side of the moon. Because even if you give him his heliocentric model, an asteroid could have come in and taken out the whole other side of the moon. So there might not even be another side of the moon, even in his own model, because you can only see one side. But he's asking why you can only see one side, as if he knows there's another.
Yeah, it comes to their whole problem. It's like they believe it's prediction when it's actually post-diction. It's just recognizing patterns. That's what astrology is. It's not a science. It's just pattern recognition. And the clown thinks they see the same side because of some fictitious force. It's not really a force, and he can't solve a three-body problem for it. It's impossible in tensor calculus, so he didn't have a claim, actually. That's why he's like, well, how is reality reality? And it's like, yeah, this stuff is fucking miraculous. You have impossible claims that defy logic and reality. Like, shed some science on me, and let's go through this empirically. So if measurement, then measurement attracts measurement, because this is the best I got for what the definition of mass is. It's measure. So if measurement, then measurement attracts measurement, and that is why the sun isn't real and the GP isn't at 90 degrees, but it is at 90 degrees, and why pilots compensate for the curvature by not compensate for the curvature because the gravity compensates for the curvature for them. What an illogical world. No wonder they're trying to attack the premises of their terminology. Here, this word doesn't mean this anymore. Oh, we have to attack these people who are too empirical, too unscientific, and too logical.
Yeah, if everybody's under a spell, and then one person sees it, and then he calls it out, you'll never, you know what I mean? You'll never see the spell unless you at least hear it.
Yeah, I swear because that guy had that Boba Fett name, he must be this Boba Fett fan who's like a troll of mine on. But it's like, why are you guys spending so much time on flat Earth? Like, you don't even like flat Earth. Like, you're like, what kind of sadness?
Listen, it's a sick curiosity, and it's almost like voyeurism. Okay, it's like being voyeurs and then interacting with the thing that you're looking at every once in a while, poking it to see what it does. Like, it's pathetic and disgusting, is what I think it is. So.
It's so weird, and the reason it's like Boba Fett fan, he stopped talking to me because I just shut him down every step of the way, and now I understand. But man, that's just interesting to me. I come on this thing, it's like you're listening to. I haven't been on Flat Earth 24/7 for like a week, and I wasn't on for a week before that. I come on like every once in a while. And he was there, and then he heard me. And when I mentioned the thing about that I called him out on here, he came in. And I find that so intriguing. Like, that's so it's weird.
It doesn't bother me that this guy's going to go back to his friends and he's going to be like, they couldn't explain why you can't see the other side of the moon, even though he doesn't realize he can't see the other side of the moon either, but yet he claims there's another side, even though he's never seen it.
No, it doesn't bother me, but it is just creepy that like this guy was just ready here, and I told him to come here before, and he was like, "No, I won't." But then he just had to be added because he's been following it since I told him to, and then since he stopped talking to me. Really on Instagram, like he stopped because I just post stuff up, kind of attracting the trolls, and he really stopped coming and stepping to me, and then it's interesting he came here now. Like, it's hilarious. They're really upset that. They're like, no. That's why I like ease the pain. I'm like, that's why I use the simulacrum term. It's just to ease the pain for them, Like, come on, we're just having a discussion here. You don't need to be so sad about your.
I'm almost to the point where, if you believe you're on a globe, then you've taken the vaccine.
No, I mean, of course that's a.
If you believe you're on a globe, you took the vaccine.
Far more people that believe they're on the globe haven't taken the vaccine. No, that's not a fair thing. And I wouldn't use that word. We're not using that word.
I don't want to be the worst.
65-70%.
James, shut up for a second.
Don't take it that way. Yeah, we're not taking the conversation that way.
All right,
yes.
I don't want to be the word police, but we're going to say jab or something else. You get my drift? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, people don't know what science is, so that just explains all that. And that's what's so intriguing, and that's why a lot of people are very mad about some of this basic stuff. So we're talking about the fundamentals. Like I'm not getting on into the other stuff. It's like fundamentally they've lied to you about Santa Claus. Like the fact that there's a worldwide conspiracy to lie to children should be fucking red flag enough. It's like, of course, these corporations aren't your best friends. They don't have your best.
Here's one I don't like. A lot of parents are probably smart enough to know, but they're like, fuck, wait a second. You mean to tell me if I do the right thing, I pull my kids out of school and I all of a sudden need a babysitter 8 to 10 hours a day? Because God forbid I interact with my own children.
That's kind of far out there. It sounds like pretty.
Oh, that's well said, man. I don't think they got what you were saying there.
I'm kidding,
I did, bro. Well said, man.
For sure. Yeah, it's like the sort of morality and logic isn't cool now because they have to propagate. They have to build up like this whole like fake allure of Hollywood, and that we have like an animatronic as leader of the free world, and they just have to. People have to cope. They're not touching grass. No, they have to, but they have to cope somehow. And so they think special relativistic inductive reasoning is the best way for them to do so. They don't like empiricism. They don't like deductive reasoning. They don't like logic, science. But they needed a way to change our interpretation of those terms. And they've done so. And now you see the end game. Like when it started, in 2014, 15, at least when I started, but people were here before me. It was saying they're gonna change the definition of words. They're gonna fucking delete links. They're gonna burn books, and that's all that's happened. Like I have logical questions, but they want to give me a title of it, and it's like, no, I'm not even a flat earther, right? Like I just see that the horizon is horizontal, and I think horizontal is derived from the horizon, unless you think that ground positions are floating off into space from your horizontal, then which I think is illogical. So I think everything is on the horizontal ground position. But that's
I think you can have. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm kind of taking the floor. My bad. But that's sort of that is hard to put into a little title for people to hate. So they have to say, "Oh, flat Earth," and then flat Earth believes exactly what I believe, that things fall off a physical edge and whatever. Where you're spinning strange. Anyways, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think you could have logic within lies and deception, and you can also have logic within truth, but they're totally different. So if you have a consensus, a population of people that are believing logic within lies and deception, it might be logical within those lies and deception, but it's far different than logic within truth. That's all.
Oh yeah, that goes into like the sovereignty. It's like, so here's these judges that pass principle onto you based on their principality. So logic isn't anything. It's what these authorities have said to you, which of these authorities have made claim to, what have these authorities have subjected you to. That's what all governance is. When people believe
Yeah,
in
and
governance,
they stay in power because they're using logic within the lies and deception. They couldn't stay in power.
well, they know how
was
to
using
cover up
logic
the
and truth.
logic to make it a reciprocal cycle, so that people don't understand logic. It's like, okay, we have to tell them that logically that this is logic, but then disprove logic and science at the same time. So that's like what's done in our education. They teach us what the scientific method is. They teach us Euclidean geometry, and then they say, "Oh yeah, but also science is all these things in reality aren't real."
Yeah, what I'm saying is most people on Earth would say flat earthers they have no logic. But it's because their logic is within lies and deception. That's where
Yes.
their logic is.
Well,
You see what I'm
their
trying to say?
logic
So
is
there's a
held within
difference.
illogical fallacies, cleverly woven by the maritime lawyer. By the yeah, just by a lawyer, a person who speaks in tongues for control mechanism. So it's
Right.
like because all government is books of law. That's what religion is as well. And then you take theology into greater spectrums, but it's the same thing. It's complete. This is how you're supposed to act whenever this happens. And so there's precedent, but there's some man always overruling and taking the pedestal of God and determining somebody's fate. That's the black magic. That's the Saturn.
Yeah, the black magic is the logic within the lies and deception.
But it's illogic.
You're having people bring credence to logic within lies and deception, right? So their logic is within the lies and within the deception. And most of the people of the earth are in that category. So when you have actual people with logic within truth, they're the ones that are the outcasts. They're the ones that's persecuted, laughed, mocked, ridiculed. Even though their logic is within truth.
Yeah, it's their illogic. They use a logic, but then they use that logic to scramble what reality is. So it's not. It's based on illogic. So they'll use the begging the question fallacy to just already assume the consequence of their premise, right? Rather than validating it. So that is what, lawyers are attacking each other. It's like the state is always coming from a place of complete unjust. It's completely taking sovereignty over you as a person.
The state is always warfare, man.
The state is always there to take from. It's never there to to help you out.
That's what I don't get. Why, even if there was space and all this shit that they're telling us, like militarily, wouldn't it be wise for them to not tell us what's really going on up there? Like military.
Yeah, the secret.
It
Well,
would be wise for them to not tell us what's going on up there.
That's what Scientology does. That's what. There's a couple chats that I follow, a super soldier chat. They think that they are reincarnated, come from all over, been to Mars as battle practitioner. I mean, there are people who believe in all kinds of things, like believing in the scientific method and calling yourself and getting called a flat earther is the least of the crazy things out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, good point. Good point. Somebody else talk. Let me hear somebody else talk.
Yeah, I like Glatt whenever. I wish that guy was there so Glatt could tell him again.
I'm loudmouth, man. I just kind of get it out and hope I don't scare people off.
Well, what do you think about the conversation we just had?
Hold on, what?
Boba's
What do
still
you
hanging
think
around
about
the
the
chat. He must.
conversation we just had?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Dave, what'd you say?
Boba's still hanging out in the chat. You might as well try to talk to him again, maybe. Somebody one-on-one. Somebody volunteering one-on-one with him.
I'm feeling
Hey,
kind of
one-on-one
hot-headed.
Boba. Me
I
and
might
you,
scream in.
Boba. Boba Fett fan. I'm your number one Huckleberry. I mean, he's here for me. So, like, I am who you think I am.
Give me a
Boba
few
Fett
minutes.
fan.
Okay, let me calm down. I'll give him a few minutes. If anybody wants to unmute him, I'll have a little talk with him. If not, that's cool too. Boba, hope you're listening. We're going to try to do the adult thing here, okay? I know you were laughing at us earlier, but can we try to be adult men about this can you do 5 whole minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. What do you think of
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Boba. Dave, rather. Thank you, Dave. Okay, so we'll start simple. Let me start kindergarten for you. What's the opposite?
That's already a bad start, man. Kindergarten, that's not how you start a conversation, man.
Well,
If you want
hold on, though.
hear me out.
Calm down, buddy. Calm down. We're all friends here. We're having an intellectual conversation.
Join me on this journey. It's not a...
Take a deep breath.
Well, in the meantime, I'm actually argumenting with some really smart people and people who are respectful in DMs. And
Okay,
Let him say kindergarten. Let him say it. Let's go.
Hey, hang on. I don't even mean it disrespectfully. Listen, a lot of times the level of understanding in these crowds of the specific topic, both Globers and people who think they know about the flat earth and what flat earthers think and such, is at best at a kindergarten level. So it's only fair that I meet you where you're at. Okay. And so far we've heard you speak. And so I'm going to pick kindergarten. You know what? Let's be grateful that you're still around and you still want to talk, hopefully like an adult.
First grade.
First grade. That's right. Okay. So here's my first grade question.
If you want to ask someone respectfully, you don't come you're literally disrespecting someone and asking them to hear you. That is totally not the way to go, man. And this has nothing to do with this Discord's idea. It has to do with society, man.
I think the audience will
wow,
agree.
you know about this Discord's idea? Really?
Listen, I think the audience will agree that
what comes out of his mouth, let it ruin him in the end. Just let him speak.
Exactly. Let's let him talk. And keep in mind, there's no such thing as giving offense. Offense is only taken. All right, let's continue. I'm just going to ask 3 questions that if you don't know them, please be as honest as humanly possible, right? It doesn't matter. And in fact, the best answer, if you don't know, is I don't know. If you try to come up with something else, it's bad for business. So for you. So let's do this. I'm going to do 3 really easy yes or no questions. Okay. And then I'll be done with you. Are you ready for the first question, Boba?
I'm talking to Copernicus about the questions. He's being really useful, so hold on. Or you can talk to me, I can try to hear.
No, it's happening right now. You can disregard anything else.
Yeah, just real quick.
Somebody wants to play along, I'll play along.
Well, to be honest, Copernicus is literally answering things
Spit it out.
in a better way than any of you has answered in the whole VC, because you guys are
I don't believe
hot-headed.
in your dishonesty.
You heard someone that has an opposite idea. You go straight for the kill instead of try to understand the other people's opinions. I was also DM'd by some of you members that I caught the wrong people in the VC to talk to, and you guys are certainly the wrong people in the VC to talk to about these things.
We don't care about any commentary. Can you please answer Glad's question? Go ahead, Glad.
They're very quick, and they're yes or no. So they should just go bam, 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 right? Please, can I ask you these 3 questions? I promise. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. I was going to promise, and I'll do it anyway if whoever's listening. I'm trying to be respectful by meeting y'all where you're at, okay? This is not, I'm not trying to say, oh, you're dumb because I got to take you back to first grade. That's not what it is. I'm using the
Just
same.
ask the question.
Me?
Hey, yeah, just ask. Hey, I'll pretend like I'm him. I'm gonna answer his. I'm gonna answer the. I'll answer the Glover questions. Answer me the shit, or ask me it, and I'll pretend like I'm him.
Okay, sounds good. So the first question is, do you know of any time in history when anyone directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
Oh yeah, they've done that lots of times. They did that. Eratosthenes did that, and Al-Biruni did that, and everything we see in perspective, like we see things fall off of a physical edge.
Okay,
Next
so well,
So you
no,
know the
I'm
names
sorry, it doesn't work like that. How many of those are direct physical measurements?
Well, do you know what a measurement is? It's a calculation, so we can calculate the area of a place with the length and width. So
A measurement is not a calculation. A measurement is not
James,
a
take it away. I gotta eat.
A calculation is based off the measurement.
Yeah, this one's gonna be hard because I'm the best Glober there ever was, dude. Like, hey, what? Hey, like I got better stuff than. Hey, why don't you look at the same side of the moon?
Hold on, into the
Well,
break.
guys, hey, Bob is back. Maybe he's ready to answer the questions now. Go ahead, Bob. What's direct measurement of Earth curvature, please? Go ahead.
Yes or no? Did anybody measure it themselves? And if they did, how did they get that direct physical measurement, Bubba? And if no, cool.
We took angle measurements from the mountain, and then got to the top of the mountain, and then took another angle measurement and subtracted.
So you got flimsy measurements and then based everything else off of those flimsy measurements, which becomes pure assumption.
No, he said angle measurements. What you should have asked him is, how'd you get the angle?
Well, that's true. You don't get an elevation angle without.
Oh, well, just because we're measuring off of a curved adjacent, that doesn't really mean that it's a curved adjacent because it's horizontal.
So you can get an angle off of a curved adjacent?
No, it's horizontal. It's horizontal because
How do you get it?
well, because horizontal is level, and level is like curve with the direction of gravity. So horizontal.
So how do you? So horizontal is curved. So horizontal is curved. If horizontal is curved, I always thought horizontal meant flat. So if horizontal is curved,
Well, yeah, you would think
is
so.
there, hold on, hold on.
Like,
Is there a
because
word for
if you're a tiny ant on a ball,
But
then
if horizontal is curved,
you
is
standing
there a
on a
word for
ball.
Hey, into the break, you can quit playing Glover because the real Glover's here. Let him answer.
Hey, come on, buddy. Come on, do better
horizontal
than
is
I did,
curved,
buddy.
what's a word for flat? Is it just flat? Like horizontal does not mean flat?
Hey, so how long has Boba been in here? Is he a new guy? Has he been in here a while?
About a half hour, 45 minutes. We could go ahead.
Has he? Yeah, he's only been here just a moment, and it sounds like he was getting some questions from some people in here. Copernicus, I think, was talking to him in the DMs, or I guess in the chat. Boba, are you there? Hey, what's going on, man?
Hello, what's going on? Good, and you?
Pretty good, man. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It seems like you're new to the topic, or are you just new to the server? Either one.
I suppose both, even though I think all of us have had heard of flat Earth theory.
No, he's not new.
He's not new. Okay. Yeah. Either way, maybe you've been around the topic, but so what is it you find interesting about it? Like, I mean, obviously, everybody here does understand that the Earth is not a globe. So, what makes you believe that it is a globe? Like, what are the things that would lead you to believe that it is?
Well, as I've mentioned before, I'm not a physicist. My work is merely on computer science and engineering. I have a lot of background in maths, simple physics subjects, but not as complex as some may be. So, yet again, some of the things I believe in are purely out of, logic thinking and some of the stuff we all saw growing up. So, for example, we all have seen the face of the moon, and I do understand that if you guys claim that the Earth is flat, maybe the moon is flat.
No, I would like to
Copernicus-
know. Do you what
Yeah,
kind,
hang
what
on,
kind
guys.
of
Don't cut him off.
training do you know?
Guys. I want to hear his explanation. In order to do that, I need to know why he thinks what he thinks. So please let him finish saying what he's saying. Bubba,
Thanks,
please.
man. Thank you. So, for example, we all have seen the face of the moon, and we can only see one image. So, I understand, for example, Copernicus told me that it's a good answer if you say we don't know if the moon is round to have any other faces at all. So, okay, that makes sense. If you only see one face of the moon, that maybe it's flat. We never know. But the second question I had was that makes me believe the Earth is round again, is that if you take a flight from the US to Australia, the plane doesn't do, and if the Earth is flat, the plane doesn't do a constant left turn because that will mean the plane is not going straight to the North Pole. Because if you go to a straight line in a flat Earth from the US to Australia, you'll eventually cross the North Pole because it's like a fresh cut. It's a direct line. So that's one of the things I questioned, and I would love to hear some answers. But yeah, that's about it. The other thing is, I have myself witnessed a ship sailing away at sea, and to be honest, if the Earth was flat, in my opinion, you couldn't see the ship sink, but it actually sinks. It doesn't fade away; it just sinks down to the bottom of the sea slowly because due to the curvature of the Earth, in my belief. And yeah.
Okay.
So that was a lot of scattergunning. You probably
have a lot
of beliefs.
Sorry. Let me just have this conversation with him just for a moment, guys. I'll hand it back to you. I just want to real quick come in here. All right, so you have a lot of things that you just named right now, but which one of those would be the top priority of like why you would think the Earth is a globe? Pick the best one. Number one. I don't want to hear like what number two is. The best one.
Okay, the best one from these three I've said was the flight, the plane flight.
Okay. What kind of information can you get from those flights that lead you to believe that the Earth is a globe?
Well, it's very theoretical because if you believe that the information about the flight, so imagine you take that flight and it's a straight line and it's a straight flight, which is impossible. You make stops. You cannot make that flight like in a single flight. But hypothetically, let's think it's a single flight and the plane has enough fuel to make that flight. Okay, that's something possible, probably in the future. If you think that the information about that flight that they gave you is fake. So, for example, in most airlines, you do have access to the trajectory the plane does. If you think that info is fake, then you do not have any proof. But if that information is real, so if the trajectory is real, well, you do have proof that the plane is really traveling. And yet again, if you travel from the US to Australia and you look outside of the window, which is reality, your eyes do not lie, you will not you will not see snow. You will not go to the North Pole. So, yeah, that's that.
Okay, so out of all of what you said, Baba, what makes you think that the Earth is flat from all of that? Because it's like a word salad right now from when I'm listening to you. There's nothing concrete that I can gather from what you just said for me to know that the Earth is either a globe or flat or anything. You're just really talking in like I don't know what it seems to be, just a garbled mess. Like, can you please clarify your point as to why you think taking a flight would make you understand that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so
Concise, please.
the pilot
part, please.
Okay, so if the pilot needs to know the trajectory, right? The pilot is piloting the plane, right? So if the pilot does that travel, and if the Earth is flat, then the pilot knows the Earth is flat, correct?
No,
No? Then how does he make the flight and you do not cross the North Pole?
he's flying from airport to airport. Is this
Indeed.
correct? Is this correct?
Of course, it is.
Okay, so if he flies from airport to airport, he needs to know just the direction that he's flying to, and of course, he has to be trained to do so. But what do you think he's doing when he's in that plane? Do you think he's navigating over a globe?
Okay, so
I'm asking you a question because obviously you're coming up with this as being a good reason why you think the Earth is a globe. So I'm gonna start asking some questions, and if you do know your stuff, you'd be able to answer them. As to giving me an indication as to why you think it's a globe because of a airplane. All right, so he's flying over the Earth. At what point is he going to make a distinction whether it's flat or a globe?
Okay, so good thing that my brother is a pilot, so I kind of know some of these stuff.
Okay.
So in the cockpit, sorry?
That's it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in the cockpit, basically the pilot pilots the plane according to coordinates. So he does not pilot by himself. He pilots with the help of ATC, which is air traffic control. He tells you the direction to go, and it's a full round compass from 00 to 999, and you have to know which direction to put the plane in, basically throughout the voyage. So to answer your questions, at what point do you know the Earth is round on that voyage? If the Earth was flat, the trajectory you would make would be completely different from the trajectory you actually make in reality. Let's say in my view.
Okay, so what's the trajectory? Because this is the thing in question. What is the trajectory, and why is it important to know the shape of the Earth? Go ahead.
Well, I think I cannot answer it in a different way because it's the same. Like if the Earth was flat, you would not. I mean, if I could post some images here, it would be great. But I do not have access to.
Yeah. Well, the thing in question right now is how is the Earth a globe if everybody is claiming that it is, and you're telling me that you can find out by taking an airplane ride, or your brother's a pilot, right?
No, it doesn't need to be the pilot. You can just look out the window and see that you do not cross the North Pole.
You can look out the window and see that you're not crossing the North Pole?
Yes, because if the Earth was flat, then the again, okay, so
where are you?
Can I DM you?
Where is this?
Can I DM you 2 pictures?
Yeah, no, wait. We have to, before you start doing all of that, where are you taking this flight from? What airport is it coming from? Where airport is it going to? That you're saying you're crossing the North Pole? I don't even know where you're flying from. Let's put some geographic locations so that we can.
I share my screen or something that would help me, picture you, give you the trajectory. I literally have the trajectory in front of me.
Can you just tell me where you're flying from and where you're going?
Sure. So the flight is from Sydney to Santiago on the US.
Okay.
It's actually from Sydney to Santiago. This is an example of. Hold on, where is it? This is an example. Instead of going to the US, you go to the South America, Santiago, which is in Chile. So it's Sydney to Santiago, Australia to Chile. Okay, so it's literally they are both on the flat Earth. They are both on opposite sides. Correct?
No. What are you talking about? Opposite sides of what?
Well, can you give me an image of the flat Earth?
No. We don't have an image of the flat Earth. Any conception of what anybody shows you, any map or anything, is not the land. The map is not the land. The land is not the map. Now, there are some aerial maps. There are some land and some maps that are used, but maps are not the land. I don't know if you've ever studied this at all, or any type of cartography, but if you look at maps, there are many, many, many kinds of maps, different ones, and they all have a specific function, but the maps are not the land. They're not depicting what the land is.
Then how come the pilot knows where to pilot the airplane?
Okay, so the maps that they use are not the kind that you're thinking of. You're talking about a world map. The one you're talking about that's from Santiago, that one right there, that map that you're pointing to, or at least the one that maybe a flat earther has shown you. That map right there does not represent. That map.
Sorry.
Map does not represent what flat Earth is about. That is a concept. Basically, when somebody would have probably even told you that, they would have told you this is a concept. This is not the real Earth. It's because you're not going to look at the Earth.
Let me help him out with this confusion. Your map is based on our celestial map. That's where everything comes from, and then it has a topographical map based on history of naval travel. And so your map is based on my planar map. So your map is my map. So it's not an argument.
1 second. 1 second. So do you understand what's happening here, Bobo?
Yeah, sure. I sent you the image so you can confirm that is not the map that you guys claim.
No. Listen. I don't know what map anybody has shown you, but there isn't a map of the entire Earth that any flat earther will show you that's going to depict what the Earth is, so that you can put an airplane flight and going over it and say that, well, look, flights don't work on this. There isn't a map that's going to tell you what the Earth looks like overall. And if there is somebody that's claiming that, then they're lying to you because they don't know themselves. There is nobody on Earth who can tell you what the entire Earth looks like. Not one single human that's ever lived. Because every map that's been ever depicted, and everybody can look this up, there's different maps for different types of things that they use, right? So even you should even look this up, Bubba. There's maps that people use for different types of things. For naval, for airplanes use different maps. Okay, so when you're talking about how does the guy and a pilot know where he's going, there's specific flight maps that they use. But they're not the kind of map that you're thinking of the entire Earth. They're not using that map. I need you to understand this. And you can probably ask your brother too.
No, I do understand, but I also know that pilots use topographic maps, and that is based off a curved Earth.
No, that is your assumption that is based off a curved Earth. That is your assumption you're inserting into this. There is nothing there that's telling them they're flying over a curved Earth. That is an assumption that is made by the things that you have been taught. And it's what everybody's been taught. So it's not no fault of yours. It's something that you've learned. But it's not something that it conforms to when you're talking about, is the Earth flat or if it's a globe? When you actually start to question these things, you have to actually do the homework, you have to do the research, and then you have to go check to see if there's any curvature. Now, the thing that you can do is do a line of sight test to confirm if it's a globe or not. So what you're doing right now with what you're trying to say the Earth is and what you're arguing, the standpoint you have right now, and this is no slight to you. Okay, so it's not a slight to you, but it's an argument of ignorance because you don't know. So what you think you know right now is only being because you're defending a point that you're just so sure of because you learned it, but you haven't verified it. When you go in and check to see if there's any curvature on the Earth, you're going to actually see for yourself that there isn't any. Now, I'm only telling you this because I want to actually get your mind to start to think about some things. But after that, like the first point, the strongest point was that when you're taking flights from one place to another is a good way to know that the Earth is a globe, and it is definitely not. You're only using your assumption to think that you're flying over a curved Earth. But the maps that they use are not the kind that you're even imposing. And any flat earther that's ever shown you something, if somebody has, they don't know that what the entire Earth looks like. Not a single human does. Not a globe-minded person or a flat Earth was showing you a flat Earth map. That's not the way the Earth looks. That is a depiction of some concept that they have by what they think that is. But there's maps that contradict one another. So you're not going to plot flight courses and say, oh, look, it doesn't work on a flat Earth, because it's no such animal that's in existence. There is no such flat Earth map of the entire Earth. So back to where you started from, your first point, that you're flying over a curved Earth. once again, I'm going to ask you, and it's going to actually start. Hopefully, you've been thinking about it since we're talking. How can you tell me, because of what a pilot is doing on a plane, how is he going to know for sure he's flying over a curved Earth? And let's be honest. Let's be honest. How is he going to know?
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you for like having a respectful conversation and actually putting real stuff on the table and not the previous experience I had when I firstly joined the server. And to answer your question, sorry?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. To answer your question, so you said what I think a pilot is doing when he pilots a plane?
Well, how do you know that the pilot is knowing that he's flying over a curved Earth? What is, because you're already just assuming, maybe because your brother's a pilot or other people that you know are pilots. But what gives them the knowledge that they're flying over a curved Earth? Because they are just flying over an Earth. They don't know if it's curved or not. The verification for the curved Earth has not been done. They're assuming that they are flying over a curved Earth. So because of their knowledge that they learned in school, and everybody has, they've never verified if the Earth is flat or a globe. They've never verified anything. They're only thinking, just because it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, that they're flying over a globe. And so therefore, your assumption right now with this conversation as to like why this is your best evidence, you're inserting that into what you're saying. People flying over the Earth is good indication that it's a globe, and it's not. It's just they're flying over the Earth, and they're not using the map that everybody's talking about with the flat Earth and the globe Earth discussion or debate, where they're trying to say flights don't work on a flat Earth or globe Earth. Like, it doesn't matter because nobody has the overall view of the Earth. So these are misconceptions on both parts, both sides. And the flat earthers that have been here quite some time can actually correct you on this. I mean, there's a lot of things coming from Flat Earth Society and all this that is just bogus, So that's right now we're just here to clear the air, so that you understand that nobody has that information. There's maps, of course, that can be used, but they're not going to be an overall shape of the Earth or what the Earth looks like in its entirety. So there isn't any indication that a guy who's flying a plane is going to tell you that for sure he knows he's flying over a globe Earth. He thinks he is. That's the best it's going to get. It's an assumption.
Well, so what you guys are saying is that a super old experiment that was made in Egyptian times, which is placing two pillars on different distances and different sides of the African continent, and observing that one pillar has a shadow length bigger than the other pillar. Sorry, I'm sorry. So two pillars have different shadow lengths. That means it doesn't prove the Earth is round. And how come they have different shadow lengths at the same time of the day in two different places?
Okay, it's very simple. That answer is so simple, and it's actually redundant. But let me explain to you, and I'll give you an example that you can actually put your mind to, so you can see the point that I'm going to make. Let's say that you're in your room right now, and you have a flashlight or a torch, however you describe that, right? You have a can of pop right next to you, and you have a can of pop a little bit further away. If you shine that light onto that first can of pop, the shadow that can of pop is going to be casting is going to be a short shadow. But when the light that's shining on that first can will reach the second can that's further away from you, that shadow will extend a little farther. Now, I need you to tell me, on that flat floor, why is that possible that it can happen on a flat floor that way? Does that determine the shape of the floor because of where the light and those shadows are? I need you to be honest with me.
Well, so
be honest.
If you're using a smaller scale, like for example,
no, I need you to be honest. I need you to be honest with what I told you.
Yes, it does determine the shape. Yes, it does.
Okay, so when I'm shining that light off the can with the flashlight onto the first can, it's a short shadow. But when the second can, which is farther away from my position, and the light that I'm holding, the shadow is cast is longer, does it have anything to do with the shape of the ground that the cans are on?
Yes. So
Why?
I can answer you by just looking at the GIF Platter just sent
No, no,
on the live
no,
stream.
no. I don't need to. Listen, whatever anybody.
Okay.
Let me just explain it this way. Whatever anybody's showing you that you're getting distracted of, I need you to focus on what I'm talking about. Because if you're not focusing, you're gonna miss the point. So
it's okay.
So I'm shining a light on a flat surface. I'm gonna say it again. Flat surface. There's 2 cans of pop. One close to me, one farther away. I'm shining a light on the can, the first one that's right next to me. And the one that's farther away, the light still reaches it, but the shadow is longer. The one that's close to me, the can, is the shadow is shorter. The floor is flat in your room. Okay, it's flat. It's flat. It's flat. So I'm saying that over and over again because you need to understand the light that I'm shining on these cans. The shadows will be different. They will be different on a flat surface. Do you understand?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, 100%. We're on the same page then. Now, let's go back to this idea.
The floor was round.
Let's go. We're not even talking about that. Let's go back to this guy who's doing this test. Whatever he's doing, he's putting sticks and shadows with the sun. Same concept. Light is shining on an object and it's casting a shadow. Now, the proximity of where that light is and to where that stick is, and then the one where the other stick is the same concept as me holding that light over the can and the one farther away from me. That's not going to determine the shape of the ground that the objects are on at all. It's just going to tell you how far away the object is from the light source.
Well, can I make a question regarding
Yeah,
this?
but first of all, before you make your question, do you understand what I just told you?
Well, I do understand, but I would understand better if you can answer this question.
No, sir. No, we can't answer any questions. I need you to actually realize what I'm.
Well, that is reality, yes, but it also depends on the curvature. If you have curvature,
No.
shadows.
No, it doesn't.
Listen, you're inserting.
That's why I wanted to ask the question.
Yeah,
if you have
but you're inserting. Hang on a second, Boba. You're inserting things that don't. I just told you about the flat surface of your own floor in your room.
What about a football that I have right here in my hand?
About football, sir. We're talking. Listen, focus. Stay focused. on
Okay,
what I'm
but it's reality, right? I observe my room. I observe what happens, right? You're telling me that 100% correct.
In your room, right?
Yes, in my room, 100% correct. I see it with my own eyes. But what if I have a football in my hand? Okay, it's the same way. I'm observing with my own eyes. I have a football in my hand. I have 2 little sticks, and I put one on one side of the ball and one on the other side. And then I observe the shadows, right? And then on the same light, and then I start closing the sticks. They cast different shadows. That means the length determines, right?
No.
Why?
No
one. Well, it's reality. I observed it with my eyes.
Because on the first instance, there was 2 different shadows. Would you agree with me on that? On the first instance. Okay, so 100%. You agreed with me on the flat surface, the can of soda that was next to me, and the one that's farther away, they were casting different shadows. You understand that, right?
100%.
Okay, so now let's move to the football. Like, I'm going to follow you on that one. And if I have shining a light on it, and the stick that's closer to the light source is going to cast a different shadow from the one that's farther away, right?
No, but the light source doesn't move on my example. So you literally have a football like down below the light bulb.
So it doesn't matter, right? But they're casting different shadows.
They are. And
okay, all right.
He's not getting what you're saying. He's not getting what you're saying.
So what are we saying? What are we saying here, Bubba? That on the flat surface, let's compare now. Okay, let's do a comparison. We had a flat surface and a can of soda closer to me and farther away from me. Now we have a football. One stick is closer to the light source, one farther away. They're not moving, like you said. That's fine. Now let's compare a flat surface and a curved surface. The can of soda that's close to me, a short shadow. The furthest can away from me, a long shadow. Do you understand? We got a flat surface.
What about
now the one that you're showing me now has a curved surface. So it doesn't matter. Listen, those are the point of what we're saying here, that it doesn't matter if it's a flat surface or a curved surface, the shadows will be different. That is what we absolutely know, depending on how the proximity they are to the light source.
Correct.
This is what we, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. So we're correct, both of us. So now let's go back.
Sorry, I have to just say one thing. So I for example don't know. I haven't researched to know about what I'm about to say. But I'm asking you guys if you know that answer. For example, so in that experiment where they place two pillars, they're mathematically you can actually by angles, etc. It's very possible. You can calculate the shadow length according to where the stick is, and also you can calculate according to the curvature on where they're from. So this football example is a good one.
No.
You can calculate the length of the shadow,
No,
right?
but no, you can't do that because I can do that with a flat surface. So what are you saying? My flat surface is a curved one?
You can do with anything. It's reality. You can do on any surface.
Bubba, you're not understanding something. You're really missing what I'm saying.
No,
so
what I'm trying to ask you is...
You're interrupting right now. Hold on. Hold on. So you're interrupting. Like, okay, so I have a flat surface and I got two different shadows on those cans that I just told you about. If I do some calculations, am I going to turn my floor to a curved surface, the flat floor that I'm talking about? No.
It's because calculations will show that
it doesn't matter about calculations. I can calculate that I can calculate my flat floor being curved, and it doesn't mean that it is. It just means that my calculations of what I figured out is that I figured it's on a circumference or it's on a radius or whatever it is, and I'm using my calculation. Math is not something that you can say that it is what it is. It's a language. Okay?
Well, but it's a language of reality, right? You cannot.
Listen, it's not a language of reality.
It is
not. It is not a language.
I'm sorry. But there is absolutely nothing that you can calculate with math and say that math is a lie because it's reality. It's literally the language of reality. You put objects into numbers. It's as simple as that.
It's not.
What's minus 4 apples minus 4 apples? How do you have a negative amount of apples?
Dude, that is literally nonsense. Like
exactly. So math can be nonsense. Right?
Yeah, so
no. That's not the point. That's totally not the point. It's
saying,
oh my god,
Bubba,
that's an example.
Reality. You just finished saying math is reality. That's what you said.
It is.
But no, it's not. If you had 3 apples and I took away 5, how many apples do you have?
My gosh, but
my gosh, math is not reality, right?
Okay, so math is not reality because I'm subtracting the variable that you substituted as an object, and you say that that's absolutely okay. So how can you subtract? This is very simple. This is a school. This is not even college. This is a school question, right?
Math's
how
not
can
reality.
you subtract minus 3 apples from your hand when you have none? It's impossible.
Yeah,
again, I will question this question once again. How can you subtract minus 3 apples when you have none?
You can't. So math is not reality. But if you do the math, you get a number.
You can
but if you do the math, you get a number, right?
You can subtract. And I'm sorry. I know I'm being somewhat disrespectful here, and I apologize.
No, I mean it's fine. But if you were to run those numbers, you would get a number of negative apples, right? The math would work, but you wouldn't have any negative apples in reality.
You are 100%.
So math. This is the point. Math does not, by definition, equal reality. It can apply to reality. It can also apply to nonsense.
You have to concede the point. You have to concede.
I do.
That's the thing. That's the thing. We want to be honest in the conversation that you can see the point that math is not reality.
Well, I respect everything you said until here. But for example, what I said about maths is really maths. So, for example, you have 4 apples, right? You can't subtract the 4 apples because you have 4. It's like let's say subtract is a hand that takes away the apple, right? So 4 hands take away 4 apples. 1 hand takes 1 apple each. That's 4 minus 4. That is correct. However, you cannot subtract something that you do not have. That when you say that you can say minus 4 apples, that means you can do that in a theoric sense, that using maths, you can do that. However, you cannot subtract something that you do not have. You can subtract 16 minus 4. You can subtract minus 4 minus 4.
Right, so we agree that math is not reality then.
It is.
No, it's not, Bubba.
Okay. You can. It's simple as this. I can try to tell you.
We just
Can
already
have?
told you. Why won't you concede the point?
I can
don't.
show you. I can
Why are
show
you so
you it is.
reluctant? Why are you reluctant to concede the point? It seems like your pride is getting in the way. When we told you math is not reality, and you're not conceding the point, we gave you an example why it's not reality, and now
But that example is flawed. That example
you're doubling
is
down.
not
You're doubling
correct.
down, and because you want to make your point like it's right, and you're wrong. You're not just some kind of wrong. You're really wrong.
Well,
And we
how
showed you.
come you have minus negative apples? Explain to me. You
That
can
is
have apples.
that has it's math because it's not reality. You can't actually get that in reality. You can't have negative apples. Come on, let's get real, Bubba.
You cannot have negative apples.
Well, then why are you saying that it is reality when it's not? That's not possible.
That's not. Look,
So that's the point.
If you have said that math is not reality the moment I joined the server, I would immediately get, to be honest, that any answer that you would that you give after that is purely theoretical. You cannot prove anything unless because you say that reality itself is not reality. I'm sorry, but it's literally saying that.
Well, can we talk about geometry now? Let's talk about geometry.
reality is not
Geometrical-
reality? Are you
Like
putting
he likes
words in our
math.
mouth?
Let's talk
Bubba?
about geometry.
Are you putting words in our mouth that we're saying that math is reality? I don't understand.
No. I'm saying that you guys said it's not reality multiple times.
Well, it's not. It's a language. It's just something used to describe something else. It's not what it is.
Can I just really quickly ask why you were explaining that we could not have a negative amount of apples if math equals reality? Why were you explaining that that was
I
impossible?
apologize. Hold on. I apologize. I do not say that math is reality. That was the way I wanted to say
That's
it.
not what we're
That's-
saying either.
It's not reality.
Right, so hold on a second. I'll just
It's
try to
like
phrase this
reality.
as,
You are totally
clearly as I can. Right? Hold on. Math can describe things in reality. It can also describe nonsense.
It does. It does.
Yeah, it can, but it can also describe things that are not reality, like a negative amount of apples. You can do all the calculations, right? But you don't get any negative amount of apples. So it both can and cannot apply to reality. It's that simple.
It actually can, because when you say minus something, you are assuming in reality that you have to pay for that. So, for example, your
I mean,
money account,
really, is this the
bank account.
topic? Is we're talking philosophy?
Okay, now you have to bring
what
money
a
into
number
it.
is?
It's not philosophy.
No, we're talking
Bank
about
account.
like your empirical evidence
If you
for
have
why you disbelieve
$500,
reality.
let's say you have $500 in your bank account, and I'm sure you have a bank account and it's not unreal as well. If you have $500 in your bank account and you pay those $500 bucks, but then again you own those $500 to someone, there's a minus $500 balance on your account or on your head, for example. It has minus 500. You have minus 500 money because you owe that money. So that just proves you can use the minus in reality. Like, it's nonsense if you say that you cannot use in any way.
Hold on. Is a bank account a physical thing, or is it like digital?
Yes, it is. Bits.
It is physical.
Thing.
Really?
They're
I know. Hold on. I know banks are a physical thing, but your bank account is electronic, right?
It
It's just numbers
is
on a
a
screen.
physical thing. It is stored in a server.
Really?
It's hardware. It's in a server place somewhere in the world, and it's comprised by.
And is there like a negative amount of is there like a negative amount of hard drives in that server, or where's the negative part?
Well,
you're talking about negative numbers, not a negative amount of anything in reality.
Yes, negative numbers.
Because you already agreed that was impossible,
You can
right?
do negative numbers with bits. 1000 is minus.
Sure, but that does not mean you have a negative amount of anything in reality.
It does represent a negative amount. Yes, it does.
It represents it, yeah. So where is that in reality? That negative amount of anything.
There's a minus one there. 1000 is minus one in binary. It's there.
You're just talking about math. You're going in circles talking about math. I don't care about what we're talking about right now. Is going back to the point was the Eratosthenes. Okay, I'm gonna take you right back to where we left off at. You derailed with like you thinking math is reality. I'm going back to the point where you're saying with the calculations you can actually find out if the Earth is curved, and I'm telling you no, you cannot, because I gave you a prime example of the soda can that was near me and one farther away with a light source that was close to me and casting very different shadows, and you agreed with me 100% on a flat surface. And then we went to your football example, where the same thing was happening. Two different shadows, one light source farther away from one point than the other. So you agreed with me on that. So you understood the concept of what we've said on both of those examples, comparing them side by side. But you cannot, by any reason, say that you're going to take those soda cans that I gave you as an example and measure the floor that they're on top of. You cannot do that. And if you do, you are the biggest fool that I've ever heard of. So I'm going to ask you, and you're going to tell me how I can measure the ground, the entire ground that those two cans were on. I'm talking about from the every single inch of that floor in your room. That just because they're casting those shadows, you're going to tell me the size of your room and everything. You cannot do that. Can you?
So you cannot measure the
entire
the length of your room?
Yeah, with using those shadows? You're telling me using those two shadows, you're going to measure the entire length of your room?
Using those two shadows, the only thing you can okay, so picture exactly.
No, answer my question. Just answer
yes,
my
I will answer your question. Picture
You're not
exactly what you just said. The cans are not on the edge of the room, right?
No, they're in the center. And then like being listen, if they're in the center. All right, you're gonna answer if you can measure it or not? Like I need a yes or no.
Can you measure the length? You can measure the length from one can to another.
No.
Yes, you
We're
can.
not
Yes, you
we're
can.
not
Yes,
we're not talking about the cans. I'm talking about the entire earth. I mean, the floor, excuse me, the floor in the room. So the floor in the room, can you measure the entire floor in the room with using those two cans and those two shadows?
No, you can't.
Thank you. Then you cannot measure the entire earth using those sticks and shadows, Boba. Do you understand now the comparison?
What does that have?
That is what this guy was doing. He was putting two sticks on the ground.
No, he didn't measure the whole earth, man.
Oh, you don't think that's the assumption?
No,
you don't think
completely
that's
no.
Okay, so why do you keep telling me that you can measure the earth? Go on. Tell me how you can do it with those shadows.
Measuring is one thing. Saying it's flat or round is another thing. Measuring, it's a number, it's a length. You have to go with literally calculations to go through a length. You can measure the length of your room. You can. Do you have like a
I'm talking about the earth now, Bubba. We moved on. We moved on from here.
That experiment does not in any way conclude the length of the Earth. It does conclude that due to the curvature of the Earth, you have different shadow lengths. The lengths of the shadow are different.
Curvature. Who cares about the lengths? The lengths of the shadows don't mean anything because in both instances, no, they don't. Because in both instances, we have two different lengths of shadows. In both instances, on a flat surface and on a curved one.
Okay, football. Two sticks. If you move the sticks around, you have different shadow lengths, correct?
Why do you keep repeating yourself? We went over this already.
Yes, but the shadow lengths, they're different if you move the sticks around.
So, on both of them. On both examples, they're both different.
They're both different.
Yeah, on both examples.
Perfect. If you move the sticks around on a football with a fixed light on your room, if you move the sticks will have different shadow lengths, correct?
So what?
No?
So what?
Basically.
So what?
Okay, so now instead of a football, you have a flat surface. Do you think that the length of the shadows of the cans on the flat surface is the same as the sticks? Okay, instead of the sticks, let's say they're cans as well.
If they're the same distance apart from the each other, like if we're using the same distance apart from those cans to the sticks that you're talking about,
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's actually an example that we can show you in live stream because we've done this test before and we've shown people in a curved surface and on a flat one, the length of the shadows are the same in proximity to the light source. This is something you probably don't know. This has already been.
Please show me.
Well, can I also just quickly point out that both of those examples have exactly the same thing, which is one light source, one surface, two objects.
Yes, but the curvature makes
what curvature?
The shadow longer. No, I'm saying on the football.
I know, but this whole thing aside, how do you think the guy knew that the Earth was curved? Because on the one hand, you know that the football is curved. You know it is because you can see it. I can see it. I can tell you it's curved. on the Earth, the entire Earth? Like how do we know that that's curved? It could be a flat surface too. Thank you.
No, I'm
Thank
just
you.
looking at the
At least you understand.
No,
the
I
point.
wasn't. It's not by understanding. I was trying to look at
Oh,
the
it's
gift.
not your understanding. What is it, Bubba? Honestly, why would you even argue this point if the point is valid?
Okay,
It's
but can you show me scientifically that
Scientifically, this has nothing to do with science. Number one, this isn't an experiment.
Nothing you.
Number one, this isn't an experiment. You were wrong on that count. You don't know what science is. You're lucky you left. Number two, Eratosthenes used elevation angles. He cannot obtain an elevation angle from a curved surface. Game, set, match. You're a moron. Next. What's up, Meggie?
What's going on, QE?
Nothing. Check the Ether presentation. You were invited, by the way.
Oh, that's already out?
Yeah, you were invited to be there. That's already out. Yeah.
Sorry, I like that.
Yeah, so number one, he's back. So let's get back to it. So Eratosthenes, number one, that wasn't a scientific experiment. Number two, he used elevation angles. Can you define an elevation angle for us?
Okay, first of all, how come?
How is it not an experiment? You're asking me to show the non-existence of something. How is it an experiment? Do you know what an experiment is?
Okay, what is an experiment for you?
No, what is not for me. What is give me the constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
Okay, in college, I'm not sure if you know this or you were ever in college.
Shut the fuck up. I forgot more about this yesterday than you'll ever know, crayon muncher. So, fucking retard. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? Scientific.
All right. First of all, if you want to give someone answers, and then
shut the fuck up.
Hey, no, you show some respect. You show some respect, sir, and you, a little kid, and you answer the question to your betters. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, little boy. You answer your betters.
What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment? You delayed long enough. Give it to us right now.
You are muting me multiple times.
Fuck off. You're done.
No, let him play. Let him.
Go back to primary school. I'm not letting him play. What's up, Jose?
Oh shit, is Jose here? What's up,
Yeah.
Jose?
Washing the dishes and I got the phone wet and it wasn't letting me unmute because it had the water droplet on, so it was like it was like a fingerprint still was on there. It was weird. How's it going, everybody?
Good. Haven't seen you in a while. How's everything going? Hope you and yours are well, sir.
Oh, everything's going great, man. I just been really busy. My son started school. I started doing a babysitting job because I needed since my son's going to school, I'm like, I might as well make some money, because I'm a stay-at-home parent. So I got this babysitting gig that doesn't interfere with me taking my child to school or picking him up. So I started doing that. And so I just been really busy, man.
Cool.
How are you guys doing? Good?
Does that help augment the Coke business?
The what?
Nothing bad. I'm just messing with you.
I know. Well, I see that it's 2022 and people still can't give you what a scientific method is.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretending clowns, wiki parroting one each.
Yeah, that guy was all over the place earlier.
Same old story.
Yeah.
If they bring up that elevation angle, don't, or Eratosthenes, don't mess with all the shadows and stuff. Eratosthenes use elevation angles, right? Elevation angles, to get an elevation angle, a prerequisite for an elevation angle, any elevation angle, is a flat surface. Yeah, it's a horizontal plane.
There you go.
By definition. If you need them, here they are. Read them and weep. It's all over right there.
That's why I think it's so funny when you go to the astronomy places, like and their websites when they like show you like how they look at stars from like the Earth. They legit draw like it looks like a flat Earth. I'm like, why are you guys using a flat model, like, you know, to do these measurements? You know,
Yep.
I think it's really funny.
Then the guy Boba didn't know the difference between calculations and measurements. That's another faux pas. That's only within the 2 minutes that I was listening to his horse shit. Fucking unbelievable, man. Go back to
should've tuned in
fucking
like 10
primary
minutes earlier.
school, Boba. Block your dumb ass. Don't private message me. You're a retard.
Really funny when all the people
No, I've been
like
talking to Boba
the-
Fett.
the ignorant people
for
and-
weeks, and he's very sad.
Hey, enter the break. Just hold up a second. Ellie Balbo's talking. Go ahead, Ellie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I find it really funny because I've been debating a lot of people on Facebook. I'm literally subscribed to all the science and astronomy pages, which is a funny ass thing to put those two words together. And you know, I just debate people on there all day. And I was debating this guy because I was like, "What the hell is the name of this place? You can't put these two words together. Like you can't do science with astronomy." And so I started debating with this guy that supposedly was a PhD. And it turns out that, like, at the end, he didn't even know what science was. The dude was literally telling me that science is an observation, and that's it. That's all it is. Like, you don't have to do anything else; just observe something. And I'm like,
Really?
You're part right. I'm like, you're part right because that's the first step of the scientific method, to observe a natural phenomena. But what comes next? And then I lost him there.
Yeah, observation isn't part of it. Observing a natural phenomena, that's a little bit different than just an observation. Shit, a baby can make an observation. Are babies scientists? Oh, shit.
See, I could go one step further. A fish can make an observation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could go. There's a long train with that one. Maggie!
What's that?
What's that? Did you see my ether presentation where I drug it around by its short hairs?
Yeah, it was a long time coming, man.
Right.
I knew you'd get to it someday, and you finally made it into the presentation. Now people can rewatch it if they need to.
People can straw man the fuck out of that thing. They can't, though, because it's like second grade coherent. Any second grader to laugh any ether believer out of the fucking room. We have any in here, by the way? You want to plant your flag on that? There ain't nothing else to do, man, because all the baltards, they don't got anything. They're all fucking done.
What do you want to do?
It's like going supernova right now with the baltards.
Oh.
You guys need to check out FED, man. The actual Flat Earth show. It's going supernova. All their contradictory horse shit is coming home to roost, man. It's like a cascade. I'm serious, man. Fucking supernova.
Oh, I see it. That's true. That's why I instead of listening to the Ether episode, I just watched an old quantum or scientific method or I listened to a bunch of them. I don't know, but I like the explanation for the quantum experiment. You know, one from like 4 years ago. Yeah, because it's the last one you did, and I'm like, I love light, and you won't talk to anybody about it, and so you go dig deep and you try to find out why you don't want to talk to nobody. And that's my same excuse of people. I'm like, you probably think light is a wave. So I don't even know why we're talking about refraction right now.
Oh, yeah. The next one that was just bulldozed just a little while ago. We'll step away from the ether for a second. Was they all say, the baltards, that light comes in parallel, right? Well, We got plenty of like every observation shows that it's divergent, right? But anyway, in the next breath, they'll say refraction. So, can you tell us, ballers, how you can have refracted parallel light rays?
Yeah, they say. Yeah, the nonsense is it's parallel until it hits the atmosphere.
Then it's also convergent for eclipses, right?
Yeah, and the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo meaning air. Right.
What I want to know is how are the rays turning convergent while they're in space vacuum where there's nothing to refract?
There is no space vacuum.
I know, but this is what I want to ask them.
That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's what I'm telling you. It's cascading. It's hilarious, man. I'm just sitting there. These guys now, and we have this thing called the war room. They're going in and uncovering all these internal contradictions. I mean, down to the T, right? And I'm sitting there. What are you guys going to do next? You're going to take the decapitated King Kong, right? You're going to open him up, look at his liver, find the Krebs cycle, and discover there's no oxygen in there, and then declare him dead? He was already dead from the decapitation, and before you dug him up. That's where we're at, man. It's freaking hilarious.
Okay, well, actually, I've been having like long discussions about what the GP is, so geographical and ground position. And so now the story that I'm getting is it's like a teeter-totter. So one GP is on the ground, but the other one is off in the space. So it's like, well, if it's geographical, then that's you, but then if it's ground, then it's you. And that's where I'm like, well, this is what I'm confused about. Where you go from a Euclidean circle to a spherical circle, because there are two different terms. If you want to,
that spherical circle
diameter,
no, stop. There is no spherical circle. Spheres are 3D, circles are 2D. That's a contradiction in terms.
Well, just if you take a circle of a thing, it's I know it's giving them a little bit too much, but it's like, no, this is called a spherical circle. It's not an actual circle. So where's the part?
Stop. Spherical circle. I'll say it again. That's a contradiction in terms. You can't use that.
Yeah, there's diagrams. I agree. That's what I'm just confused about. How is there two GPs at 90 degrees from each other on horizontal, but on a curved adjacent at the same time? It's just very confusing for me.
Well, you can't get an elevation angle off a curved baseline or a curved adjacent, so that's where it stops. You don't need to go any further.
Yeah.
They can't even in their paradigm, a sextant, they can't even think of a sextant. It would be like Stalin thinking about soybean futures.
Well, so this Navy guy, he told me, he's like, you can just outstretch your hand and establish horizontal. And I'm like, I totally agree with you. No correction whatsoever. Just it's horizontal. We can just go from that. It's good enough.
You got that wrong in an elevation angle. Watch this. Okay, the first one, 11 at 00 minutes. Man, it's 11 o'clock already. It's getting late. From radar tutorial, listen to this closely. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane. So you got the horizontal plane on one hand and the line of sight. That's measured in the vertical plane. You see, the horizontal plane is already a given. That's not you stretching out your hand. It's already a given. It's a prerequisite. Your line of sight is not the horizontal plane.
Uh-huh.
You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty important, by the way.
Well, this is what I was giving them the definition of what horizontal is. It's parallel to the horizon at right degree angle. And that's just the definition in Oxford language. They really didn't like that.
Oh, yeah, they have a problem with horizontal. They think it's curved. Of course, they don't know what curved. You want to get your popcorn out. Ask them to define curvature.
I know. I got my popcorn out. I've been asking them to define mass because I'm like, oh, measure is if measure, then measure attracts measure. I'm like, this is totally illogical. Like, please define mass.
Yeah.
There are like 15 definitions for mass.
Yeah. There's a lot of them. Each of them wrong.
Yeah, I say viable definition.
Huey, I've never heard somebody come with a coherent answer when you say define mass. Everybody just like does like a Mario, you know.
Yeah, because there is no definition for it. It's not defined.
Yep.
Coherently, anyway. They knew that back in the day. Hold on a second. Let me watch this one. This is a good one. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I think it was from Max Born. You know who Max Born was? Anyone?
No, sir.
That was Olivia Newton-John's grandfather. No shit. Max Born, he's big. You're talking big britches now. He's back with Heisenberg and Pascal Jordan back in the day. Let me see if I can find it. Where would that be? 1 second. I got so much stuff in here. Would it be? Oh, I think it would be right there. 1 second. Where'd you go? Oh, goodbye, Einstein. We all know that. He's an ether believer too, by the way. But I digress. Check this out. 1 second. Copy. And we'll go with, at 4 minutes after the hour, this was Max Born, Einstein's Theory of Relativity. Listen to this closely. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning. Other than that given by formula. Yeah, but that's mathematics. That's not physics. It says it is the measure in formula. It is the measure of the resistance to changes in velocity. That's acceleration. But that's Mach's nix. In physics, it has no meaning. None whatsoever. From Max Born. Like I said, that's big britches now. That's Nobel laureate britches. And matrix mechanics. We could go on about that for some time. I haven't talked about that for a while, but I'll leave it go for now. Word has no meaning, man. And he's wrong, too. Up here, he says amount of substance. That's not mass.
So can anybody define it then? You know?
Nope.
Okay.
They'll contradict themselves. Well, let's use this one. It is the measure of the resistance to changes in velocity. So that it is a measure of resistance to changes in acceleration. Essentially.
Well, yeah. Okay. So, but are they saying acceleration isn't movement, or what are they trying to say?
No, what he's saying, what they're saying, I was trying to put that in a statement. So if you'd say, given mass, then mass attracts mass. And then if you put that in a hypothesis, it would be, given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Oh, okay. Circular nonsense. Got it. Fun though, huh? Round and round we go. Whee!
They don't like that one. Fucking clowns, man. All they're doing is parroting from Wiki mindlessly.
Well, what's funny is it's such a simple answer. We don't know we can't define mass. Okay, just deal with it. But they can't accept that in their brain, and they're like, it can't be that we don't know what mass is. What the fuck? We've been talking about it this whole time. You know.
I mean, like, to be fair, I don't think it has anything to do with Clover specifically. I think people just, in general, have a problem not having an answer for things because they're very used to having answers for everything, right? Because you can just Google blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, it can't be that either because, let's see, because inertia, check this out. So these are both, let me put these up. I'll put the definition of mass and inertia from Wiki together. They have them separate, right? So they'll Jedi mind trick you if they think that everyone has ADHD or something because they have ADHD. They can't fathom other people can think on their feet. Check this out. So at 7 minutes after the hour from Wiki, mass. Mass is both a property of a physical body and a measure of its resistance, like I said, resistance to acceleration, a change in its state of motion when a net force is applied. Then I say, rot-row, inertia from Wiki is the resistance of any physical object to a change in its velocity. Well, that's acceleration. They're the same definition. So you got two different words with the same definition. That's a fucking non sequitur law of identity violation. Boy. You see how they try to Jedi mind trick you? They think that you don't know what velocity is or a change in velocity. They're banking that you don't know that that's acceleration. Boy. This is like a fucking carnival tent. You follow? Hopefully. If you don't get this,
Yeah, well, it's the same. Like they like to say, oh, like it's one arc that a airplane has to travel. But yeah, that one arc is 3170 feet. It's like that has a real curvature, a real physical.
I don't know what you're talking about airplanes for, but I gotta take a break, man. Give me
just arc.
5 minutes.
Taking an arc, that's a physical drop that would have to be accounted for when doing anything. Just not there. Yeah, I think the main argument I think was maybe lost, though it was with the tidal locking moon. So I was interested if somebody wanted to come and make that claim.
Elfstone, you there? Calling Elfstone. One last time, Elfstone. 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 Is the Earth a globe? Let's talk about it.
I think they come here, they need people to tell them stories. Like they come here and they're just so upset. They just need to hear a story, or they just need to come in here and tell us we're the ones that need to hear the story. When it's like, no, like we got plenty of stories, bro. We're just talking about your empirical evidence for your curve. All we got is the Earth measures flat, and it's like every day of our waking life is reality is it's stationary and immovable. So, what do you got to disprove reality? Special pleading? Okay, let's talk about it. But they don't. It's so embarrassing for them. They can't come and talk about how they're using a logic to misconstrue it as logic, and using pseudoscience to misconstrue it as science. To that, it becomes too big of a parallel, and they're so embarrassed when they come in here. They just say, "Oh, okay, oh, your names," when they don't have the cognitive capacity to have this discussion. Hey, Glad, you've seen some of these Instagram chats though. I noticed you started going on Instagram a little bit, and I noticed Adam Meekin was talking about Twitter. I'm like, man, the where the real nasty ones are at is on Instagram.
Yeah. I don't do Instagram too much anymore. I for a minute I was kind of seeing what's going on, but I get enough, out of spreading the truth and trying to help those out with it on Discord now. So yeah.
Like I was saying, I was on some like normie page, and I just broke down Eratosthenes and everything for him, and I'm getting comments like a month later. Like I don't even know how they're even finding. It's just must be showing up in their feed, and then they're so shocked that they see a perceived flat earther that then they're just like, say nothing to me. And I'm like, are you?
I want to know if there's anybody out there seeing those kinds of posts and saving them, and like save them for a month, right? And like mull over the information and do their best to debunk it, and like try to come up with one response, right? Because that
would be super cool.
They're afraid of our what's the term? I guess just our understanding. They're afraid that we're correct.
They're horrified. I mean, and they know every step of the way, especially with this whole angle thing. They're like literally saying we're on a teeter-totter. It's some goofy stuff. Like somebody says, "Oh, that's the GP's on the same zenith as your GP," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, anything.
I said below the zenith, then you're just now saying like it's like, okay, yeah, it's really weird stuff they start saying.
Yeah, ever since I've started having these conversations, more and more, it's just anything not to talk about Earth's lack of measurable curvature. Anything but that.
Yeah, just like it was so. Well, there we go. We just said we gave Miggy the floor, and here you are to rebuttal. Like, I'm not allowed to be mean. Apparently, I'm just like asking you to like actually here they're make claims, they make these presumptions, and so you must call them out on every tiny bit. Like, you're not letting me talk. It's like, well, you haven't brought anything logical, and so I have to point out that you're purely bringing presumption into your argument, which will then lead to your begging the question fallacy, which you're about to do. It's like, so that's pertinent, but they don't know what logic is. They don't know what propositional calculus is. They think like, oh, logic is just like, I watch cartoons and obviously like one day we'll become like the Jetsons. And it's like just odd, even though the Jetsons was supposed to take place in current times. so it's like you guys just are living in a time space, like built in your own minds. Like, there's nothing to do with empirical validation of your natural reality, physical reality. Yeah, but on Instagram, it's really fun because it's I don't get the fun of having the vocal discourse. They won't come onto that, so it's like all typing. So they'll like copy and paste something from Wikipedia, and then I'm like, oh, that's a begging fallacy. So then I'm refuting their article that they brought, but they tried to bring it like they made that argument too, but they don't even know what that thing was saying. So you pick out a couple keywords that are contradicting each other, then they're like, you're cherry picking. And it's like, well, you don't even know what you just believe. You believe, you're not cognitively thinking about anything that you believe in. You're just like, the world will accept me if I believe the certain way. And it's like, yeah, mind you, I go about my reality. I'm not screaming like an evangelist about anything. We live in the world society per se. But it's like when I get on the internet, like we want to talk about what's really real, we can talk about it. In reality, most people aren't ready for it, and I'm not trying to ruin my own day by talking about something fun for myself that they don't get. You know what I mean? Like, so you probably don't know what I mean. No one knows what I mean, because it's me. That's sort of a kindness and gentleness of your relativism. So I believe in relativism to a degree until you try to turn reality into relativism, and then I very much disagree.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Into the break. I am a flat earther. I mean, I'm a round earther. I think the earth is round. That's my opinion. Into the break. What's your opinion?
My opinion is that the horizontal is derived from the horizon, and horizontal is parallel at 90 degrees.
Horizontal is parallel at 90 degrees. What do you think of, I want your honest opinion into the break. Hold on.
I only know honesty, good sir, so you
I don't
came
even need. I came to the right server. You should say, because I think
Well, yeah,
everyone here is
especially if you
honest.
want to know about honesty, because I'm not gonna pretend for you. We're gonna do this right now.
Okay, let me think. I'm trying to think right now. I'm using all my brain cells right now.
I'm sure you have more brain capacity than that. Don't be shy. You know what is the real thing that makes you believe in that fantasy is reality? Like, why do you think sci-fi is what science is?
Well,
You got a question for me?
I don't believe most. Honestly, my question is, what do you think of like the ISS? That's like one of the things I'm looking at it, and I'm like, bro, you could kind
What
of
are you
see.
looking at?
Doesn't look. You could see people on YouTube. You can look up videos of like amateur, and they could see some like detail on it. Not that much detail. Like it's kind of like a blur.
Can I be honest with you? Whenever I heard this stuff too, about 10 years ago, that was the same question I had. I was like, okay, I already dismissed the moon landing. But I was like, but what about the ISS? Like, of course, we have to have footage of that being built and made, because all the time that it would have taken to build such a thing, like engineers would need to have some sort of like verification of it being built, like looking at where the things are floating, relative to each other to connect to each other and to build such thing. But no such photos exist. I just find that odd. Just like the originals from the space. So what do you think about going to the moon in the 60s? You just think, yeah, with the calculator, we went there, we did that? Or it's like by we, like countries, many countries claim they do these things. And they think they did them in the 60s or early 70s. What is it? Late 70s? One was 74, right?
Something like that, yeah.
So yeah, what do you think about the moon? Like, you just like, yeah, sure.
I have a weird opinion of the moon because I used to work at Allegro Microsystems, and they, at least the predecessor, like, you know how companies are at, like, they buy companies and it's like a big mess. Like, you could say, like, oh, like, Texas Instrument bought this company and then they bought this other company and all that. But Allegro, where I used to work, they actually made the computer that went on the moon. And they had the silicon. They showed off the silicon for the moon lander. you know? And that's some complicated shit going on.
That's pretty cool though. Like I got like kudos. That's cool. Like I'm the bit. See, well, a lot of people confuse. Like we're flat earthers are probably like the biggest nerds. Like we love sci-fi. We just sort of we know when the limit of science fiction and where science fact comes in. Where most people in the world seem to just think everything is science fiction, but science fiction is science fact. Well, we enjoy the science fiction, like we must be because we know so much about the globe. I mean, there's some people here, here and they're like, I never liked it and don't know anything about it. No, it's wrong, But no, me, I like the paradox in the globe science fiction is what's so fun for me and what I've always been interested in since I was a young child.
Yeah, it's I agree with that. Like a lot of the flat earther guys are like they're into science. They do their own experiments. I think that's really cool. I like that a lot.
See,
that
this
idea.
Yeah, it's trying to. This is natural reality. This is our naturally observed reality. You wake up every day. That is reality. So to say that there's something different than that, that's a very extraordinary claim, and that's why we sort of demand more empiricism for what the claims are, because people claim lots of things we don't agree with. All these spinning sort of relativistic ideas that aren't science, but they claim them to be science. But it's like, no, we know Pascal's principle, we know Boyle's gas law, we know entropy. There's fundamental laws of nature that a glob fantasy sort of ignores, literally defies.
I think you may hold on. I'm like, you may
I got you, buddy.
Yeah, you got me. Okay, hold on. May misrepresent some of the laws of physics or supposed laws, like a little bit.
Well, the physical law would be one is there's the gravitational. So if you go look at natural law just on Google, then you would say that. But no, that is a presumed claim. So that is an established constant. So something's falling, like we just know it. There's no cause to that effect. Like we can calculate the effect all day. You can make presumptions and calculate those presumptions, and that's what special pleading is. But the actuality of it is there is no force to speak of.
I'm actually curious about this opinion because what is a force really, Because in your model
that would be a pushing or pulling.
Yeah, so theoretically in the flat earth model, right, you can have
there's no flat earth model.
Or, in the concept of a flat earth, right? Let's say there is a flat earth. You could have a force.
The celestial model is a planar model, but that's just basically planar measurements. But there's no model, like a scientific model for like reality. Like it's not a simulation. Like reality, you can make a simulation of reality, but like reality isn't a simulation. Get that? Like reality is our waking life. We all can agree on that. It's like this isn't some make-believe dream or something either.
Sure,
we can agree that we live in reality every waking life. Like did you wake up and you were standing sideways spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in a thermodynamics violation?
Sure, but you would agree that like there's some sort of rules. Like if I do the same thing twice, not much is going to change, right? If I drop a plate it's gonna fall down, right?
No, you
You
can do
agree
many
there's
things. But yeah, you can take. I mean, there's a lot of many factors. So, no wind versus wind, drop something.
yeah.
It's gonna-
We can say we can control for those things, and there seems to be some continuity. There seems to be some sort of
well, yeah, you're
rules.
affecting those things.
Yeah.
But the rules that you think of, it's like, okay, let's go to the bottom of the ocean, and now let's drop helium.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So what then your explanation was the undefinable mass.
Well, so what I'm trying to say, there seems to be some continuity. There seems to be some sort of rule that decides society. Like, things don't just happen. Like, if I do the same thing twice, probably it's going to happen again, right? Like, if I drop a bottle, it's going to drop about this.
No, I mean with things that we understand. Okay, yeah, you're gonna a microphone. It's going to drop.
Mm-hmm.
Someone picked that microphone up, and someone dropped it.
Yeah. There seems to be
that's
some sort of
someone.
rules.
That's not a naturally observed phenomenon. That's a synthetic. That
It's
is
interference.
somebody manipulating equilibrium, causing a disturbance. Like, that is the force. Like, there's no force there. It's you're the force. It's very empowering, actually, to understand that you went and did something instead of somebody else or something, some atheist god doing something for you.
Sure. So, I mean, let's be honest here. You could believe in Jesus Christ or God, and believe the Earth is round. These are two independent things. But like, the general idea is there seems to be some rules, even if we affect the rules, that items follow these rules, right? I pick up a cup 2 inches off the ground. I drop it. It falls to the ground. It takes a certain amount of time. It's probably going to be the same amount of time.
But what's the claim? So certain things are certain. Like, well, what's the claim? I don't get it.
It seems like there is some sort of rules of objects.
What rules? There's not really rules.
Not rules, but like I can make predictions.
I could have a rubber pencil, or I could have a real pencil and shake it on my fingers and make it look like it's a rubber pencil. What are you talking about? Rules?
There seems to be rules, or there seems to be predictions you can make, right? That are, accurate, right? If I lift up a cup and I drop the cup,
weight is gravitas. Weight is gravity. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Weight is gravity because it's like what?
Weight is gravity.
Yes, you can calculate the weight. Weight is based off gravity and back and forth.
We don't have We don't have mass, or we don't have bending concept.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So very much. I mean, it's like obviously what goes up comes down. Like if I stand on a scale, like I weigh something. The problem comes when you have a story to tell me about that, isn't it? Because I didn't give you a story, right? Like,
what do you mean by story? Like, let's say I'm a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. Let's say I am, and I say there's a force pulling things to the ground. Is that a story? Let's say I just say there is a force. Is that a story?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, just because you do something, like, do you just basically it's like what is up and what is down? Is that what you're asking? Like, what is up and what is down?
No, I'm just asking because it's pretty obvious what's down. What's down is to the ground.
No, it's not because then you say, and what do you? Yeah, I say gravity. Gravity is normal to me. Like I live on a horizontal plane. The gravitas of the situation is the gravitas. It doesn't mean that there's some sort of central pull to anything. So that's why I'm saying, where do you come up with some story to then say that you're like up, people are upside down and stuff like that, you know, or water curves and like water at rest, like topographically curves.
Well, we don't even have to be there, right? I just have to be like, okay, there seems, when I drop an object, there seems to be some sort of acceleration. It accelerates towards ground.
Well, no, I mean, you can drop the feather or you can drop the balloon. So that's a false statement.
There's other factors involved in this, right? Let's say...
yeah, I mean, I can drop...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's other factors, aka not gravity.
Well,
thanks for bringing up our point, though.
It's gravity and other things, right? I can say, like, let's say I'm designing an engine, right? And...
No, but what's gravity?
Gravity is just the pull that we feel to the ground.
I don't feel that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's no pull. It's just things being taken out of equilibrium and going back to equilibrium. It's entropy. It's simple things. I mean, but you move something, it's never going to go back in the same place. So,
well, there's things that, let's say there is an equilibrium, right? And, you know, the ocean is pretty equilibrium, right? It's, you know, it's salty. It's about the same. It's like, let's say plus or minus 5% salt level. But when I go under all that water, you know, I take my ship or my submarine, right? If I'm going underwater, and I go under there, there's a lot of pressure on me. Am I fighting the equilibrium? Is that why there's so much pressure?
Oh no, that's just gravity.
That's just gravity.
Well, that would be the pressure that you're under. That was you in your equilibrium and finding your equilibrium. So that's the pressure. Would be the gravitas. So you see, it's like a lot of people don't understand. It's like your model is my model. Your model is just based on flat Earth celestial angles. Your concept of gravity is the same as my concept of gravity. It's just we're not in a ball because that's absurd. But there's displacement of density here. That's what we know. What we know is we're not on some globe, some globular shape. Is we're on a horizontal, and we must be so when we map it out and we come up with the maps, like they're based on flat Earth angle measurement.
So the question I would have is, what makes this equilibrium? So, for example,
what makes it?
Well, not like, you know, not like why.
We're talking about laws.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental law, like what goes up must come down.
Sure. Let's say I take like a centrifuge, you know, like something that spins really fast, and I spin it. I spin some sort of liquid with other liquids. Let's say, you know how they make like low-fat beef? They take pork, they take beef, ground beef, and then they put it in a centrifuge, and the fat comes up, and the meat or the protein, you know, stays lower. And
sounds weird. That's not my barbecue, bro. I'll have you brisket.
Well, that's how they get, like, you know.
We'll continue. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's how they do, like, you know, you ever go to a store and there's like 93%. You know, 93% or 3% fat. I can't think how they
so yeah, centrifugal force is, you know, a force.
Yeah, well, it's like a fake force, right? It's actually a real force, but it acts like a force.
Centrifugal. I mean, that's actually putting you in your seat. So that would be an actual force.
Well, there's a definition of force.
You would say that a centrifugal is not a force because it's not putting you back in your seat. Like a centrifugal is putting you back in the seat. That's what the graviton is made of. The gravity is not a force. The centrifugal force is a very force, and it's relative to the amount of force exerted, like with the spin.
Yeah. And what is the cause? Let's say I take like a liquid and I mix it together with a less and higher dense liquid. What will happen if I put on a centrifuge? Well, the denser fluid.
Oh yeah, that's neat. Yeah, I get what you. Okay, I get what you. Yeah, so you'll separate the just like plasma, separating plasma from. I get what. Yeah.
Yeah, the higher dense and the lesser dense stuff separate.
So you're saying stuff has density.
Yeah.
So you can put it through a force. And separate that.
It creates like a equilibrium.
You're saying we must be under a centrifugal force in order for because you're conflating the two, you're equating them. So we must also be under a centrifugal force in order for us to have separation of density. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that we're under a force, is what I'm trying to say.
I find that interesting because you likened it to an actual force, a centrifugal force. But then you're trying to say, okay, well, then this fictional force, that's not actually a force, is doing the same thing, but an opposite and actually reaction to, because apparently this thing's spinning at faster than the speed of sound. So things would be flying off of it. Then it's like, no, there's this force of reality. We're not spinning that fast.
Oh.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Not exactly. What I'm trying to say is it seems like the equilibrium you bring up is caused by a force, right? We're higher than...
What kind of equilibrium, and why would the force? Why would it be a force? Or what do you mean by that? I guess is what I'm asking.
It seems like things get the equilibrium. Like you take a centrifuge and you put, fat and protein. The lesser dense stuff rises towards the center of the centrifuge, and then the higher dense stuff, the protein, in the ground beef example, sinks to the bottom. So there seems to be, in this circumstance, in the beef circumstance, this is creating a sort of equilibrium, but it's creating like an off equilibrium. And this is what causes the equilibrium, right? The force of the centrifuge is what causes it, right? So what I'm trying to equate it to is...
I know, you're trying to give it the downward vector.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to equate it to is objects, right? On your... Let's say the Earth is flat. I don't believe it's flat, but let's say it's flat. And you could have a force, and it kind of matches the centrifuge force. Things are out of equilibrium, and then they go into equilibrium caused by the centrifuge force. The fat rises, the protein lowers. So does the air,
but that's where it's like there's no force. That's why you don't need a force. The force is when you try to defy what is natural. Then you need a force all of a sudden. But we all know what is up goes down. We know hot goes to cold because of certain reasons. So,
second law. Entropy.
So we don't have. That's what I'm waiting. Like, do we have anything like that for, like, what up is up goes down?
what I'm trying to say is in a centrifuge, it changes where up is down, right? There's a new force that changes this, which causes the up and down in the centrifuge to change.
And that's a physical force. That's like a physical force. You have to put it in the mechanism, and it has to. And that's what I'm saying. So, is that what you think our reality is? You're bringing it up. That's why I'm just like kind of confused, like why you're bringing up centrifugal force.
What does that have to do with outside?
Because I'm trying to equate it to the force that we feel. It's not exactly the same.
We don't feel anything, brother. And just so you know, the gravity that you believe in isn't even a force. You're saying force over and over and over again. You're just advertising that you don't really even know much about gravity.
Sure, it's like it's the curvature of space-time, blah blah blah. But
yeah, it's an effect, not a force.
It looks like a force.
Just why is down down? You know, that's their question, and I empathize with you. You know, you have that question.
I don't care about what that
force to that. What's down is down. Like, this is fundamentals of nature.
Sure.
More really quickly though, there seems to be a difference between the two of us here at the moment. I'd like to highlight that if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Ethan, do you think that there's something that's pulling you down currently?
Yeah, when I lift my arm, I have to fight it. Right? I have to exert energy.
Bro, maybe you need to hit the gym, my dude.
I still have to exert energy. If I lift
undergoing 1G right now. Like, but no, like you're not that's one gravitas. But no, when you're at rest, you're at equilibrium. You're at rest.
Sure, when I'm sitting in this chair, I'm at rest. But when I don't go to the gym, but I used to go to the gym.
I just want to say, Ethan, it's fine. You don't have to go to the gym, but like, you might be the only one in this VC that think that something is pulling on you.
When I used to go to the gym.
Yeah, but listen. You're saying that you're being pulled down as if that's like a common experience. You're the only one here that says that.
Well, I'm getting pulled down,
Nothing's pulling me down, bro.
We're here to bring you up, my friend.
Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, don't let gravity get you down, buddy.
Well, I have to exert force to lift myself up, right? I have to.
Yeah. This isn't Dragon Ball Z. We can't just fly around and
exactly.
Yeah, because it's not Dragon Ball Z though.
I lift.
It's not reality.
I lift a weight, and I have to exert a certain amount of force or a certain amount of energy to lift the force.
You are the force.
Yeah, exactly. I have to counteract. I'm getting pulled down because I have to exert force to do things, right? I pick up my dumbbell,
There is no pulling down.
I pick up my dumbbell that I used to pick up, in college when I went to the gym, And
there's you pulling up. Like, you're the one doing it.
Yeah, nothing's pulling your arm down.
So, what are the laws, the Newton laws of,
they're kind of irrelevant.
Gravity.
Debunk them.
They replaced Newton's gravity with Einstein's. So what does Newton have to do with any of this?
Well, we don't need to talk in Einsteinian laws because those are really complicated. Newton is close enough.
Close enough. Yeah. We don't do close enough here, buddy.
Kind of I can do some tensor calculus. You know what you can't do? Solve for tides in tensor calculus. You can't solve for tidal locking in tensor calculus. You can do a lot of things in tensor calculus. It's funny, but it's cool.
So,
is there a close enough in calculus, or is there like a correct answer?
There is a close enough, yeah. Let's say.
Give me an example.
Well, our measurements are, like in your computer right now. I'm an electrical engineer, right? I know about electrical stuff. Plus or minus, your resistors in
Not
your power supply, plus or minus 10%. Plus or minus your capacitors are going to be what? Plus or minus 15% farads. There is a close enough.
Okay.
And
it's engineering. It's engineering. There's tolerances. It's very tolerances. Very basic. We're talking about something more basic than that. We're talking about the nature of reality. You wake up every day. So you wake up every day. You feel like you're standing sideways on a ball, spinning 1,000 miles an hour in a thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. Like, what kind of evidence do you have to make us disbelieve reality? Everybody throughout humanity's living, waking reality.
Oh, there's peer pressure. Everyone and their mama believes it.
Oh yeah, peer pressure doesn't need a container, does it?
Well,
no.
You can actually do the math.
Gas pressure needs a container, but peer pressure that
actually went over my head. That's good.
You can actually do the math on the centrifugal force felt by Earth. You can actually there's a formula for that, right? And it's
yeah,
crazy.
I know.
We're talking about
I know.
reality,
People say they weigh less at the equator. It's like, oh, they should film Weight Watchers commercials there. Than the equator, or film them initially. They'll have the big baggy clothes and stuff. Film them at the North Pole and then bring them down to the equator. And it's like, well, the Weight Watchers, they lost 0.2 kg in 2 hours. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't work.
There is a fact, but like you. So what I'm trying to say is, you saying, there's a great effect from the centrifugal force. That doesn't, you could do the math. There isn't that big of effect.
I mean, it's actually quite a lot of effect. If it were to be so, how much effect it should be isn't correlated into like any of these little experiments they do. It's so minute and it's like such a little scheme. It's fake, but it should be a substantial amount. But that's just they're like, oh no. Also, because of the soil density, it's less than we said. It's like there's an excuse, and it's based on fucking story time, sci-fi.
I mean, we can actually do the equation right now. Let's say, how fast does Earth spin? It's like 1,000 something.
Is 0 miles per hour because it doesn't spin. But just so you know, brother, math is great. We can do a lot of things with math and calculus and all that stuff. You can even calculate a negative, right? 2 apples minus 4 apples, you have negative 2 apples. That's not a real thing in reality, right? You can calculate how fast Superman would need to go around the Earth, all this kind of stuff. You can't calculate Superman into reality. So math is great. You can make equations for just about anything you want, but you can't calculate things into existence. So just keep that in mind when you're doing your equations.
My apologies for letting them beg the question like that, because it is like you're jumping to like there being a ball and it's spinning when you need to prove Earth curvature and you need to prove some sort of motion, and neither of which have been done. So it's just completely, here's the reason for weight loss. But I that's why I made the joke of it, the Jenny Craig's thing.
Oh, you're good, ITB. You're good, brother.
So we can make
Don't do it.
I don't think the default model would be a flat Earth, right? I don't see any reason for the default model to be a flat Earth.
There is no model, so we don't live on a model. I don't
Well-
drive a Hot Wheels. I don't eat a cookbook. Okay, so you don't need a model for reality. You just need reality.
You need a model to make predictions.
No, you don't need a model. Okay, if I want to cook dinner, I don't need a cookbook. I just start cooking.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to, drive a car, I don't need a Hot Wheels of the car first. I just drive the car. So if we want to, measure the Earth, test the Earth, we don't need a Hot Wheels of the Earth. We just go drive the thing outside.
I'm not saying model in the sense of a physical miniature or something. I'm saying model as in more abstract sense. So I can say, for example,
So a non-physical miniature.
Absolutely, the glob is a non-physical, nonsense, make-believe figment of your imagination. That's all it is.
Bro, it's like saying, let me get a Word doc. You don't have to make me a cookbook. Let me just get a Word document. Like, what do you need that for? Just shut up and eat the food.
But if he does want to talk about models, like your glob model is based on my celestial model, which is just basically.
Hang on. You said that. Hold on just a sec. So if I've never been outside of the Lamborghini that I'm living in, right? I live inside of a Lamborghini.
Sure.
But I've never been outside of this Lamborghini, never seen the outside of the thing, right? But there's all these people telling me what it looks like from the outside. People I love and trust, people that I'm told I should trust, right? They're saying, man, that color's amazing, and this, that, and the other. And then they start to conflict, and I'm like, wait a second. You sure you guys know what the fuck this thing looks like? Hang on. I'm going to get out of this Lamborghini and close the door and look at the whole thing for myself. Now, since humans can't do that, what they do is they bring up an unfalsifiable, I really hope you know what that word means, claim that since you and I can't go disprove it, we're going to sit here and fucking argue about it all day. Thanks.
Was that about the angle measurement? That wasn't about angle measurements, was it?
I don't know. That just came out of me.
Well, no, okay. It wasn't.
good
Were
rant.
you mad at me? I'm just making sure, because we gotta be direct.
What I'm saying is,
Mad at me.
listen, unless I see the outside of the Lamborghini, I can't truly know what the fuck it looks like. I'm born in this thing. I'm raised in the Lamborghini front seat, right? Many, many, many years of people telling me what it looks like. But you know what? If I can't check for myself, why should I believe those people?
Well, that's why they love to put all the observation in orthographic view, like from the side, which, they try to put everything at that. Like, oh, here's where you see the curve. Like, not from your first person perspective. It's got to be from the third person's perspective, which is everybody who's laughing at anybody who thinking they're looking like that. Like they're looking in that, like every observation you see orthographic where they're like showing you curvature is just of us laughing at them thinking that they're looking at that. That's what I picture because it's television or whatever,
Yeah, Muppet Vision. That side on view thing is absolutely hilarious.
And you know what's
it
funny?
took me a little time to get that.
What's funny?
Yeah,
is
it is.
It was an abstract, right? He said when we're going to go into a non-physical model, it's going to have to be abstract. Right away, it's like, well, then why are you talking about it? We're talking about concrete shit here. Earth measures flat.
Outside.
What I mean by that is,
No, you don't have to explain. We know.
you can
what
make
you mean.
you can make predictions with your
We're
flat
just
Earth.
telling you it's silly, brother. You don't need
You can make post
the
diction.
model.
Post diction.
You're making predictions like, okay,
No, you're not making any prediction. You're making a
you are making predictions because if I say
Nope.
the Earth is flat, then if I go up 1,000,000 miles in the air, the Earth should still be flat. Right? That you're making a prediction there, right? If I go up, let's say I found a way, I make a machine.
No, listen.
Look
That's
above
not how
Earth.
it works.
Here, let
You
him
don't
say his little thing real quick.
Yeah, let me see it. You have a model. I can make predictions based off the flat Earth model, right? If the Earth is
No,
flat, I go above.
I said continue what you were doing. Don't start with fucking what we were just talking about for 10 minutes about being absurd.
But you do have a model, right?
No, clown, stop.
You don't have a model.
Hell no.
So you can't make any predictions by saying the Earth is flat.
We have a post-diction. We use maps. Like, it's not reality. It's our map that we use, and it's flat. Like,
Listen,
it's post-diction.
man, I look at the blueprints, motherfucker. If I look at the blueprints of this Lamborghini, does that mean it's a physical Lamborghini?
Here, can I say something to this guy for a second? So the reason why we don't have a model is because, well, there's lots of reasons, but one underlining reason is that it would be, at this moment, incomplete if we tried to make one. Like, okay, so let's pretend we're trying to make one. Okay, so the Earth is flat,
No, that is
the Earth is
absolutely true.
stationary,
Whoever said that.
and it's contained. See, that's not really much of a model. See, the thing is, you kind of got to get past the whole model thing and just focus on objective reality and what you can prove.
There is no model. There's no. That's the point. There is no complete models. There's no scientific models of this.
Nor do you need one.
You don't.
Yeah, and keep in mind, if you're going to actually think that we have one and then try to debunk it, that's a straw man fallacy.
I'm not trying to debunk.
Correct.
I'm just trying to say is you don't need a scientific model. Let's say I say
You don't need a model at all, brother.
Let's say I say a plate is flat. I have a piece of metal and I say it's flat. Okay.
That's a description of the surface, though.
Yeah. Let's just say. Yeah, exactly.
Listen, you don't have to explain the goofy stuff we already understand. Listen, brother, we're trying to tell you why you don't need a model.
Let me answer that. Real quick. Actually, here the plate is plate shaped, and the surface is flat because that's the aspect of the surface. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't listen. When you go to a restaurant, you don't eat the menu, right? You eat the meal. So this is what you're asking for. Is you've come over to our house, we're having dinner here, we're all sitting around the table, and you keep asking us for a menu, bro. Just eat. Like the food, the earth is outside. What do you need a model for? What do you need a menu for? You're gonna eat the menu?
And his map is flat, anyways, and his model is flat to begin with. So it's like I don't even get it.
He's gonna start eating the menu. Like you can't drive a Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
If I say,
Come on, dude.
If I say a piece of metal is flat, let's just say
you're just
I
gonna
have
double down on another.
I'm gonna double down on it. Yeah. Let's say.
But did you get what we were saying though?
I get what you're saying. I'm trying to understand where I'm coming from.
Are you gonna? We do get where you're coming from, brother. You're not the first person that we spoke to.
Learning. Yeah.
But
So
are
if
you
I
gonna turn
say-
around and ask us for a model again?
Okay,
I'm not asking for a model.
Somewhere with a flat piece of metal. Okay, let him continue. You have a flat piece of metal.
Right.
Then,
if I say something's a flat piece of metal, that means it must have certain qualities to be a flat.
Such as,
I can measure how flat the piece of metal is, right? I could put a tool to measure it, right? And I could say, okay, this
planar
tool.
survey. You ever heard of it?
No, I haven't heard of it. But there is predictions.
Piece of metal. You just
We can say there's predictions. If I say this metal is flat, I can make predictions based off
such
that.
as what? Be specific.
Prediction on flat metal. Like what the hell?
If I say, okay, how high is this edge from the other edge of the piece of metal? What's the difference in height?
So already you've got a false equivalence. What does this have to do with the Earth?
He would be doing planar surveying, understanding like it would be of a flat aspect, but there would be elevation changes. And this is what we're telling you: you can't do elevation angles on a curved adjacent, which you think you're on a ball. And so every undulation that you think you're not accounting for diminishing angular size or resolution. These are optical phenomena. When you're doing your surveying, you're deriving your horizontal from horizontal. There's no reason to think that a diminishing angle is Earth curve. Because everything in reality shows that things change size in the distance.
I'm not going.
Very simple.
We're talking about small scale here.
Let's just roll with your
Not
example
a small
then. You said
scale.
if you had a flat piece of metal, you could just measure the surface and see if it's flat. Well, we did that.
Well, I'm not going in that. I'm not going that deep. I'm just trying to explain how.
That's because you need to go.
I'm
no,
did exactly what you're saying.
See,
in
no,
your
your
example with
maps,
the Earth.
the maps that we use, they account for topography, but there's no Earth curve. They don't show any Earth curve whatsoever, ever.
No, what I'm trying to say is,
where's the Earth curve? You tell me, and I'll tell you where it came from. Flat Earth.
No, I'm trying to say that you can make predictions off a statement.
Yeah, exactly. You can
right.
measure the surface and see if it's flat.
You can make
post. We did that.
Exactly. Right.
You can understand what's going to happen based on what is observed to have happened.
Yeah.
You're not making predictions like you're not winning the lottery over here. Stuff like
no,
that. But I mean, like
predictions, like
post-dictions. You're not doing predictions. You understand that, correct?
Predictions like
no model is doing predictions. None are doing.
Think of it this way. Let's just help you out,
recognition of previous events that have happened, which is a recognition of patterns. So that's post-diction, not prediction. You understand that?
Correct. If you say that, well, I predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow. That's not a prediction.
Not a prediction.
Right. So let me help you out really quick, Ethan. Let me just help you out really quick. If I want to know how tall you are, I don't need to make any stinking predictions. I just measure your height. So this is exactly what we do with the Earth. We don't need to make any predictions. We don't need to make any assumptions. You just go out and measure the surface like you would measure your height, and then you know. There's no debunking your height. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a theory. It's not someone's idea. It just is what it is. You can measure it and verify and then know. So that's what we've done with the Earth. That's why you don't need a model. You don't need to make a model of yourself and measure the model. You don't need to do any of that. You just measure your own damn height and then you know. And then no one can debunk you or tell you otherwise.
Let's say I couldn't measure something. Let's say
You can.
Let's say I work in a factory or I'm making cubes, metal cubes, and I measure, a million cubes that we produce. And
Hold on, man.
Bro, 2 inches.
Hold on, man.
Why
Please.
are you trying to make it more complicated than it is? It's literally as simple as measuring how tall you are.
It's really weird, but I want to see how weird this guy gets.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you going to turn around and say that no one measured the Earth?
People have, yeah.
Oh, okay, so then why are you giving this example of why you can't measure something?
Because I'm trying. Well,
I just told you can measure the Earth.
Hypothetical.
I'm saying you can't.
Squares.
Because I'm trying to explain predictions. I'm not trying to explain.
We don't need to. You don't need predictions to measure how tall you are. Just drop the predictions thing.
We're talking about how you verified the Earth curve and all that.
Sure.
Not hypothetical stuff.
If I was in a warehouse and I had a million cubes, dude. to take
we'll back up.
What you do. Listen, our topic is over here on the left, and what you do is you throw fireworks into the right corner.
I'm not trying to throw fireworks.
Let's get to the money then. Okay, let's get to
the money. Okay.
Let's get to the money. Let's drill right into this.
Okay.
So if someone did measure the Earth, that's what we need.
Yeah.
That's getting to the money. So
Okay. So let's say I'll do some sort of measurement of Earth. Okay. Let's say
you said someone did already. So just go get that. We don't need to do any hypothetical if someone already did.
No, I'm just trying. I'm not trying to say the Earth. I'm not trying to trick you into saying the Earth is round. Okay.
You can't trick anyone.
I'm not trying. That's not what I'm trying to do.
What kind of beer you got rocking? What kind of suds you sipping on tonight, buddy? What kind of suds you sipping on?
Already said it. Let's go. Let's hear it. Why do I believe that the Earth is a ball? Let's hear it.
Okay. I'm not trying to trick you. Okay?
You can't trick anyone, dude. Don't worry about that.
I'm already fooled. Why do I?
You can't.
I'm
already
just trying to explain my thought process. That's all I'm trying to do.
So we know your thought process. We just want the evidence that'll support your thought process. We already know it because we used to be you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain. I'm not trying to explain if the Earth is round or flat. I'm just trying to explain. Trying to explain my concept of prediction and what a model. That's all I was trying to explain.
You don't need that. You don't need to do that, dude. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, post-diction, it's post-diction. Like, you're not going to win that argument, buddy. It's already over.
Yeah, and here's the deal, man. We're having a very smart conversation with people who may or may not be drunk, and we're just kind of having a little bit of fun. And again, we're super smart, man. Do you think super smart people just go out and say, you know what, I'm going to choose the other thing, and despite all the evidence, I'm going to say that the Earth is flat, just for no fucking reason. I just want to be a contrarian and fuck you, and that's that. You know, you can't tell me what to do. It's the rebel attitude. Do you really think we're out here doing that? Or are we smart enough to maybe have seen something that you yet haven't?
I just think you're misinformed. I don't think you're dumb.
No,
I
would be the
That's all
one.
I think.
But it is just like I was, but it was like, man, what, you got nothing. You have no logic, you have no science, and you have no reality. Like I wish that it was just a joke, man. But the joke's on you. These people are sitting above you in every level. They're greater than you, and you're in the fact that you disbelieve reality. And it's like this cartoon-ish belief that you have, and you don't know what science is, you don't know what logic is, you don't know what empiricism is. Like, that's a joke on you. And we're just like, we're kind of laughing at it, but that's why I kind of come in here, because I feel sorry for like you guys. It's like you think you're laughing at us. But it's like, no, we're laughing at you because our joke is that we're too scientific, too empirical, and too logical. Like, that's our joke. Like, I'm too smart.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm like I'm a Glober priest, you know. I'm trying to persuade you, you know. I'm not trying. I don't feel like.
Oh well, you're doing a terrible job at that. If that's what you're trying to do, we're just having a laugh, man. I'm not trying to turn you to any sort of cult or anything. We're just laughing at your logic. That is the logic of anybody in this globe cult.
Well, you make it seem like no one ever heard of the globe before.
Hey, Ethan, I sent you links like back in February 26th, like a ton of links to look at to research this topic. Did you look at any of them yet?
Well, let me check them. Let's see if I looked at them. Message.
That's a no.
You sent me a lot of links. I did not watch all of them.
Yeah.
Will you tell me honestly, Ethan, have I talked with you on a previous occasion?
It was like
on maybe Instagram.
I have not talked. I don't use Instagram, so I couldn't have talked to you on Instagram.
Well, well, we should link on there, and because that's when I just like to talk about food and good things. We're not all hard up against, about logic and science and nature reality.
He's only on TikTok.
I don't use social media. I just like the only thing social media I use is like Facebook, and the only thing I do is like check up on my family. You know, that's the only social media I use.
That's commendable, though.
Pretty wholesome.
It's pretty wholesome, yeah. All right, I drank way too much, and I'm gonna go to sleep right now. So, yeah, I'm gonna blame that on my debate quality.
Hey, Ethan, real quick before you go, let me ask a question. If you're gonna come back in and discuss this topic, wouldn't you kind of want to know about the topic as much as you can before you try to discuss it again? Like all those links, you could like consume a ton of information, and you would know a lot of these things you're asking, wasting time talking about, when you could figure out why it is that we're at. Like there's tons of information there, like at your fingertips to figure it out first before you just I don't know, you know, it's up to you, but You know
I
what I'm
think I
saying?
know where you're coming from. You know, a lot of this stuff with
I doubt that, but
it's you know, I have a hard time. You know,
Yeah, you're peer pressured into this thing.
Do you
It's
want
okay,
to
man.
know? That's the question. Would you want to know if we're right or not?
of course, I want to know.
Well, then just you have to research to do that, right?
Well, you know, I've seen a lot of flat Earth stuff, and I'm trying
Just the
to
debunk stuff, though, right?
not the debunk stuff. I've seen flat Earth videos.
Be honest. Have you watched
his question was ISS. Let me bring it back to before, but because his big thing was the ISS. He was just like
favorite flat Earth video? Sorry, go ahead.
I think he was trying to make an exit, fella. So let's not try to keep him if he needs to go, Ethan. But we do have some more questions, of course.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up, Ethan, you can't find those links that I sent you. Those are the ones you can't find from just a general search anymore. So those are the ones you couldn't like actually just stumble upon that are going to give you the information to reify your model or make it seem like flat Earth are stupid. You know, some of these basic questions won't be coming up, and you don't have to waste your time asking them.
I don't think you're stupid. I honestly don't think you're stupid.
I know you. I don't care. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm saying. I'm saying there's tons of information to find in those links that you can't find from a general search, which would give you the type of information that we've found before that isn't available any longer. So just don't ignore it. It was February, right?
Yeah,
and like look at a lot of the pictures that were just posted. I posted up a bunch of pictures about like you kind of what you were talking about and stuff like that. It was just about very simple, basic things. It's like you're not going to argue. Like you find we agree with way more than you think we disagree with. We only disagree when there's some sort of conflict with your what you think reality is, or if you know what a Euclidean triangle is. It really comes down to some simple stuff like that. It's like, because your model is my model. We're very good friends, and so there shouldn't be all this animosity. But there are people that are just really mad at the whole situation about celestial navigation being a definitive proof nail in the coffin for the globe.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll fully understand your perspective, and then I'll come back.
Well, where are you going to go check it out at?
The links that
you should go to Quantum Eraser channel. You should go to Quantum Eraser channel. First thing you should learn about is what science is. And you should go, tussle around with what science is. So go look a couple of weeks ago, just go look in their channel. They have Ball Busters, the scientific method. And that's what you really should start with. And I think you're a good guy. So that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
just go ahead and start with that.
I'll check it out.
Because you should know, you should know what it is you believe in. Everybody should.
Yeah,
I agree. And another avenue. I said it's a veritable wealth of information. Check the live stream voice text. Ethan, I tagged you at 29 after the hour. It says that's the read first A through L, but it actually, what it does is it gives you a hashtag for every single one of our information channels down there.
Yeah, check it out.
So it's A through Z, tons of shit, man. Like you could lose yourself for at least a month and learn something new every hour of every day with these lists. And yeah, check out the Quantum Eraser thing. Let me get a link real quick.
I have the link. Quantum Eraser. Okay. Here's what. Is this the right guy? 5,000 subscribers on YouTube?
Yeah, let me give you his website too. I'm gonna put the website in the voice text.
Just make sure it's the right guy. See if he has his website linked in the. Make sure this is the right guy.
Yeah, I want to say you're one of the good ones. We talked to some crazy guys, and you're one of the good ones, bro. It's like I feel like you get it. You're starting to get it.
Yeah, a lot of people come here. I'm guessing they're pretty ransom. You know, they're
Yeah, they come in pre-triggered. So, like,
Yeah,
what the
they're
hell is
very
that?
scared.
What
They're
the hell
they're
is
very
that?
scared.
It's not like
Yeah.
you're like. It's not like you want to like attack them or you're like trying to hurt them or anything. You
Yeah, I'm gonna
know.
punch you through the VC. Like what?
No, it does hurt. Like, because they think they're bringing logic. It's like, no. Let me stop you here because you're automatically starting with a logic. So we need to start. You know, like you can't just go and scattergun like off into like your whole like Hobbit story of Narnia. Like no, like first, how did you make it to the wardrobe before you even step through it? Like, let's talk about what happened first.
I mean, the honest answer for the honest answer is it's what you're taught as a child, right? That's the honest answer, right? But admitting that is kind of like, you know, it's not very persuasive, right? Oh, I was taught the Earth was round, but it's the honest answer, right? I haven't.
Yeah, it's strange because
Hold on,
it's from that.
It's like you don't want to be. Hold on, I'll shut up in a sec. I just want to say this. You don't want to be the first kid on your block to try to say that Santa isn't real, right?
Yeah, they're gonna hate on you.
I cried when I found out that Santa wasn't real.
There you go. See, everybody does, and then they get over it.
See, I was raised. My family was against that shit, so that's sort of maybe why I'm a ball as well. But no, it is definitely relative. There's this lie that's told to children, and it's okay. And then here's a lie that's told to grown adult babies, and about sci-fi. And it's like really the people who don't care or know about it, you know, they're off doing great things. But it's like really just us nerds, and like we're talking about like quantum mechanics and like the nature of reality. But then there's these people that come in, they're like, no, like the Earth is a globe, and it's you know, our cousins are rocks, and you know, all kinds of things from that. It's like, no, we're trying to talk about the nature of reality and like physical physics, not like theoretical physics based on simulation and math. Like we're talking about like how the world is.
You brought up a good point that made me just think of how, like, if the Earth truly was a globe, most of us, not all of us, but I think a large majority of us would probably be like super globe nerds. You know, all the specific details. Did you know this vector is going this speed? And you know, like I think
we would know that
because we care. We cared enough to actually
because
investigate.
there would be like space travel and shit. Like if it was this way that they say it would, there would be physical travel. I mean, you would fly in an airplane, you would see the curvature of Earth very easily. Like, I mean, you see the curvature of Earth, it hides the entire moon at 3 miles away, or the sun 3 miles away when you're standing on the beach. So you would see this, like,
dude, I want to know
what
that you guys would be like nerds because, like, you know, facts I don't know, right? Like, what's the speed at the circumference or whatever? You know, like I don't know that. I don't know that. You guys know that.
But
yeah, because we paid enough to look into it, bro. Because we believed it enough to go and check, which is what you should do as well.
Most of the people you're going to talk to are going to be within this Goldilocks zone of being around 700 miles an hour, though.
Yeah,
Goldilocks.
That's the speed of sound. So that's why I say you're on a thermodynamics violation, thinking you're on the side of a water ball, and a thermodynamics violation spinning at the speed of sound. Because it's just like some funny thing. It sounds goofy.
Sounds stupid.
It's like literally what you believe. That's your glob cult. And you believe, and why you believe that is because special relativistic pleading, logical fallacy, they're in the very title of why you disbelieve reality. You have special pleading because you have relativistic inductive reasoning.
I call it peer pressure, but I like what he said better. ITB, that was brilliant.
All right, I'll check out the videos you guys sent me. for real this time, not just pretend.
Make sure you check out outside a little bit too.
Yeah, I'll look
Flat Earth is-
outside.
Yeah, touch grass.
Not on your screen, but yeah.
I'll
grass,
find a
right.
way to touch grass. You know, when I'll take a walk outside when I work. You know, I'll
You
walk
just-
outside on the grass and
You
I'll
gotta
look
find a
around.
lake. All right, find a lake.
I don't think there's any lake close enough. Allegro, there was a lake, but
Oh yeah, that would be good to leave you with, like observing curvature. So you have no high altitude. You got no mountains around you. You got nothing to like sort of see the horizon. What are you around a big lake, or what are you around? Because you can just prove the globe to yourself really easy once you know the geometry for it.
issue is I live in Hilly. I live in the northeast where it's really hilly.
Sounds like you need to take all that money you've been saving up from the gym membership and take a little vacation.
Dude, this dude's a total this dude's a fucking, he's a chat. He's ready to get it, dude. Go to your highest mountain, and then it's 1.22 times the square root of your observer height. So go to like a mountain, you know
doesn't even have to be a mountain though.
The observation height, and then try to see how far you can see.
I'll go to the what's the
Just break your geometry, bro, and you will do
It
it.
doesn't a mountain. That's a good idea, but it doesn't have to be a mountain. That's
It can be anywhere.
It might be a little bit out of people's.
That's why I was like a lake, but he
yeah,
said he's
find
on
a body
hilly.
of water.
I could go to Arcadia. There's some mountains there. I can check it out. I'll do some
My
measurements.
ass ain't taking no vacation to no mountain. All right, I'm just saying that.
I know where Arcadia is.
You're not a hiker?
Hell no, I'm trying to be on the beach, dude. I'm going to the ocean.
Long Island? Ever been in Long Island?
No, you're gonna start seeing the flat Earth in front of your face every day from now.
Real quick,
you're,
hey,
you're
Ethan,
that, it's gonna start hitting you real quick. You're gonna get it real quick.
Yeah,
I might just go to New York and you can see the.
Hang on, Ethan, real quick. Here's what, and when you go to New York or wherever you're going to go to observe, and go to many different places, many different locations, many different altitudes, etc. The globe math that is currently accepted is in the live stream voice text right now in an image I posted, and you should check that out. Again, you should take those mathematics out into the real world and test them. See if they match up.
I'll test them. All right. I'm going to go to sleep. All right. See you guys. It's good talking to you.
Have a good night, buddy. Good chat.
Yeah, peace, dude.
Good job, everybody. A massive credit to ITB. He was running that conversation, steering the ship for us there, buddy.
I love flat Earth. That is, it's the most fun thing, and it's the most real thing. It's just, I love it.
You know what's so cool about it too? Is
You were our good cop today.
Yeah, he was good cop for sure. If you're honest, the conversation just kind of flows itself. There's no resistance. It's like we're both being honest. So, you know, I'm not trying to come against you with any bias. I'm going to hear what you have to say, and if I can't refute it, I'm going to listen to you. And if I think I can refute it, I'm going to respectfully try.
Yeah, absolutely. He came in though pretty like humbled and like kind. You know what I mean? Like
might have been just the
he's a good
alcohol.
guy. As far as like we're kind of having a laugh. You know, it's like trying to just get him into like loosened up. Like here, we're having a good time. You know, and you know what he does from that or whatever. At least it's interjected in the line. It's like not to be so tight about. People are laughing about your glob religion. You have no evidence for.
I like that you call it glob.
Well, man, listen. If you can laugh at yourself a lot, you know, more often than not about shit that you do, instead of like get mad that you've done something or get mad at other people, just you can kind of laugh about it. To me, that's being a little bit more honest, because it allows for better conversation when someone's jovial instead of when somebody's obviously when they're combative, but then even if they're just kind of middle of the road neutral, that sucks too. Like, you know what I mean? Kind of like you, Matt.
Yeah, for
Matthew.
sure. I try
Matthew's
to
in here.
figure the line because I get like kind of like, hey, no, you need to respect him, but then at the same time, I'm like, just let him go. Let's
sure.
Like I do the line, but it's like that's why it's like sometimes I'll be doing one line too far, and then it's like, oh, like stop doing that, and it's like I'm not
How many
trying
lines
to
are
step
you
on
doing?
anybody's toes.
I was
It's
gonna
just
say.
like part of my repertoire, part of my like routine and act. You know what I mean?
Bro, and you ain't sharing? Shit.
How many lines are you doing?
Okay, well, anyway, Matthew. See, nobody got the joke, CB, but you. Okay, so Matthew. Speaking of somebody who's completely whacked out on drugs all the time, how are you?
I'm doing well, except I'm not whacked out on drugs.
I know. I'm just.
Hey, Matthew is totally so. Hey, Matthew, I really do need some help. I have a question. How
You sound disingenuous, but go ahead.
No, I do. And please, when I ask you, you'll understand. No, because I'm
You
one
just
of your
agreed
biggest
with
fans.
Matthew, but yeah.
But how is the continental drift calculated? Like, how are they measuring the speed of continents drifting?
I think with satellites, but I'm not sure.
But how?
Just point and shoot.
Precise measurements of the orbits of satellites and in
Pictures, like repeated pictures, like comparing pictures.
I think it would be something more like GPS. Using precise GPS.
No, GPS for continent drift.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're like saying like the Himalayas is the I don't know whatever one plate going into the other plate at 14 centimeters a year.
Yeah,
and it seems like an odd measurement. Like how are they measuring that? And it's like because on two super time scales, like how are they measuring like Pangea going out like and having like 100 billion year super time?
You're right about that. That's mainly a speculation.
Yeah, but then that's why I'm wondering about like what are the modern scales for how is the continent shifting, and one's going at 3 centimeters, one's going colliding and whatever. The geology I can't say the African plate, the North American plate, I'm just wondering
GPS,
about the time. How are they measuring that?
GPS is not that accurate if you just take one time, if you just do one sample. But if you have precision equipment and let it sit there for a couple hours, then I think you can get measurements down to the millimeter or centimeter at least. Yeah.
Oh, and so you think there's probes there that then are reading like a shift in movement? Like it would just be like a seismograph, like one point there, but then like slightly it stretches over time.
No, I'm saying they like do a precise GPS measurement of a single spot on the continent, and then a year later they do it again, and it's 13 centimeters.
Yeah, that's the best I got so far. Thank you. Like I've just been trying to figure that out.
That's my.
I love geology. I mean, the super time scales is like some of that sci-fi stuff I fucking eat up. I love it. Yeah, it's like geology. How did a rock? How did a crystal? Like, how do you explain how the crystal formed and there's water in it that's apparently like 100,000 years old? Like, that's amazing to me. I think it's begging a lot of questions, but yeah, that's why I was like, thank you for being here, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean,
you're welcome, but I'm not an expert at hardly anything.
I mean, you do have some skills that I don't have. I definitely don't have the same skill of confidently making up shit as you go. That's a skill that you have, I think, so that's commendable.
I would call it describing common sense based on a scientific knowledge of mainstream media.
Common sense. When zero senses detect any Earth rotation. Okay,
he's correct.
That's not common sense. And knowledge requires knowing something You can't know something that isn't true. So
I appreciate that Matthew's here. Like, and I'm glad he keeps showing up.
yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely like having Matthew around, but doesn't mean we can't say it like it is.
Yeah, I don't mind. You can say what you like.
Like we would, me and Matthew, we would go to the same park and do like Dungeons and Dragons cosplay. We're the same.
You can at least do something more cool than that. Yeah. LARPing in the park.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely would have a beer with Matthew for sure.
Yeah, I like beer. Not a lot, but I do like it.
Yeah, we're not trying to get Helio drunk up in here, okay? So
too soon.
Wait, did something happen?
Is that his name now? Helio Drunk?
He's not here anymore. I mean, he's not here tonight.
Whoa, man.
Sorry, I should stop.
You're good. Words.
He's no longer with us because he logged off earlier.
Gotcha. Good stuff.
So, Matthew, what did you think about the conversation we were having with Enrique about the lack of there being evidence for their reality not being reality?
Wait.
Yeah, I wish I'd heard more of it because I was out most of the day and I just logged on and he was saying, okay, I'll go check out the videos and stuff. So I didn't hear most of what he said, but maybe I'll go check the live stream.
Oh, he's a super nice guy. He got that we're a little bit too scientific, we're a little bit too like literal, and we're a little bit too empirical and a little bit too logical, you know.
Yeah, a little bit too misinformed somehow.
No misinformation there, because that is resolved in the entire steps of what I said. So that, but yeah,
no, not you, him. He was like, "Oh, you guys aren't stupid. You're just misinformed." So it's like,
and then we're like, "Yeah, when you say misinformed, you mean
while we're educating you,
literal, empirical, logical, and scientific,
right?" It's just so funny.
That's why Matthew likes coming here. He likes hanging out with intellectuals.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, it's like because we could just be like, "Oh yeah, like did you see the new episode of Ancient Aliens?" Like, you know, right. We're like, "Hey, guess what? Ancient Aliens is bogus, bro." Like,
yeah, that is funny. That would be cringe if we were in here like, "Dude, did you guys see the new Netflix?" Yeah,
dude, if you want that, go to Super Soldier Talk, where they think they're like on some Scientology kick, where they're like they think they're aliens incarnated, and it's wild, bro.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm actually in some other communities, like, you know, I watch MMA and stuff, so I'm in other communities, and it's just funny to hear the sort of collective thoughts in other communities. Gives me a lot of appreciation for this one.
I have a perfect thing related to this. I took this picture today. I just posted it. It's a 2,000-year-old sculpture of the first laptop ever used.
Wow. That is wild. Man, can you believe that? What was the one that they said they hid, like the helicopter and the UFO and that was buried under the Sphinx and stuff?
Yeah, so they say it was a jewelry box, but it looks like a laptop to me. This is 100 BC.
Yeah, and our history is very strange. Nothing's new.
Is that meant to be a child or a little person holding the box? It seems like their head is disproportionate to the rest of their body. You know, if they're an adult.
Don't question to that far, because find some horrific history. We're just talking about the laptop here.
Well, maybe they really look like that due to malnourishment if they really were slaves.
Dang, I really want to make a joke about Biden's. Is that Biden's laptop?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're hiding those labs, those Ukraine labs. That's not too
So earlier today, I was talking about flat Earth with a coworker of mine, or I was actually, well, yeah, I was, but then this other coworker of mine who I work with a lot more and I talk with about flat Earth a lot more. He gets a little annoyed when this other coworker's walking past me and I say, yeah, I kind of wish it was a ball, you know. And he's like, because it is a ball, you know, blah, blah, whatever. And he's like, he says to me, you know, some stuff, and he says to me, you know, arguing with you is like arguing with a brick wall. And then, like, I was about to not say it to him because I thought I'd just make him angry, but then I just said the joke to him later on. I was like, you know why it's so hard to argue with a brick wall? Because it's hard and stationary.
Yeah, they never, every step of the way, it's like you contradict your entire special pleading fallacy. Every step of the way, it's a paradox.
You gotta love how they project so openly, Orion. Like, they can't help but just describe themselves. Like, I don't even know you that well, Orion, but like talking to you, you seem like an open guy. You do a lot of, talk to a lot of different people. I very highly doubt speaking to you is like speaking to a brick wall. So it's like, yeah, that's funny. People just openly cope through projection. So that's hilarious.
I just think it's interesting because the particular coworker of mine who, you know, doesn't like me talking about it, it seemed to me like his behavior kind of reminded me of that one quote of a famous astronomer, I think, or I don't remember who it was exactly, but he said that we exclude this geocentric model of the universe based on philosophic grounds because it's emotionally disturbing to, you know, acknowledge us as the center of the universe. And I just like, I'm not trying to think too hard into, you know, my coworkers' thoughts, but it just really seemed like almost that was it.
Yeah, I wonder what that's rooted in. It's just, it's weird.
Maybe it's a lot of different things, but I can think of at least one thing it adds, which is, you know, you know, if there's more of something, then the value of that thing is less. And if there's less of something, then the value of that thing is more. So it does bring more value to life, knowing that the life that we observe here is all that we really know exists. And I guess maybe just, you know, being the center of the universe or whatever. Like, I mean, I kind of get it, how it's a little disturbing. I kind of get it a little bit. Like, I do. But I just don't feel that way enough about it to just, you know, stick my head in the sand and be like, oh, no, the Earth's a ball anyway.
That's not even what it's about, though. It's like, yeah, I could give you ideas of like grandeur afterwards, but no, the bottom line is that the glob delusion is debunked. Like, it doesn't matter what I believe thereafter. It's I don't have to replace any story with it. It's like I find inspiration from it, and most people don't. Or like a lot of people don't find inspiration from it because they can't accept that people would lie to them in any fashion. Like, I mean, that's why, like, I think people are starting to get it, and it's like, but they don't really get it. They're like, oh, they think they're getting smarter, but then they're just falling for worse things. And you would say that, like, about me being rational, but I have a rational understanding of what reality is and what reality isn't, and of geometric implications and of, you know, many different functions of what I'm talking about. And it's like, oh, here, we're talking about natural science. So I understand what natural science is. This is where the the confusion comes in. It's like somebody thinks they understand natural science. They think they're standing sideways in a thermodynamics violation on a water ball.
We'd have a Star Wars character in the house. Boba, do you believe that the Earth is a planet?
Oh, I thought that was like a Boba Tea reference.
Boba's muted.
And Boba, he was funny because we were like talking to him on Instagram, and then he like took down. I guess somebody else was like kind of bullying him about his Boba Fett thing. So then I was like, well, now you're just Boba Fett fan. Like, even though you don't have a Boba Fett in your thing anymore, you're still just Boba Fett fan because you got bullied into removing your Boba Fett. So now he's coming here and is Boba Fett, and it's like, we weren't really bullying you. It was like, we're just having fun. So I'm sorry for bullying you out of, using the Boba Fett as your profile. I didn't mean to do that. And it wasn't me. I'm apologizing on behalf of somebody else. But I shouldn't have kept it up.
Why you bully me?
Well, because I think you're illogical, and I think that you were trying to bully me, and that I did one better than you. So, Boba Fett fan, I like Boba Fett as well. We are in agreement.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite Micro Machines to play with as a child. The action figure and his ship.
Damn, and I'm over here thinking it's a reference to Boba Tea.
Oh, that would be better. I am a Boba Tea fan.
Dude, I like me some Boba Tea. Shit.
I do the tapioca pudding, So, but when Boba Tea came around, it's like, yes, of course, thank you. Like the adult version of your little tapioca when you're a kid.
So, Boba, I unmuted you. Speak now or forever hold your peace. And he's gone.
Yeah,
he uses warp speed to get out of here real quick.
Boba's big thing is his Southern Star rotation. That's Boba's big thing. Like, and then he did the moon thing where it's like we only see one face, but it's like, like you're jumping to a lot of conclusions, and there is no southern crux, because the crux is viewed in the north part of the year. So there's no constellation that is solely for the south. Other than, that's not true, but anyways, I need help. I need help with having to answer him. You there, Bubba?
Did he come back?
Oh no, that I was just like putting his position forward, like for the southern crux. So I was wanting him to explain a little bit further. Hello? Did Boba have an answer?
Do you remember those old, really weird, annoying commercials on TV for Verizon where that guy would just walk around in like the middle of the desert or whatever and just say, "Can you hear me now?" Good. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Like, you think with all that space he covered, you know, he might come to the realization the Earth is flat or something. I don't know.
I mean, must have been all those satellites giving him all that signal.
I'm not even sure if that's how they advertised it or not.
No, definitely they didn't. Yeah, they didn't. But I wonder if those horizons, though. We should go take a look at the commercial. Maybe all the horizons they showed were flat. There's a secret flat Earth video.
Yeah, they did show its full ground communication with towers and like many flat horizons and perspective diminishing angle mountains behind them. So that is pretty funny. That is secret Yinger flat Earth. Flat Earth is easy. It just is reality.
Yeah.
You just end up seeing like some people accept it and some people don't. I don't know, this angle measurement one has been like just one of these fun, fascinating ones conversations to have. Have you talked to, have many conversations about the horizontal angle measurements to celestials, or what's your deal with it?
Do you mean the QE thing with the curved adjacent, or what are you talking about?
No, I mean the thing with there being a geographic position, which is the position you're trying to find of yourself, and you're doing the observation, and you establish the horizontal, and then the ground position beneath the celestial is at 90 degrees perpendicular to your horizontal, and both GP are perpendicular.
Yeah, the thing I have issue with that is that how do you know how high the stars are in order to figure out your distance to the GP?
But it'll be the same angle measurement to the same celestial, whether you're on the sea level or if you're 6 miles up on an airplane. So we don't need to know how far it is. We're just taking an angle measurement from the horizontal.
Yeah, Matthew, did you just ask him, or did you just say we don't know how far the stars are, though?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Like, that was weird.
If you're trying to use a sextant on a flat Earth, it seems like you would have to know how far the stars are.
Yeah, it seems
why?
The trigonometry I posted at 6 past the hour from QE's website.
Okay. Take a look at that. I'm pretty sure, I mean, don't you just need the angle?
Sounds weird.
Yeah, you need the angle theta, and then because you're trying to find x, your distance from the GP under the object.
I'm not an expert on using sextants or geolocating, but I'm just pretty sure that finding the distance from you to a star is not part of the process. Are you saying that's part of the process?
And I think that's very detrimental to like your argument if you're trying to argue that you could.
No, this is QE's description of how sextants work on a flat Earth, and I agree it's very detrimental, but I don't know a solution for what he's saying.
No, with what you're saying, because you claim to know it and that the light is parallel, but there is a GP, and that's why I say it's very detrimental that we can raise 6 miles in height and get the same angle.
Yeah,
So
6 miles.
just like, I don't know if you look at the post that a picture that I posted, there's an actual position and apparent position. That's due to perspective. So yeah, I'm just wondering why you don't believe in perspective. Why you think like a function in perspective would be like your physical Earth curve, and why you don't get that your model is based on my celestial model, my celestial planar model that must derive its measurement from angles of celestials from the horizon, from the horizontal, which the definition horizon is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right degree angles.
Okay, so which image are you talking about that you posted? By the way, I like what Tweet posted. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that was a good one too. Just above, but mostly it's just why don't you believe in perspective?
I think I do.
Okay, well, why do you think that you do?
Perspective is the idea that as something gets farther away, it gets smaller, and it sort of shrinks towards the vanishing point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's flurperspective.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just kidding.
And I believe that. I mean, that sounds right.
It is. That's what it's given that call because it's so real. It must be absurd.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm thinking. So why would you think that if you go 69 miles or 60 miles, why would you think that star would drop 1 degree?
Because the angle of the ground is changing, not the distance to the star.
Yeah, see, the distance to the star isn't changing because it's only apparent. But why would you think that then the ground is curving? Because that would just be a fundamental drop in your perspective.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. It's not like offered as a proof that the ground is curving. It's an assumption that if we assume the ground is curving, then this is how you would use sextants to do navigation.
Well, then no, but then it would be double drop. Like it's like no, if it would be 1 degree in the degree is because of Earth curve, well then you would also have the degree of perspective as well. So the drop would be twofold. So
okay, I posted at 11 past the hour.
That's what kind of we're saying. The problem is with your whole deal is you don't account for perspective when you put things in orthographic view.
Right, because it's so far when you're talking about sextants and stars that it doesn't matter.
So then why are you asking about a distance to a star when what, like, really celestially, if you're at the equator, then you shouldn't see the North Star. You should go all the way to the North Star and you should be able to go up in altitude and then you should be able to see the North Star again.
Okay, I understand what you're asking.
That's not possible.
Right,
like,
so
you can't do that.
There's two different ways of doing this here. One is the globe Earth way, in which you don't have to know the distance to the star. And the other way is if the Earth is flat, it seems to me like you would have to know the distance to the star. So you don't have to know the distance to the star to do navigation on a globe Earth. You assume it's infinitely far.
Yeah, so you would assume it's infinitely far, but then you would have the physical geometry, let's say you can't see Polaris past the equator. But if you're right at the equator, but if you raised up in an airplane and you were 6 miles up, then you should see the North Star. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but
because with every elevation, it would be affecting your model. Because remember, your model is based on my model. So any problem you have with my model is a problem you have with your model. You probably
they're different models. So they have different problems.
No. Your model is my model, and we don't live on a model.
No. Let me fix that.
It's
We
not.
live on the same Earth. We don't live on a model. So there is no model. There's the same Earth that we live in outside. So we live on the same Earth. That's what you should say.
Yeah. So his model is based on my celestial model, but we live in an Earth, and it's not. And so the celestial model is just an orthographic simulation of like reality. So my model is not a model; it's reality. That's what I attest to. Science, logic.
Well, so if you look at 11 past the hour, that's a description of how we Globers think sextants work. And to answer your question about the altitude, if you go 6 miles above B, it doesn't change the angle that much. So we could ignore those 6 miles versus sea level in that case.
Okay, wait. So this is really weird. So you're showing you can easily establish vertical because that is you are vertical, and so you can hold your hand out. You can establish horizontal. So what you're saying is that the ground position zenith of the star is not 90 degrees to the ground. It's not a ground position. That's what you're saying. It's actually a position in space. Is that what you're saying? The GP is in space?
In my diagram, the GP is at A.
I know, but that's at 45 degree angle.
And then at B, it's, 45 degrees, that same star appears.
below the horizontal that was established.
But at B, the horizontal is a different horizontal. They're not the same horizontal on a globe.
So what happens then if somebody's on, the opposite end of the diameter of the circle of equal altitude made around the ground position underneath the zenith of the star, and they view the angle at the same angle out the opposite end of the diameter? Are they also in space?
No, they would be the same distance from A.
Okay, no, this is very confusing. Are they? Where is the ground position on the ground? Is the ground position actual ground position, like ground meaning surface of sea or ground or earth?
Yeah, are you looking at the green diagram, the one that I posted?
Yeah, and I see you have a 90 degrees. So who's at 90 degree? So are you at 45 degrees or are you at 90 degrees?
So the ground position is at A, and what ground position means is that particular star is directly above 90 degrees above A. So that's the ground position. And then
wait. Hold on. So A, 90 degrees, that's the ground position. That's below the celestial.
Yeah, whatever celestial object the star.
90 degrees zenith.
Yeah, that's what ground position means. It's directly above.
So what is B?
B is where the ship is, and B looks at the same star and at the same moment doesn't see it straight above, but it sees it at 45, and so therefore it says,
okay.
And then therefore it says, we're 1/8 of the way around a circle, and so it's 1/8 of the circumference, and then they can infer that it's 3190 miles from A.
Okay, so what's the 90 degrees to?
The 90 degrees is if you are at the ground position.
Okay, if I'm there. So it's a hypothetical 90. So the 90 degrees.
It's 90 degrees from straight up, straight down.
And so you in that 45 degrees, that's you standing straight up and you being at your own 90 degrees, holding your hand out, finding relative. horizontal, and that's 40 degrees. So it's 40 degrees from 90. That's I'm just really confused at, like, so you're standing on the ground, horizontal is straight out in front of you, then the line goes off into space, but then point A is on the ground, and it's at 90 degrees, but then you're seeing the star and establishing the 90 degrees at whatever degree that is, 45, 40, or 90. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so
it's not a right triangle.
The direction of up is different in both from A and B in our model.
Well, in the picture, it shows that they're both up parallel, and it's like a little hump that goes up.
I see what you're saying. So from A, the blue line going straight up is the direction of up. But from B, the direction of up from B's perspective is that black line that goes up to the left a little bit.
But B's perspective is supposed to be my perspective. Like, I'm using the tool.
Right.
And so that's what I'm confused about. How am I, like, sideways and then looking straight off and then that something is at 90 degrees? I'm just, like, really confused. Like, I established horizontal. Why would then something be off by 25 degrees?
It's 45. I'm not sure where you're getting the 25 from, but from B's perspective.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just talking.
Yeah, if you look closely at B, there's those three black lines. The one that sort of are tangent to the green line, that's B's horizon, or B from its perspective. And also from B, the line that goes up and to the left a little bit, that black line, that is the direction of up from B, from the perspective of a person standing at B. And so the blue line from the perspective of someone standing at B is not straight up, but is instead at 45 degree angles.
Okay, so you're saying that when I take my sextant degree, when I establish horizontal, I'm actually establishing I'm at 45 degrees compared to the zenith's ground position that is at 90. That would be
Perfect.
up above me.
Yes, you understand.
No, I don't understand at all. Like, it is so illogical, and man, I need some help. Could you have any other sort of material? Like, post some more picture or something, more diagram.
Let me see.
That's looking just so odd, because I'm establishing a horizontal. I know I am 90 degrees because I established the horizontal, and the ground position of the angle that I'm measuring will be all perpendicular to the vertical of my 90 degrees. So horizontal isn't relative until we get to talking about the diameter, and there's another person on the other side on the same horizontal.
Yeah,
like,
so
the zenith.
Here's another example.
I posted that earlier. No. Post something better. No, I don't like that. I posted that one earlier, actually.
You posted this one?
Yeah, I posted that exact one. Yeah, for sure. I like that one because that one to me is like a fun globe debunk.
Sure. I mean,
like, can you do something better? Like, I don't want to conflate horizontal with tangent and stuff. It's like there's some way that there must be geographical and ground positions explained. Like, and I think you can do better. And I really, your attempt was better than what I've seen so far, but it's not good. And so, can you do better, please?
The foundation of how globe sextants work is that the direction of down is different at different places on the globe. So I'm not sure
No,
why.
it has nothing to do with that. It had the way the sextant works is you look at the horizon, or you can just hold your hand out and you find horizontal based on your vertical,
Right.
which is relative to the where the ground is facing. It's like you're not doing this like upside down or anything, and it's the same angle as if you were 6 miles up above flying in an airplane.
Yeah, right.
And we're taking angle measurements from horizontal, and we're trying to find our geographic position, which is on the physical Earth. And there's a ground position, and then from that ground position, there's a circle of equal altitude around below that zenith in that ground position. And somebody else on the other side, another geographic position, is going to view that celestial at the same angle on the other side of that circle of equal altitude. So this is all on one horizontal. All 90 degrees of the GPs are all perpendicular. This is like factually so.
If the Earth is flat, that's right.
No, not if. This is how it works. Like, it's not an if thing.
It works differently on the two different.
No, we're not talking about the globe. We're not talking about the globe anymore. If I was talking about the globe, I would say if. But no, I'm saying no. Like the angle would be the same. Is the same. Like, it's not an if thing. And so all these GPs, like all ground position and geographical positions, are all on the horizontal, which are physically ground positions. And horizontal is based on parallel with the horizon at 90 degrees. So, like, there's no aspect of curving and curved adjacent, whatever, you're mad about QE's stuff. Like, it's like, no, like, this is, don't be mad at QE. Like, this is logical stuff here we're just talking about. And it's like, I want you to explain how you're conflating a Euclidean circle with a spherical circle, which is a contradiction in the term. There is no such thing.
What you think? You think spherical triangles aren't real?
See, this is why QE said don't play around with that. It's not a question about a spherical triangle. It's a question of a Euclidean one.
Yeah, all of this is a Euclidean geometry. Non-Euclidean geometry is sort of only theoretical. Like, nobody uses that.
Exactly, precisely. No, but that was what I'm trying to come to the conclusion. How are these all ground positions? They're perpendicular, but they're not. Like, for us to be able to do celestial navigation to begin with, it's like you have to have intersecting planes. But in reality, as much as I know, everything's flat and stationary and falls under the consequences of optics.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not going to be much help. It seems like I might not be able to explain it very well.
You're supposed to be the one to explain it.
Yeah,
because I hear all these. Huh?
Yeah, that simple diagram at 11 past the hour might be the best I can do. I mean, I don't know what else I could do to explain that.
I mean, it's a very interesting predicament because, yeah, like that, you're posting that's based on a horizontal, based on the horizon, parallel, and the GPs are going to be 90 degrees, and they're going to meet, and they must meet, or else you can't even do the measurements.
Okay, GPs are single spot under a star. What do you mean? They're going to be
GP and geographical position. So there's two GPs. your geographical position, which you're trying to figure out, and the ground position 500 miles away underneath the zenith of a star, which is well past your horizon. Do you get the implications there?
Yeah, I'm thinking about how to explain it the best. I'm not sure I can come up with a better way to explain it.
Yeah, and then it really gets frustrating when then you think about the circles of equal altitude and what a diameter is. And so somebody can be on the outskirts. Infinite people can be on the outskirts of that circle of diameter, viewing the same angle. And
right, that's why you need 2 or 3 circles.
It's all on horizontal. Well, no. That's what I'm saying. Then that compounds the predicament you find yourself in by 3. We're just still talking about the first one. We're not going past that. We're talking about diameters of circles that are flat. And so that's these are all ground positions, geographical positions. Of course, it's based on the ground. There are angle measurements from the horizontal, which is the horizon. It's 1 degree from the horizon. So every arc minute is basically just fundamentally perspective and just proves that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, I found that one of the more painstaking ones, because it's like, they want to say the GPs, just like what you showed me, but no, like we do this thing in reality, and it's very different from that little thing that you showed me where you're at 45 degrees. It's just that was just like convoluted and weird. You know what I mean? Like, no, like there's some real, just basic triangles going on here. Just with 1 star. That's why I'm saying 3 stars. Now we're talking about thousands of miles of verified flat plane horizontal. But what's the thing that's like kicking it for you? What are you thinking about nowadays, Matthew?
Okay, sorry, I was busy posting some stuff. What I'm thinking about these days, the best way to teach programming to students that's been occupying my
that's
time.
Awesome.
What new videos to make. I have a YouTube channel, and I kind of want to make some more stuff, but I haven't done
Oh,
it.
you got a channel up and running now, buddy?
Yeah, I have a channel.
Is it like known? Can I just find it Matthew Learns, or
Matthew Weathers is my name. I'll post a link
on Instagram or on YouTube? I mean, nice. No, like I'm a fan of people that are just respectful, nice people, and I always appreciate your demeanor compared to other people that are very upset.
Okay, so I posted 2 images about looking at the moon from 2 different cities as a way of describing the difference in the way that people would conceive of using sextants on a flat Earth versus a spherical Earth.
Oh, you see with the second one, I like that. I like it a lot because I would see with the second one, you don't have to have the curve of the Earth. You then just drop the angle because you have a diminished angular size. See, so the first one explains it very perfectly, and then your second one says somebody's off at 30 degrees. And no, that person isn't like dropping down. They're just literally away from you. And so they're seeing on a flat thing, the angle drop, diminish. It's very, very simple. There's no curvature there, buddy. It's more easily described as just a, something dropping away from you when you walk away from it.
There's no curvature on the second image? Is that what you said?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The image, it shows this curvature. You don't need this curvature because that same angle will be there when you just walk away that far.
Oh yeah. So
just if you just flatten, so that just when you flatten out that hump, that 30 degree, that little angle, or the arrow will just follow that, and it'll just point right exactly at that other one. And
so like the first,
so it has
the first image.
no ground whatsoever. It's fully just optical drop. Very simple.
Yeah. That's why I made these two. I made these two images as an example of how those two different ideas can both account for. Specifically, the moon looking like it's straight above Guatemala City at the same moment it seems to be 30 degrees above the horizon in Montevideo.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And so, so then you just take the Occam's razor. Logical is, we don't need this goofy curve here. You know what I mean? So what the first one that you did is correct. The second one is just silly. You know what I mean?
Here's the other.
So what is the finale?
The finale is that in Guatemala City and in Montevideo, the moon appears the same angular size. So that means using the law of perspective, that the moon is the same distance.
Yeah, well, the law of perspective for your apparent position, but you're not actually getting the actual position of where the zenith is at, what the celestial is at, nor are you getting its actual you're not getting its actual size, but you're not getting the actual.
Yeah. So to be clear, in the first
zenith there, if you were like the actual like height, you couldn't really do a calculation to then get your height, your complete elevation of a celestial.
Yeah, so to be clear, in the first diagram, what that shows is that if the Earth is flat, then the moon is twice as far from Montevideo as it is from Guatemala City. So even if you don't know what X is, you know it's twice X from one city. So the question is, if the moon really is twice as far from one city as the other, why does it appear the same size in both cities?
Oh, why? Oh, physicality bias.
Yeah. This would assume that the moon.
But very intriguing, because you would think under each model there would be that perspective change,
right?
If it was to be a model, but that's why it's like these objects in the sky are very intriguing to us. We want to know
they
more.
follow the law of perspective. I think the moon generally follows the law of perspective.
Well, it wouldn't, because what you're saying here is that it would shrink in size the same distance as if it was a baller and you're rotating, or
that's right. Yeah.
Perspective. Our thing is like there's multitudes of things that happen at the vanishing point with optical phenomenon, your thing is that it's a physical thing.
Yeah, I've
But
seen.
then also that those implications that you would have for physicality bias about like the sun or moon shrinking in angular size would also be implications of your own model that you think is so like watertight. And so that's what I'm bringing up is that that's a failure of your model.
So
why we're questioning.
physicality bias is just a fancy word for me saying, oh, I think the moon's
Well, it's
real.
physically angular going to change in size, like
right,
like a brick if you
right,
take
because it's
far
a
away.
physical object that follows the law of perspective. So
But
I
it
believe in the law of
should.
perspective.
And so, just in the same way as like, because I mean, you have the physicality bias. You're trying to put that on me. I don't have the physicality bias. Those things are transmitting energy like nobody's business. I'm not going to get into that, but no, you have the physicality bias.
Right.
And trying to put that physicality bias onto me when you're only pinpointing a failure of your own model. Because remember, your model is based on my model, but like literally you should be seeing a change in angular size and you don't. So
in the globe model, we see a physical change of angular size based on
so you're saying the sun and moon changes in size
based on its distance? Yes,
it does change. No, well, it changes in size when we observe it on Earth.
Yes, based on its the law of perspective.
So it does. Okay, wow. Well, then, man, that makes me. That's pretty cool.
I mean, it's just obvious law of perspective stuff. If something goes farther away, it gets smaller.
Yeah.
If something comes closer.
So I mean, that's what happened. But that's what happens with the sun and moon, then.
Right. So if you look at the second diagram,
our models we're fully in agreement. Sun goes far away, disappeared. But you think there's some physicality then that obstructs its view. I think you just stop seeing it.
Okay,
you think there's physicality there.
To be clear, we're talking
movement.
about small distances. If you look at the second diagram that I posted, notice the two numbers, the distance to the moon from the two different cities.
But okay, I get that you put that there, but no, that's a very big movement. And so for you
it's not that big, actually.
There is only a minuscule change in angular size.
Right.
A lot of people refute that. A lot of people are very...
Okay, let me explain.
So you understand that you're just only really proving the Earth is flat here. Or you're proving that there's no need for curvature.
If you look at my second diagram, notice the difference in distance to the moon is 382 versus 385,000 kilometers. So Montevideo is actually 3,000 kilometers farther from the moon. But it's the ratio that makes a difference. So 382 versus 385 is pretty close. And so the angular size of the moon is going to be pretty close in both places.
Pretty close.
Yeah, 385 versus
But it will be it would noticeably have a diminished angular size, huh?
I don't know if it's noticeable. 385 and 382 is not that much difference.
I mean, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just that's based on observation. We know how the things work. I'm just saying, like, sort of in the model where you're moving away. I think there'd be an angular size, especially with a physicality bias.
Yeah, and that's why I'm agreeing with you. You're right. In the globe model, there's a physicality bias, and the angular size changes in relationship using the law of perspective, the same ratio as the distance. But I'm also saying the distance doesn't change that much from 382 to 385. It's not that big.
Yeah. See, that's what I think a lot of people forget is that there's a diminishing angular size happening. So you're seeing something right above you. You have wide open angular angle. You know what I mean? and then as it goes away, then once it gets to about 10 degrees from horizontal, now we start having a lot of optical phenomenon. So
Yeah,
there's
that's why
very
for
very
example, it's
small
much bigger.
amount of diminishing angular size. Not to put a physicality on it, but you would say physically there's a small amount of diminishing angular size, and then it's gone.
Right.
But I would say that diminishing angular size would have to keep shrinking the way that you would think that it would have to keep shrinking for us. But we say refraction when you say no refraction, and when you say refraction, and we say no refraction.
Yeah, it sounds like you
You
guys
get
got
how
it
it goes?
exactly backwards.
Yeah, you get how it goes. Like it's fun. That's why we're glad you're here. So you would say the fact that there is very small diminishing angular size of the celestial, such as the sun, wouldn't prove anything either way.
No, I'd say that the sun and the moon follow the law of perspective using the physicality bias, and that if there is a small change in distance, then we would expect to see a small change in angular size. So that's why we don't see that much of a difference of angular size between Guatemala City and Montevideo. Whereas on a flat Earth, it seems like the differences between X and 2X, like twice as far. And we should expect, again, using the physicality bias, that there would be a change in the moon's apparent size of a factor of 2.
Okay, so now you want to perspective. So when the
No, the whole time I've been talking about.
No, but so this is what I'm asking about, like perspective. And there's the angular size, and there's the angular drop to the vanishing point. So you're automatically, for flat Earth, you're saying it needs 2 times. When I'm saying no for you need 2 times, because you're saying it's dropping away from you, as well as it diminishing in size and distance.
Yeah, but the distance isn't getting twice as far. It's only going from 382 up to 385,000. So it's not that much of a distance.
It would be the same as on the flat Earth. From the first diagram you have, it would be the same because you're still looking at a side view. But in physicality, when you would be looking at it, like it would still be vanishing point, goes up to the center, the thing's dropping. Now you're saying it should double and drop in the second one, not it should double in size change on the first one when it's like showing you a triangle. No, it would shrink in size and it would be dropping low. Like, so it would be exponentially more low, because you would be counting for perspective as well as Earth curve.
Yeah. In both cases, it drops down to 30 degrees above the horizon. But in my first diagram, the blue distance is half as big as the yellow distance. In my second diagram, both yellow distances are almost the same. There are a few percentage difference, but they're pretty much the same.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is where you're wrong, because you're not accounting for diminishing angular size.
Oh, yeah. So obviously, both of these diagrams can't be true. So one of them's right, one of them's wrong.
That piece of land, point B or point A, one of those pieces of land is also going to be diminished size.
Right.
And you're going to have limited resolution when you're looking at things at that distance from there. But in your orthographic view, there's no change in perspective. There's no change in diminishing angular size.
No, there is. It's just not very big.
No. In that view, there is none. There is no diminishing angular size present there, unless you were to actually scale it and say, okay, here is this thing smaller size up here. Like, you didn't do any of that scaling for diminishing angular size with the distance. That's what I'm saying. Like, for you to account for something being around a curve, you would also have to account for the perspective of it as well, which
Right.
would double drop it. So you wouldn't really see much of anything ever. So what you're doing is trying to magnify your stuff by putting it in an orthographic view and trying to magnify like reality, like, oh, this is no, but it's like, really, no, your view is you would have to shrink it as well as drop it. But you've already dropped it when you confused perspective with Earth curve and diminishing angular size with Earth curve.
I'm talking about angular size being dependent solely and only on distance. So that's just the law of perspective.
Well, the diminishing angle, your angle of view. So we're talking about an angle still, which also, must be on a flat surface. There's no horizontals on the surface of a ball.
Right, but you can draw a tangent pretty easy, so it's easy to get an angle.
Well, you could draw a tangent, and this is why we're talking about, like, well, there's geographic position. So if you can just see, okay, horizontal, you hold your hand out, horizontal to the horizon, and then you have a ground position off in space. But what about the other person at the diameter of that circle of equal altitude that's also getting the same angle to the same celestial? It's at 90 degrees for them too. So everybody's GP, that's your geographic position that you're trying to figure out, you the observer, the ground position, and the other person's geographic position, everybody's GP, everybody's having a GP perpendicular at 90 degrees to the horizontal. Like, and it has to be that way, or I'm really trying to figure out how not.
But so in the globe model, everybody's direction to down is different, and also everybody's horizontal is different.
So you want to say, you're conflating horizontal, which by definition is parallel to the ground plane of the horizon at 90-degree angles. Okay, definition. So you're trying to conflate horizontal with level, and then level you can conflate with a ball. Like, no, we're doing actual we're making right triangles so that then we can later do triangulation. So we're not talking about non-Euclidean geometry here. Like,
nobody's talking about non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, we're talking about, like, so for you to say that horizontal is horizontal to everybody, no, like, these are ground positions. There's certain mathematical principles that we all understand. 90 degrees perpendicular, horizontal. So horizontal is the ground, and you can establish vertical from based on that. And we all establish perpendicular verticals. That's what celestial navigation proves. That's why your map is based on my map.
Yeah, so I guess the difference is I would claim that if somebody in Los Angeles establishes the horizontal, like the plane that's 90 degrees from straight down, and then if somebody else in Honolulu does the same thing, that they're not parallel, that they're different planes of horizontal, and that's what's causing that, and that's what would make it.
Yeah, and that's your claim. That's your claim.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I'm talking about the angle to a celestial, such as Polaris or the sun. You would take an angle measurement. You have a ground position. You're at a geographical position. somebody else is at another geographical position on that same horizontal. Do you get that you have the same angle no matter where you are on the perimeter? Or you can have differing angles, but you can be within that circle of equal altitude all on the same ground plane?
Yes, I understand that.
That's a ground plane.
Right. On a plane, everybody in the circle of equal altitude would be on the same plane. Everybody who sees the Polaris at 34 degrees above the horizon, like I do,
34 to like 35, you'd be within. It wouldn't be it wouldn't have to. You don't have to be on the exact diameter or perimeter, but infinitely within that circle, everybody is observing the same celestial with comparable angles because the ground position is at 90 degrees to everybody.
Yeah, so it's about 33.9 degrees above the horizon here where I live. But in Hawaii, it's different. It's
yeah. Well, that would be different, and we wouldn't be using that. I'm talking about when we're doing celestial navigation, when we're doing measuring for making maps. A lot of people confuse what is it, the GPS. They think it's the GPS map or whatever, and it gives them curvature or whatever, but it's geodetic, right? But it's really just based on celestial measurement. So
I think the talking point goes something like, "Oh, you think it's global positioning system, GPS, but no, it stands for ground positioning system."
Yeah, something like that. Which we're talking about the ground and the nature of reality, and so this is what I find confusing. Like, why would you confuse? Like, we're taking angle measurements from the horizon. Like, how, what we're talking about, Matthew?
Yeah, no, I'm not confused.
The ground positions are on the ground.
Right. I just think
your geographical position is on the ground.
I agree.
So that's at 90 degrees. That's horizontal. And your vertical, which you established horizontal by, is parallel to the horizon at 90 degrees.
Right. But I think they're different in different cities. I think the horizontal is a different angle from Dallas to Tucson to.
But how would you then have a ground position at 90 degrees from you if you're at 45 degrees? And how would you even see that? That would change the angle of where you're seeing the star.
Right. The farther around the globe you are, the more the angle changes.
No, that would change where your angle is, so the GP would not be at that GP. The GP would then move ground position. So it's like we have to be very exact because we're literally saving lives. Okay. Like,
fortunately, it actually works. It's proven to work, right?
Yeah, and it's proven to work, and it's been working for eons. So we're trying to figure out where a triangle has a curved adjacent, where a right triangle can have a curved adjacent.
Oh yeah, right triangles cannot have curved adjacents.
Absolutely not. So you believe you're on a curved adjacent, and so when you're establishing horizontal and you're establishing your GP off into space, that's not a ground position. It's not on the ground. So are you saying you're establishing it through, like a chord through the ground? Because I've seen lots of pictures of both things, and it seems so silly to me because it's still, you must have a triangle to make the angle.
Right.
It all starts with that.
Yeah, so we globers don't use curved adjacents. We make a straight line.
You make a
and then use
tangent.
a straight line. We make a tangent and use that.
You make a tangent just based on pure belief and faith.
Well, one way
And so
to
that's
do it.
what I so then when you have the GP, so you fully acknowledge that the ground position is not on the ground, completely nulling the term, and the position it would be on the ground is not at 90 degrees.
The horizon. So in order to find the horizon, if it's foggy, you can just do 90.
No,
degrees
you can
straight
just
line.
hold your hand out. You can outstretch your hand. Yeah, we're not talking about that. Like your ground is established by your vertical,
Right.
and you can establish perpendicular to that is the horizon, the horizontal.
Right, and even if it's foggy out there, you can still do
Don't need it, but you should need it though. If like the fact that you can have a bubble sextant and you being on a dinghy and have the same angle is a very large problem for the globe, with you having geometric consequences to your claims.
It would be a problem if we were saying that all of the horizontals are parallel, but we don't think they are.
No. No, I'm saying no, but you are saying if you're on a dinghy and then somebody happens to be flying above you 6 miles up, you're both using the sextant, it would be the same exact angle,
right,
to the celestial, and that's a big problem for you if there's a geometric principle that
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Earth drop.
You're right that it would make a difference if you're on sea level versus if you're on a plane 6 miles high, directly above that. But the amount of difference it would make is proportional to how far the star is versus how those 6 miles. And it turns out those 6 miles are so small in comparison that we can ignore that difference.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's why it's fine. There's no dip correction needed. There's no dip. I mean, because you're not the horizon. Like, if you're just trying to find horizontal. So we
Right,
have
the dip correction is never applied to the star itself.
It's not, but see that a lot of people try to confuse that with your angular size, but it's like no. If you're on the globe, you don't believe in angular size or perspective.
For stars, maybe. I mean, I believe in angular size and the law of perspective for the moon and the sun. So close enough.
Well, no, you would believe it in the sense of, you walk away from your house. But then when it comes to like things going like, okay, let's think bigger than your reality, you're like, no, it's completely different than your reality. And that's what I find weird about you is
I don't think
you disbelieve reality.
No, we all say that the law of perspective works.
No.
Give me an example of where the globe theory says disagrees.
Well, you're saying there's a degree drop of a celestial over certain mileage, 60 miles, and you're saying that's due to physical Earth below you, like dropping, but you don't know it's dropping.
So the position, the direction to an object has nothing to do with the law of perspective. Law of perspective only comes into play when you're measuring the size of an object, not the direction to the object. Those are different things.
Yeah, the direction to. So, but it would be diminishing in angle, so it would be
an angular size,
dropping in height.
No,
as well,
you're confusing.
As compared to
you're confusing angular size with angle.
No, angular size. No, I'm saying no angle. You get an angular size from an angle, so I'm not confusing them. Angular size is based on angle. No,
Okay. So I get what you're saying. So let's say we look out and see the moon, and it's 30 degrees above the horizon. That's the angle to the moon. And then secondly, there's an angular size, and you say, oh, it's about half a degree wide. So the angular size is that half a degree. The direction, the angle where we see the moon is 30 degrees. The law of perspective refers to, and it relates to the angular size, that half a degree. But the law of perspective doesn't have anything to do with the direction we see things.
Oh no, the direction. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, because you can be standing right up on top of right in front of a house, right, and then the house is above your head. Then you can go stand far away from it, flat surface, even if it raises up a little bit, slightly in elevation, and it'll be below your feet, or not below your feet, but below your view, just due simply to a perspective.
Yeah, so the angular size
or
changes.
it's like
You're right.
it'll be towering above you, and then it's not so towering above you.
Right,
at the
angular
distance.
size.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Angular size, not the what a light bulb looks like at distance. We're talking about just the perspective drop that is present when you walk away from something that's very close. It's angularly small. So we were talking about angular size, and we were talking about angles because they are one and the same.
Yeah, when I say the angle to a celestial object is different than the angular size of the celestial object, I don't think there's a clearer way for me to say that, but it sounds like it's not getting through.
No, I got you. No, it is an angle to the celestial, but it's from horizontal, from the horizon. So that's why when they say it's like a lot of people don't understand what they mean when they say 1 degree angle for 60 miles, 69 nautical miles, or 69 miles, 60 nautical miles. They don't understand that is a perspective drop.
I would just call it a direction drop. I don't think it has anything to do with perspective.
Well, it would be directionally dropping down because it's based on something that was above your head, dropping down as you go in distance. Away, not to. Then the angle greatens. Go away, angle lessens. You diminish your angle. That's what I'm saying. It's directly relative to diminishing angle. It is purely perspective.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't think I can explain it differently.
Well, you're doing good explaining how you're explaining it. I mean, better than most conversations I have about it. But it's like, no, like this is you're not accounting for perspective in any of this stuff, because that's what every observation in reality is. So if you want to put it sideways, an orthographic view in a simulation, you would too also have to put a lot of other factors into it. One would be diminishing angular size. So that would be the angle going down.
Again, I
going
submit
up from
that
your
angular
feet.
size is different than angle.
Well, it's your perspective angle. And again, angular size is the same thing as an angle. It is based on the angle.
I think that's
with horizontal.
the clearest way for you to say it.
Well, you don't like it because horizontal. It's based on it's an angle from horizontal, and this is why sort of globe people don't like when we start talking about these arcs and these angles, because it's been a long time like where we're going to presuppose that these arcs, it's like, is light a wave or a particle? And then these people are saying waves, and it's like, no, that's just your probability. you would answer that. Not actually what is.
Yeah, the different ways of looking at what light is, I don't think it comes into play in this specific example.
Would you like to talk about light? Let's talk about something cooler.
How about satellites? I think satellites are good evidence that there's space.
Satellites? Well, I was talking about lights, but so you're saying some little lights in the sky? Do you see these lights in the sky?
Sometimes you can see them, yeah.
Do you? But is that like a little hobby of you? Sort of find them and scope them out, or
you can look on a website and find out when the ISS is going over, and I've seen it go over my house.
No, I wonder because I have a lot of these apps, and I go out and look for them a lot, and I don't see them, man. Like, because I think that shit's funny.
You've never seen a satellite once?
No, I've seen some satellite, yeah. I guess what they would say was a satellite, just some constant moving, like, object.
Yeah, it's moving way faster than an airplane could.
It would be when I was young, but I've also seen stuff that people have told me was a satellite, which, like, I'm not buying because it wasn't constant in movement, and it was weird. But, so it's like, what are these things in the sky? I'm just saying that personally, I do, and I like look out for whatever satellites come around. I have like alarms set, like where this thing gives me a notification like 5 minutes before.
Yeah, so the ISS is probably the easiest one to see. You just have to be patient until it comes over your city sometime in the evening, shortly after sunset. Then it's really easy to see.
Yeah, the ISS is a funny one to catch because I've went out for it. I've never seen it, and I've been out.
I've seen it at least 20 times.
I've been out to see it, and I guess I just miss it. I guess it's just like not flying over something lit for me, or something where I could see it.
Well, if there's
like, I want to have reasons for it, but honestly, like I have those things. But even if you see it 20 times, Matthew, like what are you really seeing?
Well, I can tell you what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing an airplane because it's not flashing strobe lights. And it's moving way faster than an airplane.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, it moves across the whole sky in like 6 minutes.
Yeah, if it's only like visible someplace, do you think it just has to be moving really at 14,000 miles an hour? What is the speed it's moving at?
They say 17,000, but it moves all the way across the sky in like 6 minutes. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, it's supposed to do some. Like, I wish that shit was real. It'd be cool as shit.
I mean, you can go to spotthestation.com or whatever and take a look yourself and see what you think it is.
Well, dude, yeah, no, I gotta, because, man, I'm telling you, I was trying to see it, but it was like raining, clear, still didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm fortunate.
At 6, I was getting up at like 6 in the morning trying to see it, and like yeah, I'm telling you, I just haven't seen it. I'm not even saying that it's not there to be seen. I'm just saying, man, like what kind of hoops? I gotta jump through these hoops, and like that's what I have to trust. I just have to trust it, you know?
Oh, no, you don't have to trust it. Look at it do your own research and figure out what you think it is. What about the other type of satellites, like TV satellites, where you get your TV stations from?
TV satellites? Ah, man.
Okay, so I posted a picture of 12 past the hour. Do you see that picture?
I mean, GPS satellites. I'd rather you just go straight to that. And I think these things that they put in geostationary orbit in the 30s, like before anybody even like went to the moon, I think it's just like so. I think it's funny.
Okay, so I posted a picture of some receivers pointing at geostationary satellites.
Yeah, that's cool. Like they're pointing at something, man. You know?
Yeah, so there's something up there.
They couldn't just be like all like inflatable things. They just put these things there.
Oh, I'm talking about the old school satellites. Remember the 80s? Maybe you're not old enough, but the 80s.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. You know, that's what I'm talking. I mean, I'm talking about kind of like some of the World War II, like where they would try to disguise a place by putting inflatable balloons and stuff around.
Yeah, so these things, whatever they're pointing at, have been up there for decades, and they stay in the same spot. So they don't move around in the jet stream, so they can't be balloons.
Well, those things would be pointed at the TV satellite. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah,
I've seen this image a lot. I've seen this image before. It's not like, you're not just bringing us something new, right?
No, I'm not trying to like surprise you or trick you or anything. I'm wondering what your opinion is of what these are pointed at.
What they're pointed at?
Yeah.
Man, I would like to see the location. We could find out.
So these are parabolic dishes pointed straight up, and they're in.
No, I know. But I would just like to see the little town that it is. I want to know the location, and I guarantee I'll go see a big old antenna.
Ecuador.
I promise you, there's a big old antenna right next to them things.
No, these are pointed straight up. They're not.
So there's no antenna. There's no antennas around.
There are antennas around, but they're not pointed at them. These are parabolic receivers.
Oh, really? Yeah, parabolic. Yeah, they can catch waves from a side angle, and they're probably at a location where they can get multiple signals from multiple high angle radio signals, and it's good for them. But they obviously don't have a ground connection, because they would just be using the ground connection. So you're of the interpretation that when we're having this conversation is like going off into space and then like coming back to your phone and shit. Is that what you think, Matthew?
No, hardly any of internet traffic goes to satellites.
All right, okay. Just making sure. But yeah, I think it would be cool to get like a large, like instead of this close-up view of them, I want to see like the whole of the community and see the big old antenna sitting somewhere. So I can laugh.
I post that picture just to remind people of what it was like in the 80s and 90s. You're familiar, you've seen these types of things. They're not common anymore.
Well, those were all still based on antennas. That's what I'm saying. I want to see the antennas. The antennas are sitting somewhere, because that little ring.
No, those are all. The point is, they're all pointed into the sky. They were pointed at something in the sky above the ground.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying these are directional antennas. The directional antenna is pointed at a very specific.
Well, I think they can get angles, and that's what I'm saying. I think we're in a sort of place where the best signal was they're receiving two antennas.
So
that's what I want to see this location. It's just I've seen it before, and it's just like I know so little about it. It's just like one of these little make-believe pictures. It might not even be real. It almost looks photoshopped, to be honest. But
I didn't take the picture, so I mean,
yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So you're bringing up this picture, and it's kind of sketchy, and there's no information about it. It's like, what do you know about it? You don't know anything. You're giving me assumptions now. Now that I know that you know nothing about it, it's like, no, you just brought that picture to me with a bunch of assumptions, and that's I'm
I'm really glad that I was skeptical about it, and I got you to admit that, like
I'm
on
not trying to hide
accident,
anything.
albeit
Okay,
it was
I'll be
on
100%
accident,
honest.
albeit. But you did just bring me a bunch of assumptions right there. You don't know what the heck's going on in that picture, man.
Okay, so let me explain. You're right. I just
Are
found
you gonna
it on the-
please apologize to me? I think it's only fair.
No, I won't apologize until I explain what I was meaning by that picture.
Well,
I admit
okay,
that you're
then.
right. I admit that you're right that I found this picture on the internet. I don't have any reason to believe that it's faked or not real. And I just assume that it's in Quito, Ecuador, because that's where it says it was from. The point of the picture is to remind people, oh, do you remember seeing these yourself in real life back in the 80s and 90s? And most people do. I mean,
Yeah, but no, you're not. You're specifically trying to say something about them pointing upwards, and it's like I remember those things, and they were never pointing straight upwards.
Yeah, because you
If they
didn't
were. It didn't matter.
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter if they're pointing upwards. What are they pointing upwards at?
That's the question. That's my question. What do you think they're pointing at?
Well, not satellites that require a measured radius. How about you?
Satellites require a measured radius.
Okay, so where's your measured radius?
I mean, we're looking at physical evidence to figure out which of those two stories is right.
So we're not looking at a measured radius?
We can do that.
Okay, I get it. We're not looking at a measured radius, so your proof C falls apart again.
No, he like literally just tried to put this picture up like he knew what it was, and it was like it looks like a Photoshop image to me.
Okay,
like,
so it's stuff. It's stuff pointing at something. Okay, what?
It's absurd.
Those are directional antennas pointing at the sky. My question is, if you don't think they're geostationary satellites, then what on earth are they pointing at? Or what in the sky are they pointing at?
I don't know. Do you have a measured radius?
What is my Photoshop image pointing at?
Sure. I mean,
I don't even know if it has to be Photoshop. He's just got a photograph of something pointed some way. I mean, that could even just be staged. I don't think it is. I think that they're pointing at something at the sky, but I wouldn't say that it's something that requires a measured globe radius that they're pointing at.
So if you want to bring up a different topic about the radius, we can.
No, it's the
same topic. That's the core of your argument.
The core of my argument is, hey, look at these things we all remember. They're pointing to the sky. What are they pointing at?
Yeah, but you remember when did you ever see a one that was pointing straight to the sky? Did you personally ever see a satellite that was pointing straight up to the sky?
No, because I live in the northern hemisphere, and they only point straight up in the equator.
So you're just saying, okay, right here in this special place, this one picture you have, they're doing this, and that's
right.
it.
Or you talk to anybody who's ever lived in the equator, and that they'll tell you.
Oh, and they remember that. Oh, interesting.
Well, you remember? Yeah, basically it points above the equator, and so if you're in the northern hemisphere, they're going to be angled a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'm just questioning your logic a little bit, you know.
A hemisphere is just there's two halves to the Earth, north of the equator and south of the equator.
Oh, the Earth as in a globe, right?
How about if I say north of the equator and south of the equator instead? Would that be okay?
Kind of a misnomer if you're going to use a term like hemisphere.
Fine,
unless
I
it's
won't
a
use
globe.
hemisphere. North of the equator and south of the equator.
Yeah, north and south is
All right.
efficient.
Should I say atmosplane also?
Nah, sounds kind of stupid.
I agree.
Atmos is acceptable. So yeah, basically, you gave us a photoshopped image. You made a claim about it, and then you knew nothing about it, Matthew. Like, you should really apologize to us.
I will not. Why do you think it's Photoshop?
But you should. But I do accept that your previous apology, and I thank you for conceding that.
No, yeah, it's just a plain old admission that I didn't take the picture, and I'm just sort of taking it at face value. It doesn't seem a Photoshop to me, and I'm surprised that you sort of assume that it is.
Well, you know, I was sort of surprised when you're trying to jump to some big begging the question conclusions
with it, and it's like, wow, this looks really odd. It just looks odd when I just went and scrutinized it for a second. I was like, hold up, what is he really trying to show me? And it's like, oh, well, I've seen this 100 times, but it's like, oh wow, like the satellite dishes and the little thing at the top are looking kind of sus. So, like, and it's like, and it does nothing. Like, it's not. It's like a non-argument. So it's like, because I'm like, let's see where the location's at. I want to see like the bigger scope, because I'm telling you there would be an antenna somewhere, 2 antennas somewhere around there, and that's what my hypothesis for that Photoshop images in sci-fi. So I just find it wild what your conclusion is for it.
Mic check.
Okay, I posted another picture of a Google Google Maps. If you want to see a picture from Google Maps, I don't think they photoshopped that one.
Is my mic working, guys? Anybody?
Yeah, it's working. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sweet. So you can zoom in and see artifacts on the satellites. It's not that hard.
On the image I posted?
Yes, I just used my phone and I was able to zoom in and see artifacts around it.
Yeah, it's a pretty low quality image, but the second link I did.
Yeah, it is a photo. Like those little satellite dishes are photoshopped on there, aren't they?
I don't think so.
Sure.
It looks odd. It looks super odd.
They're all exactly the same.
And I've seen that many times with people trying to have this argument that that Matthew Learns is having right now, but I'm like, actually, this looks super sus. So sus. I never really even thought about it until now, and then you're like, yeah, confirmed. Like, man, you have to make up evidence. You have to make up like evidence. We're already calling you out on having cartoon evidence, and then you go and do that, Matthew.
So to be clear, you're saying that the image I posted must be photoshopped.
No, I'm not saying it must. I'm just saying it is. And then he confirmed it. It's like looking sketchy.
Who confirmed it?
Well, I didn't see who just talked, but homie.
I seconded it. I mean, I can't confirm it. I don't know how to do that.
No, we're not. But we're just saying it proves nothing, Matthew. But then it's like, man, did you look at what you showed us? It just looks suspicious, man. Come on. You never even questioned it until I brought it up to you. I'm like,
yeah, it's very straightforward. I remember seeing satellite dishes.
Because you've never seen a satellite dish pointed up like that. You like went and found us this weirdo picture and then posted it, but it's like, in reality that's fake. Like, wow. And then we're like, yeah, that looks looking sus, dude. And you're it probably isn't. That's what I'm saying. I want to see the wider scope of it, and it'll be there'll be some antennas right near it. But hey, that was a good go.
So let's just step back and notice what happened here. I posted a very straightforward picture, and you ended up coming to the conclusion it must be Photoshopped, and then reifying some antennas right next to it, and it must be fake, and all this other stuff happened. And I'm like, dude, I just showed a picture of a satellite.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, you're showing us a sus picture, dude. You're right. It's so funny. Because, like, you just put that picture up, like, all innocent and stuff, and I was like, yo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just satellite dishes. Everybody knows what satellite dishes look like. I'm not trying to be tricky. You've seen them yourself.
It does, yeah, but it doesn't even matter, but it's just like, yo, this looking weird. Just funny. I mean, I guess what you're trying to say, it proves, like, geocentric. So, but
no, I'm just asking a question.
But you know that TV satellites are orbiting Well, then we have the GPS that is geocentric. So, like, they wouldn't just be pointed up at the GPS the whole time. They're supposed to be pointed up at where they would get signal from multiple TV satellites. So,
no, typically satellite TV antennas are pointed at a single satellite.
a single satellite that orbits, or is it, or those are geocentric? Is it geocentric? Geostationary. Yeah, sorry, geostationary. Thank you. Geostationary. Man, that what a little conundrum mind paradox that is. Geostationary. You have to say that to yourself, Matthew.
Are you aware of what it means?
Geostationary.
You don't understand what it means.
Oh, I understand what a paradox it is in terms. That's why I'm just kind of laughing at the words of it. I mean, we're not even getting on into talking about. We're just geostationary, and it's an orbit,
right?
You understand that?
I understand exactly what it means, and I understand the idea.
Do you really understand exactly what it means? Because I think if you understood exactly what it means, you would have the same reaction I have, and everybody else in this topic has. But you're just like, yep, totally normal.
Yeah, it's totally normal. It's a basic concept.
Geostationary orbit totally isn't a contradictionary term.
That's right. It's not a contradiction in terms.
All right. Well, that's sort of the funniest bit I got about it. I mean, are you into Bob Lazar?
I've heard that name, but I can't think of who he is right now.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, because you're into this sci-fi, like, globe stuff, so it's like, what,
Oh, I see. No, I like science fiction, and I like science. What did Bob Lazar do?
He made people believe he did stuff with aliens and UFOs and stuff,
Yeah, I don't think aliens are real.
Yeah, you don't believe in aliens, huh?
No.
There would be way more instances of them being here if they were here. What do you think about extra dimensional?
I think that there could be other dimensions, but I would say that the more likely explanation would be a spiritual realm, a spiritual dimension, something in the supernatural going on, rather than like aliens visiting from another realm or something.
So what do you think about these entities? An entity being not physical. You have some sort of mind towards that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would assume that they might be angels or demons or something like that.
Because I know you're Christian, so yeah. What you?
I think the human mind has a fantastic ability, a big ability to
perceptive abilities, correct?
I think we end up deceiving ourselves and thinking a lot of weird stuff. Some people do, especially. So part of it's that. I think the spiritual realm is sometimes intersects with the physical realm. It might be that. The biggest answer for me is I don't know what those are. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's probably the best answer for all this stuff. It's when you start to say there's curvature of Earth is when we start to wonder. So, at least you have some acceptance of that reality is reality as presented, and there's mental trauma that can happen to you. More like PTSD. Do you feel like that?
I'm not a psychologist nor the son of a psychologist, but sure, I think those things are important parts of the human experience or story.
Yeah, I think you have a good story because you're a good person, and yeah, you have sort of desire to have intellectual conversation with odd sort of people where you wouldn't expect to have an intellectual conversation, and I think you found it. I think that's why you're here, because that's what I found. That's why I'm here, and I appreciate you know, just being straightforward.
Yeah, I think those are interesting kinds of conversations to have.
Hey, Matthew, I have a question. When they teach us in school that, mankind evolved from chimps, do you believe that?
No.
All right.
I think there's ample evidence that the life and humanity was intentionally designed by an intelligent creator, intelligent designer.
So I gotta, it just occurred to me now, because I thought that was going to be your answer. And it just occurred to me it's just such an interesting thing, the concept of the world in your mind. Because you're kind of in a minority, really. Because,
I think my view matches the vast majority of religious believers and Christians specifically.
Well, actually, yeah, never mind. I guess maybe not that. You're right. Never mind. Not really much of a narrow minority.
But the majority, but then also they said don't be part of this world.
I wouldn't say he's in the majority, though, with that particular combination. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves with that, but not a very narrow minority. Yeah, he's right. But I just think it's such a fascinating concept. Like, thinking God created the world for us, but, he didn't make it so simplistic as to make it flat and stationary and contained. He made it a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and made trillions and trillions of miles of space with lots of other large orbiting bodies of material where there's no life that we know of. At least, it's like, I don't know. It's just, don't you think that's kind of peculiar or whatever? Maybe I'm using that word wrong. Maybe I'm pronouncing that word
No,
wrong.
I see what
Don't you
you're
think
saying.
it's kind of weird?
I don't have a problem thinking the world is strange and complex and complicated and hard to understand and beautiful and wonderful all at the same time. That's how it appears in other areas. Like, the more we understand about chemistry, that's how it appears. The more that we understand about electricity and magnetism, the more weird and complicated it is. So I don't see any problem saying the shape of the Earth is weird and complicated. Just
Well, that's what we're asking is like all those other things. Like, okay, you can empirically validate, but then how do you jump from like actual science to pseudoscience as a basis to disbelieve reality based on special pleading relativism?
I guess now that I think about it, I actually had kind of the same sort of similar beliefs as Matthew, because I was raised Mormon myself, but I just never really thought about the heliocentric model. Never really thought about religion so much. Just kind of like at the whatever initial level, just accepted it and just didn't think about it much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea that the Earth is spinning and moving around a sun and the sun is going around a galaxy and all that type of stuff does sound complicated and convoluted. But what I'm saying is that complicated and convoluted doesn't necessarily mean false, because we see complicated and convoluted in lots of areas.
No, we're not saying
Oh, yeah, and I wasn't implying
or
that.
convoluted. It sounds too goofy. It's not complicated. It's simple, and that's why we can simply and easily debunk it.
Yeah,
it's the opposite of what you just said. It's not complex and complicated. It's simple and delusional.
Yeah, but by no means I was not making any argument for the flat Earth. I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying that it doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't use complicated, simple, whatever as the sole reason for something being true or false, I guess.
Yeah, and you wouldn't need to, and nobody's making those claims because there's Occam's razor in reality, and more simple explanations merit more, I guess, predictable results. So, yeah, that's all I was saying.
Yeah, in other words, you don't have to add unnecessary complication.
Yeah, you don't have to complicate anything, really. Like, you just follow the scientific method, establish your cause and effect, make sure it's an observed phenomenon. Bam, you got science. Or you follow logic and deductive reasoning, which, both are utilized in the scientific method as well as, logical affecting discussions like this, which is based on natural science and then philosophy, I guess. What would you say the discussion is about?
Yeah, so on the server, we talk about two main things. One is the actual science and evidence and that type of stuff, but also another topic I guess you could call meta science or the philosophy of science. Like, how do we know what's true? How do we know that's what's false? How do you know what counts as evidence? That type of stuff. So I think those are both interesting questions.
Yeah, logic sort of begat the scientific method with the propositional calculus, the propositional value of a true statement versus a false statement in logic. And then we have the method, which is a logical method. It's a method based on logic as well, the scientific method. And then that's how we establish cause and effect relationship to establish a natural cause to an effect. So it's pretty simple, basic logic, but it is something it's a lost art to this world, I would say. Most people don't know what they're talking about when they say what science is. Most people don't know, and I think you would agree to that, and I don't think you would agree to everything that we have to say about science, but you would definitely agree that science is a lost art that isn't there for a lot of young people nowadays.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of science education has kind of gone away in recent decades. On the other hand, I wouldn't agree with QE's definition of what science is, but I think scientific and mathematical education is important.
Yeah, it's absolutely important. I think the most important thing is teaching kids about reality, and maybe teaching kids about if they're going to be tax slaves. Like, maybe teach the kid about taxes. Maybe teach them about these realistic things in society rather than pretending that the glob is real. Well, hey Matthew, it was a very nice pleasure to speak to you. I have to go.
Yeah, likewise, and I'm getting tired.
Likewise to everybody else in the room as well. Thank you very much for having me, and I hope to talk to you again. Hey, and we should talk about geology some more next time. All right, Matthew. Good night.
Good night. Blessings to you.
I appreciate that. Blessings to you too, sir.
What's going on in here? Nothing? Nobody home? Hello?
Siri, is the Earth a ball?
A ball? Heavens no. How could you live on a ball? That doesn't seem possible. The Earth is clearly flat.
So mainstream science tells us that the Earth formed 4.6 billion years ago, after a big bang that created the known universe. This wild theory is widely accepted as fact, and it's mechanically repeated by most people due to the fact that it's what public schools teach to the kids without challenge. There is absolutely no possible way to determine whether or not an event took place that long ago. It's actually very strange that anyone would believe this nonsense. Mainstream science also tells us that life on Earth evolved into monkeys, which eventually evolved into us. There's only one huge gaping problem with the theory of evolution. We are not only missing one link between monkeys and humans, but we are missing hundreds, if not thousands, of evolutionary links. Maybe more. They want us to believe that one day we fell out of a monkey's ass and we landed on a spinning ball that's advancing through outer space at ridiculous speeds. We are being deceived.
Let's put it in perspective. They think they came from monkeys, okay? I don't care how many letters they have after the name. You know, these guys go to school, they read books, they come out believing they came from monkeys, and then they have the audacity to say that we're the stupid ones. Listen to what they have to say.
In the beginning, there was darkness, and then bang, giving birth to an endless expanding existence of time, space, and matter. Every day, new discoveries are unlocking the mysterious, the mind-blowing, the deadly secrets of a place we call the universe.
It is, of course, a mystery as to why the universe exists in such an intelligible manner, but it suggests to me, at least, that there's a deep link between the universe, the grand scheme that's unfolding, and beings like ourselves. Somehow the universe has become self-aware. It's engineered the emergence of comprehending, thinking beings like ourselves who can come to know the universe.
Some people marvel at the fact that the universe has, over billions of years, given birth to beings who can appreciate its complexity. We can even ponder where and how we fit in. But at the dawn of history, people thought they knew the answers to these profound questions.
The ancients viewed their world as a snow globe. It's essentially a flat Earth, say a disk, covered by a dome. And we call this in English a firmament. And in the firmament is where all the stars and the planets were hung.
Almost all ancient cultures believed their universe existed in a dome similar to this one. And they never questioned who created it.
The ancients assumed that there was a god or gods responsible for the creation and the maintenance of the universe.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the Earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain the naturally occurring phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new theories about the enormity of the universe and our place in it. Theories that often have no room for God.
Many phenomena have appeared mysterious or miraculous or magical. And then through the process of science, we've eventually understood them. Scientists gradually realized that the sun really is just one star among a multitude of stars in a gigantic galaxy, having hundreds of billions of such stars. And all this was created in a big bang 13.7 billion years ago.
But while scientific theories, observations, and experiments tell us where we are in the cosmos, they don't answer the eternal questions: why we're here, and who, if anyone, created us. So while it appears a divine creator planned the universe, many physicists say apparent fine-tuning doesn't prove anything of the sort. Something else must be at work. But what, other than God, could possibly explain the remarkable series of events that led to the creation of life in our universe? One very popular contender is an idea that seems at least as incredible as the idea of God. It's the multiple universe theory.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties. Some of them might have carbon and oxygen, and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So then the explanation for the specialness of the universe is that we are winners in a gigantic cosmic lottery. It stands to reason that we couldn't be living and discussing this in a universe that was hostile to life. Only the bio-friendly ones get populated with thinking beings.
Having a multitude of universes is actually quite a simple and natural consequence of some of the most favored models for the birth and early evolution of our universe. It's kind of like stars and planets. As long as you have the capacity to make one, it's easy to make lots of them.
Oh, really?
Evolution isn't the only thing we are being lied to about. The Earth under our feet has been molded into a spinning ball that is a byproduct of the Big Bang, which is a theory that was introduced to science in 1931. In order for the theory of evolution to be reasonable, the Big Bang that was somehow pinpointed to 13.7 billion years ago has to be true. In the Big Bang cosmology, the Earth is a rotating sphere orbiting around the Sun. The issue is that the motion of the Earth has never been detected, and here we are in the year 2016 looking for the curvature of our world, which also can't seem to be measured. Mainstream science using theory after problematic theory to try and prove another theory isn't science at all. Real science will reveal a stationary Earth that's turning out to be quite flat, with a sun that's much closer than we are told. Despite what you hear, flat earthers aren't anti-science at all. We just don't condone what mainstream science has become, and that's a faith-based religion swarming with lies and ludicrous theories that have never been proven. Also, this re-emergence of the flat earth has little to do with the Flat Earth Society. If you have the desire to further look into this, don't check for answers on their website. Some of the claims made by the Flat Earth Society are decent, while others are absurd. This is a common ploy to encourage no further investigation by the controlled opposition known as the Flat Earth Society.
It's a commonly held misconception that the Earth is a spherical object that revolves around the Sun. But the fact is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice that explorers have been attempting to penetrate for centuries.
What if gravity isn't real? What if the Earth is in fact flat and science has been wrong all along?
Everything that you've been taught is a lie.
We're shown that and told that's the solar system, that's the way it works. You've got the big sun in the middle and all the planets revolve around it, but nobody's ever seen that. We've never seen a photograph of it. We've never seen, real part. We've certainly never seen any animation of it, even though there's supposed to be a probe out in Pluto at the moment. Nobody's ever seen the solar system like this. It's always graphics, it's always secondary knowledge.
Things that people hold dear and call fact, like gravity,
like the age of the universe, the universe formation itself, the age of the Earth, they're all dependent on things that are unproven. While they're good to consider, we should consider everything. You have allowed them to become facts that appear in our textbooks taught by professors to kids as facts.
The argument, for all practical purposes, came to an end when the Church of England was established by law during the 16th century. They embraced many radical scientific notions prevalent at the time, including Copernicus' round Earth theory. With this endorsement, the theory found its way into the schools, which were then largely controlled by the Church. It has remained there to this day, and many children have accepted it without question.
All-seeing eye and the square compasses. Here we have Buzz Aldrin, the second man, supposedly that walked on the grey dust of Kubrick's film set, showing off. They don't try and hide it. It's amazing. There's his Masonic ring. He's got his Shriner hat there. These guys, yeah, they're supposedly praying to the command module. Looks like a pyramid to me. The connections between Ron L. Hubbard, or L. Ron Hubbard, who started the Scientology movement, Walt Disney, Werner von Braun, rocket scientist, Jack Parsons, also a rocket scientist, Jet Propulsion's laboratory, and Aleister Crowley, who's obviously an arch Satanist, influenced a lot of rock music and everything else. Started the OTO, the Ordo Tempora Orientis. These guys are all connected. They're all in the same brotherhood. The connections between, well, here you go. Jack Parsons, the JPL was how obviously NASA got into, got into the air in the first place, the Jet Propulsion's laboratory. Here's Jack Parsons at a Masonic ceremony. You can tell by the floor. And again, you can look into this for yourself. Yeah, it's easily searchable. It's easily researchable information. The connection between Walt Disney. Here we have aboard the ISS. Again, now we're getting into the handshakes. We've got Baphomet all doing it. Yeah, we've seen Bill Clinton do that and Bush and all these guys give you that. We know what that means. We know who they're in service to. This is all about occultism. It's all about sun worship, heliocentrism. It's not science. It's a religion. It's faith. This is Helios. This is Helios, the sun god. And here he's on the badge of Apollo 13. This is all occult religion going all the way back through all Egypt and then back through to Babylon as well.
Life is much simpler on a flat plane. There's no complex theories or complicated mathematics involved in it. The flat plane. There's sea level is level. Everywhere you go at sea level it's sea level. There's no bending the ocean around a spinning ball. It's level. It's water finds its level and it maintains. You can't bend it around a ball.
This idea, these facts, they're facts, resonating with people all over the world is not an accident. It's not a coincidence. That is the hardest part for you guys to understand. The people that argue with me, that want to make me feel like a fucking idiot, that's not you talking. That's your ego talking. You have to convince yourself verbally to somebody who is challenging your own beliefs to make yourself feel better and to help you sleep at night. The flat earth is a perfect example of that. You refuse to look at the information. It's stupid. Well, why is it stupid? Well, it just is. Every little thing that you've brought up, all of you, can be refuted and explained differently, but you refuse to see that. You refuse to look at it. That makes you ignorant. That is the definition of ignorance.
So how does Hollywood brainwash you? Well, one way is like this. They begin their movies on a globe and then they zoom in to whatever the first scene is. Real clever way to brainwash you in the very first scene of any movie you see. Universal Studios is so bad they use this goddamn globe as their logo. as their intro to every single movie that they make. At the beginning of every single movie Universal makes, you're going to see the spinning globe logo. So it doesn't even matter what the movie's about. You're going to be brainwashed.
No video, real video of the real Earth spinning in space, which we'd all like to see, actually exists. This is what he's shown. This is last year from the Discover satellite, the Epic camera. This is actually the dark side of the moon. Going past the Earth. There's the Earth spinning. And there's the dark side of the moon. The only problem with that is the moon's supposed to be orbiting the Earth, not just flying straight past it. Your eyes aren't fooled. Yeah, you've got your own senses. Trust your senses. This is clearly CGI. But you go to NASA's website and they will claim this was taken from 1 million miles away from Earth by the Discover satellite. You will notice also that the clouds don't really move. I mean, they move across, but they don't change, don't swirl, they don't change direction. 5 hours, 3:50 to 8:45 is nearly 5 hours of time-lapse photography. Those clouds do not move at all.
You ever been mindfucked before?
We don't have a picture of our Earth, except for the nice composite fake images NASA gives you to make sure you keep believing you're in a ball and keep arguing on their behalf. Keep fighting for them. Keep telling people we went to the moon, simply because you can't let your mind think of the possibility that someone lied to you. The government lied to you. They can't lie. They're my government. Believe me, it's hard for all of us.
That's crazy. The government doesn't lie to people.
I was a huge Star Wars fan. Very, very disappointed to find out that I'm just being programmed. Again, it's a multi-pronged approach. Show you they're not trying to pretend that Star Wars is real in any way, but again, it's impressing your brain again and again and again that the space and planets and spaceships and they're all round and everything else. Okay, it's Hollywood. So now we've got the ISS. Does this look solid? Does this look like a solid machine to you? Or how do we know these are real? We don't. But I tell you what you don't see from the ISS, which you really should and you never do, is one of the 17,000 satellites that are also supposed to be spinning around up there as well.
What difference does it make if it's a globe or if it's flat? They're stealing your money and showing you cartoons and CGI. Wouldn't that make a difference if it was a globe or if it was flat? Because they keep showing you cartoons of a globe. They show you CGI of a globe. They show you Hollywood trickery of a globe. They're stealing your fucking money. If it's flat, that begs the question, hey, what the hell have you been showing us this ball for all this time? What have you been doing with our money? Did you guys go to space? Is evolution actually real? Did you guys just make this shit up? See, these are the questions we need to be asking. There might be more land out there to be discovered. There might be a fucking firmament up there. We don't know. They've stolen our mind from us and stuck us on a cartoon ball.
We are being lied to, controlled, manipulated, stolen from, and I'm not going to stop speaking out.
There's a quote by Tesla. Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's what happened with the globe theory. Everybody knew the world was flat until one day some guy came along and said, "Oh no, it's a ball. We're spinning through space. We're circling the sun." A lie is a lie, even if everybody believes it. And truth is truth, even if no one believes it.
Ptolemy refined a system with Earth at the center. For 1,500 years, Ptolemy's system was used as the basis of astronomy and calendars, and it worked quite well.
Copernicus hated that, and Copernicus set about to undo Ptolemy's greatest discovery.
While working at the request of Pope Leo X on improvements to the Julian calendar, Copernicus conceived what turned out to be the foundational idea of modernity itself. The idea that the Earth moved. Not all were persuaded by Copernicus, however. The greatest astronomer of the time, Tycho Brahe, developed a new geocentric model. The Earth occupies the center, the planets orbit the Sun, and the Sun orbits the Earth.
They basically stole our minds and enslaved us by showing us a picture of a ball. Said, here's what you live on, it's a ball. And then they show us a different picture of a ball. Here's a different picture of a ball. And everyone's just like, yeah, that's the same place. It doesn't matter if the colors of the continents change. It doesn't matter if the color of the oceans change. It doesn't matter if the continents change sizes, change locations.
Tycho hired a young assistant named Johannes Kepler in 1600. Kepler, working on his own development of the Copernican system, needed Tycho's observations, but Tycho refused to part with them. When Tycho died suddenly and mysteriously in 1601, Kepler took charge of Tycho's observations and used them to develop his own system. In Kepler's system, the Sun is in the center, while the planets move on ellipses, non-uniformly. The ellipse, with its two foci, allows us to see that Ptolemy's epicycles and equant were actually a brilliant attempt to express non-uniform motion centuries before Kepler. Indeed, once the concept of non-uniform motion is introduced, all of these systems can be shown to be geometrically identical.
Copernicus was the main guy who started off the revolution. His book on the revolutions of the celestial spheres changed, thousands of years of thinking about the Earth being completely still, as you can experience it for yourself every single day of your life, and obviously the bodies move in the heavens above us. That's what your senses experience. Copernicus changed all that around, but he didn't use any science. There's no science in his book. He got his ideas from the Hermetica, from Hermes Trismegistus, and it basically says how the sun sits enthroned in the middle of the solar system, and we all orbit around it. What's that sound like to you? That sounds like sun worship. It sounds like sun cult to me. Because later on, I'm going to show you, Fred Hoyle was another astronomer Royal. He said there's no difference in the mathematics, whether it's geocentric or heliocentric. So the sun moves around the Earth moves around the sun. The math works the same, exactly the way. The connections between just from the imaging. Yeah, I wouldn't have a portrait done with a big 33 on it, or a triangle with an eye, or anything like that. I wouldn't want to be connected or associated with any of that stuff, because I'm not really into that kind of stuff. I'm working for the other side. But Copernicus obviously had no problem with the square and compass. Yeah, with the big wheel here, we've got the big sun wheel, and we've got the Mercury sign as well. Yeah, all leads back again. You can investigate that more for yourself. The Book of Thoth by Aleister Crowley, Freemasonry with the sun over the head. Yeah, as above, so below. Yeah, one of the reasons why Mercury, because it can rise in the morning and the night, so it's also hermaphroditic. Both sexes, which obviously is Baphomet as well, which we know as the breast and the penis. It goes on and on and on. It's all about cult sun worship. You can trace it back to Babylon. You can see all the different gods going through it. But there is no science to Copernicus's on the revolutions of the spheres. It's a philosophical tract, and it's all based on the Hermetica.
Up is up, down is down. If a visual aid, I have a pin. And if I release it from my grip, what happens? Anybody? Correct. It falls. Was that gravity? No. The molecules that make up this pen, the plastic, the ink, it's got a little rubber grip on it, are more dense than the molecules of the air surrounding it. The molecules of the air will not support the weight, so they fall. So it falls when you let go. Like that. Density and mass make an object heavy. There's no gravity. Simple. Up is up, down is down. Objects fall because they're heavy. If it floats, it's lighter than air. Helium, fill a balloon with helium, it goes up. If you filled it with hydrogen, it would also go up. Lighter than air, floats. Heavier than air, falls. It's not complicated.
Gravity is a god because it's the answer. It's the magic answer to everything. Why? How does the Earth keep us on, but it still spins around, it still orbits and gravity? How's the moon? How's the type of gravity? Why doesn't the moon fly off to the sun? Because the sun's got bigger gravity. It's the way gravity works. Don't worry about it, it's gravity. Gravity is the god that explains everything very, very magically. There is no need for gravity whatsoever if we're on a fixed stationary plane and the heavenly bodies are simply going above us. The reason why you don't fall off is because you're denser than the air that underneath you. It's just, again, Occam's razor. It's a straightforward explanation.
Basically, the perspective of living on a globe is preposterous, it's ridiculous, it's hilarious. How we are taught to perceive the world we live on, because basically, even when trying to depict it, it's hilarious. They have no way of depicting it without it being comical. You have whales climbing the curve, like, it's absurd. How can we live on a globe?
Core of the Earth, you know, that you've seen the cutaway. This much is crust and mantle and magma and liquid molten stuff at the center. The deepest hole that's ever been drilled in the history of mankind to date, even with today's technology, 8 miles. If you want to say this is what the first 8 miles looks like, I will believe you, because they can show me the hole. This goes 8 miles down, okay? It goes 8 miles down. That's how thick is the plane that we live on? It's at least 8 miles, because they've drilled down that far, but they can't go any farther. It doesn't work. So it's speculation.
With a sphere of 4,000 miles radius being spun round once every 24 hours, a little bit of calculations will show that that person there is being spun round at about 1,000 miles an hour, and it doesn't know it. I mean, this is obvious nonsense.
The stage was set for one of the most important events in the history of physics, the Michelson-Morley experiment. The experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against the ether. The problem was serious. Although various solutions were advanced, in the end, science was faced with a choice. Either discard the ether or admit that the Earth wasn't orbiting the sun. It was Albert Einstein who came up with the solution, which now forms the basis of our physics, and which we call the theory of relativity. Einstein eliminated the ether as the cause and said that it was simply a principle of nature. That when objects move through empty space, they contract in length, they decrease in the time traveled, and their mass increases, all by the same proportion. Hence, in order to maintain the Copernican principle, the length, time, and mass of moving objects were altered. And this is the essence of Einstein's special theory of relativity.
All of physics collapses with that experiment.
Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. the initial force beginning its swing, and 2. the ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. It has been said that the pendulum experiment proves the rotation of the Earth. But this is quite impossible, for one pendulum turns one way, and sometimes another pendulum turns in the opposite direction. Now we ask, does the Earth rotate in opposite directions at different places at one and the same time? We should like to know. Perhaps the experimenters will kindly enlighten us on this point.
There's all kinds of evidence for the phenomenon of what's called continental drift. This means that the continents are able to move as if they're floating on a fluid. Now, if the Earth is spherical, if it's spinning, anybody knows that if this is spinning very, very, very fast like that the continents should all be located at the equator, because centrifugal force would move the continents from the poles to the middle.
The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemisphere do not constantly spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin in opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. Jennifer Horton wrote, "While the premise makes sense that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger a role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters the bowl." The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything.
They got us to ridicule it, and that was the genius in their whole plan. If you ridicule something socially, it's ridiculous, so I'm not going to look into it. When if you're thinking about it, if you flip it inside out, to assume the Earth is flat makes so much sense. To assume it's a globe is so ridiculous. We should have laughed at that, you know? And it's funny how people who still believe in the sphere always make fun of the flat Earth, because they'll say, well, how can I stay on? I'll fall off. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'll fall off. Yet they have total faith in not tumbling down the sphere. For some reason, this appears safe to them. You know, it's like, no, wouldn't a level surface appear more sensible and safe if you really think about it?
People say, well, go look at the planets. The planets are spheres, so that means we're a sphere. No, whip out a telescope. I've got one. Whip out your telescope and look at Mars. It's a dot of light. It's an orange dot. And then when you look at a NASA image, it's this desert world with canyons and ice and craters and shit. But when you look at it through an amateur telescope, like a good amateur telescope, not one from fucking Walmart, like a good one, it's an orange dot. It's not a desert world with canyons and shit that they went to. There's no rover on Mars. They're prepping us with movies like The Martian so they can steal our money on a fake trip to Mars, just like they stole our money on a fake trip to the moon.
Behold, the mysterious floating orb. Ooh! Ah! Ooh! Ah! Soup's on.
You don't need all the complex theories and math. The sun isn't 93 million miles away. It's much closer, and much smaller. Oh, it's 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's also 400 times farther away, so it appears to be the same size. The sun and moon are the same size, and they're not as far as they say they are. They circle above the plane that we live on, the flat plane. They circle. The sun shines down like a spotlight. It's around 24 hours.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth if the sun were only a few thousand miles away and 32 miles across. The math would work out the same.
Once you realize what's going on, you're on a flat plane, you can see the sun. It's like it moves towards you, passes overhead, and moves away from you. It's perspective, the distance. It moves that direction until it reaches the vanishing point, the point of convergence on the horizon, where you can no longer see its light.
This is a really, really good video to watch. It's called The Amazing Flight of a Balloon to the Edge of Space. And if you watch it, you will see, because those are clouds there. This isn't the ocean. This is clouds. And what have we got here? That's a hot spot from the sun. Now, if the sun's 93 million miles away, yeah, but massive, how is it causing a heat spot on here? Well, this is a still from it. You can watch the video for yourself, but this is what it does. There's minutes and minutes of this video as it spins around, and you can see it again and again. It will blow your mind because you'll see the sun isn't that far away at all, because it can't be causing a heat spot on the clouds if it's 93 million miles away. If it's massive, it should all be coming in at the same angle. There should be no...
The sun is obviously not 93 million miles away. It looks very close.
Circumnavigation is really just a flat circle path. Gravity as we know it simply doesn't exist.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way. And he's creating a circle. He's moving in a continuous direction around. He goes through the various parts of the circle, and he comes back where he started from. He's going around this way.
One of heliocentrists' favorite supposed proofs of their ball Earth theory is the ability for ships and planes to circumnavigate, to sail or fly at right angles to the North Pole, and eventually return to their original location. Since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, however, no ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth in north-south directions, only east-west. And herein lies the rub. East or westbound circumnavigation can just as easily be performed on a flat plane as it can on a globular sphere. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper and trace a circle either way around the pole, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north-south bound, which is likely the very reason for the heavily enforced flight restrictions. Flight restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations which haughtily uses the Flat Earth map as its official logo and flag. So the ball earther's logical argument is that only a globe can be circumnavigated, the Earth has been circumnavigated, and therefore the Earth is a globe. This is indeed a logical modus ponens statement, but the conclusion is rendered invalid because the first premise, that only a globe can be circumnavigated, is categorically false.
There is no curve, man. You went up on top of your house and saw the curvature. You went on a plane and saw the curve. No, you didn't. There is no curvature. You know how I know? I tried to debunk the flat Earth and I failed. That's how most of us get started. We try to debunk the flat Earth and we fail.
There's no evidence for curvature when you use your own senses and your own observations. Cross Lake Michigan, from St. Joseph to Chicago, is 60 miles. Over 60 miles, anything under 2,400 feet should not be seen. This is a visual of how that works. See the blue, obviously the green line is your straight out Because if you were looking straight out, obviously the Earth's supposed to curve, so the blue line is where it curves. Anything beyond the blue line should not be seen. Sears Tower is only 450 feet high. It's the highest, obviously, building in Chicago. It's giving you the height of some of the rest of the buildings there. There's quite a famous picture, a guy called Joshua Nowicki, of Chicago from 60 miles away. We shouldn't be able to see any of it. It should be all behind 2,400 feet of curve. Yeah? Now, people say, but you can't see the bottom of the... You know, it's proven that the Earth's curved, because you can't see the bottom of it. But you can't see the bottom of it because seas and lakes, they wave. They go up and down. They're not completely... I mean, obviously, if it's completely flat and completely clear, then you'll see a lot more of it. But this actually proves that the picture wasn't taken from very high above sea level. If it was, you'd see a lot more of the buildings, like in this next one. From slightly closer, from only 37 miles away, and should be behind 900 feet of curve, I think we can see more than 500 feet of the Sears Tower there. But you can see virtually all of the skyline. Because obviously it's a clearer day, it's a little bit brighter, and obviously the waves aren't as choppy. Here's the opposite. There's 36 miles of waves in between. Why would we see the whole thing? But we can still see far more of it. It should be 840 feet a drop. We shouldn't be able to see... we should be able to see less than the top half of those. We move on to a different city, Toronto, across Lake Ontario. A place called Grimsby. Obviously not in Lincolnshire. 37 miles away, should be behind 900 feet of curve. The CN Tower is 1,800 feet tall. You should be able to see only the top half of that and hardly any of the rest of Toronto. Can we see pretty much the whole skyline there? Again, you can check this out for yourself. You can get half a dozen of these pictures from various places all around this bay. Yeah, this is actually taken from the red lines there. It's actually Grimsby's here. So it's actually a little bit further than this red line, but you can get pictures from Toronto from all over this beach. Yeah, and you can see way more of it than we should be. Now, people say, well, that's light refracting, bending it round the curve. It doesn't look like a mirage. I've seen mirages. They're inverted or they're wavy. We know what a mirage looks like. We can see it in the distance. 81 miles away from Genoa, it's the Isle of Gorgona. It's only 70 feet above sea level. But we shouldn't be able to see anyone, or we should be able to see the tip of it. We can see most of the island. It should be behind 4,300 feet of curve. It should have curved away by now. We can still see it. We'll bring it closer back home. The Isle of Man. From the Fylde coast, 61 miles away. And again, we can't just see the tops of the turbines, we can see virtually all of them. From 61 miles away, Snaefell is 2,030 feet high, 2,034 feet high, so that's the highest point on the Isle of Man. 61 miles away should be 2,480 feet of curvature. Should be, half a mile below the horizon. From London, 75 miles away. Starts getting interesting when you start getting towards the 100-mile mark. We're talking over a mile of dip now. This is the Isle of Oahu, taken from Kauai. Thank you. In Hawaii. It's 90 miles away. Again, you can see, apart from, whatever bit the waves are hiding, we can see a lot of that island. And here's the numbers for it. It should be behind 5,400 feet a drop. Its elevation is 4,003 feet, so we shouldn't even be able to see the tip of it. You can see nearly all of it. This is the Sierra Nevada range from Mount Diablo in California, San Francisco. It's 160 miles away. Yes, we're up a mountain. Yes, they're up a mountain. But you can see, again, a lot of the bottom of the mountains. You can see the snow-capped tops, and then we can see the rest of the mountains as well. 160 miles away, this should be behind 17,000 feet of curve. Again, yes, you might be able to see the top of it, but not all of the mountains. And here's the furthest one I've found so far. This is my record so far. I'm sure it'll keep on growing. This is the Reunion Island from the Isle of Mauritius. It's 149 miles away. It's a long, long, long way away. And once again, we can see the peak, but we can also see most of the rest down. This is quite clearly a very, very good observational day. Very clear, very calm. The highest peak on Reunion Island is 3,072 metres tall. It's just under 2 miles. 149 miles away, everything should be behind 2.8 miles of curvature. Should have curved way, way, way. And again, it's not just the tops we can see much more. We can see a lot more, 2,000 feet or so of that. We can see far more. That's what I'm saying about the Z-axis curve. It's not there. It's not there. If you watch a boat out to sea and then get a telescope on it, it'll come back into view again. Yeah, it's perspective, and it's obviously the limits of our eyesight, but it's also conditions as well, quite clearly. Yeah, heat, haze conditions, what have you. Physical conditions do check. But the point is that photographs have been taken. I've just shown you a dozen photographs from starting at 30 miles, 60 miles, 90 miles. Now we can see 150 miles in the distance, and it should well have disappeared behind the curve of the globe. Huge flat places on Earth, everybody's aware. If you ever watch Top Gear, the Bonneville Salt Flats, where everybody goes racing, but there's even bigger ones in South America. Ethiopia? But the Saladillo in Bolivia. They've gone for 4,000 square. They go for hundreds of thousands of square miles. Big flat places on Earth. Yeah, famously flatter than a pancake. The evidence is all around us.
The Earth is flat, and that is that. Don't overthink this thing. It's not necessary.
Primary knowledge or secondary knowledge? You're going to use your own senses, your own observances, your own experiments, hopefully, or you're going to believe what you've been told just because that's what everybody believes.
It's not this overly covert, like, psyop. Like, what would be the point of that? To discredit the truth movement? If you look into Flat Earth for 3 hours, that you would realize that it's not a psyop. It's not a psyop. A psyop of that magnitude that would ultimately bring the truth movement to its... Do you really think the truth movement is going to be brought to its knees anytime soon, given all the information? The same as with Flat Earth. Think about it.
So why? What have they got to gain? You know, why bother? Well, as far as I'm concerned, once you've done research, and if you come to the same conclusion that myself and thousands of others have done, it overthrows heliocentrism, overthrows the Big Bang, it overthrows evolution, overthrows everything we thought we knew about the world.
And I've heard people say that the reason they don't want to publish papers that disagree with special relativity or general relativity is that they built their careers on this. If you were paranoid, you'd say there's a conspiracy. Whatever it is, there is a lot of resistance to getting something published that disagrees with either of Einstein's two theories.
As for all of the photos and video evidence we now have that the Earth is round, well, all of that material is completely fabricated. A hoax perpetrated by space agencies, airlines, globe manufacturers. They are reaping the rewards of our ignorant belief that the Earth is actually round.
stupid rumor. I started laughing. That's a fact. I knew for certain that I would disprove it. 1 year later, and there's no going back. Researching, I reckon my brain. The answer could drive you insane. What I'm finding was never the plan. I want to tell you that it's crazy, but I can't. So here's the story, and it's true, a true story.
A Mayan elder wearing traditional Mayan garb walks into a bar. He sits down and strikes up a conversation with the bartender, and the bartender says, "Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" The Mayan elder says, "Earth," and the bartender says, "So what do your people believe in?" And the Mayan elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth rests on a giant crocodile sitting in a lake of water lilies." And the bartender says, "Wow, that's fascinating. Tell me more." An Anishinaabe elder, wearing a traditional feathered headdress, walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey partner, where are you from?" And the Anishinaabe elder says, "Around these parts." The bartender says, "The last guy I had in here believed the earth was on a crocodile. What do your people believe in?" And the Anishinaabe elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth sits on the back of a giant turtle resting in a great ocean." Bartender says, "Wow, that's incredible. Tell me more." A gentleman sitting at the bar then walks up to the bartender and says, "Hey, I heard you talking with those native wisdom keepers about the earth. Do you know what I believe?" The bartender says, "No, what?" The bar patron says, "I believe that the earth is flat." The bartender says, "The earth is a ball, you idiot. Get the fuck out of my bar."
Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower clear.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are not familiar with the work I do, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Marty Leeds 33, or my main site, martyleeds33.com. On my YouTube page, I have a folder entitled Begin Here if you want to further your exploration into the worlds of gematria, symbolism, numerology, mysticism, theology, and more. No real worries if you are not aware of what it is I do, as I won't be doing too much numeric work in this video. But if you are wondering what all that weird math is that occasionally pops up, well, there's your answer. The following video is for educational purposes only. For those of you that might not be aware, and for a select few of you this may actually come as quite a shock, but there is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system. But as you will come to see, this presentation really isn't going to be about questioning the rotundity of the Earth. It's actually a video ultimately about civility and discourse and the human heart. But we'll get into all of that in just a bit. For many, the initial response to hearing the idea that people are actually considering the notion that we live in an Earth-centered or geocentric universe usually takes the form of something like the following. Who in the bloody hell thinks the world is flat? What kind of moron believes such nonsense? Have you ever been up in an airplane and seen the curvature of the Earth? Stupid. Shit is round like the other planets. Ever hear of the Hubble telescope? Dummy. The majority of us, at least those who receive their education from a federally mandated academic curriculum, have been told since kindergarten about the rotundity and sphericity of the Earth. In fact, globes often find their way into classrooms across the world. The Earth being a spinning globe and going around the sun was and is taught as absolute fact. But if you were like me, you probably often question whether or not you really learned anything in school. There are many people who ridicule the idea of even having a discussion or debate on this subject. For many, there is a sheer absurdity of even questioning the rotundity of the Earth in the first place. A vast majority of the public, many of whom more than likely consider themselves educated, feel that such considerations are for the brain-dead and primitive. To even consider the notion that the Earth is flat, for many, is a complete waste of time. And that is exactly why we are going to investigate this subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the Earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science informing us about the heavens above? If you were like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the Earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat Earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online. But funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat Earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the Earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the Earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat Earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analyzation of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces such as money, power, greed, and pride. All things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I've personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomenon that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. We're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis. And even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon at varying speeds with one another make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective. with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the Earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The Earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the Earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the Earth. The Earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat Earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat Earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures. The flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon perspective and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3. Sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hotspot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4. Angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being the exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, and troposphere. The light rays, once they reach the Earth, are dispersed, which is caused by light refraction, or the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. I take issue with this explanation personally because if such were true, should we not see divergent rays all over the sky instead of this phenomenon simply happening locally? Number 5. NASA and the space agencies of the world. For this one, we are going to ask one simple question. Can NASA and the numerous other space agencies of the world be trusted when it comes to the information that they provide? Most news programs, media outlets, and your average everyday nightly news-watching citizen will accept without question or controversy the claims made by any and all of these space organizations. Images and data sent from the New Horizons satellite floating towards Pluto billions of miles away, the Curiosity rover on Mars picking up samples of the Martian surface, the Hubble telescope snapping pictures and videos of quasars, pulsars, nebula, etc., all throughout the universe. Assertions of water on the moon and other Earth-like planets existing all over the cosmos, all of these claims are usually taken at face value without any serious investigative team ever questioning their scientific legitimacy, or demanding verifiable proof for the information offered as absolute fact. Average everyday people don't often ask questions like, hey, how does the International Space Station handle traveling speeds of 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth in the thermosphere that is said to reach temperatures of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit? How does the International Space Station ground itself without ever touching ground as it continually builds up a static electric charge cruising around the Earth? How does the Cassini satellite cruise through the rings of Saturn unscathed, while we are told that the rings of Saturn are made of billions of pieces of ice, dust, and rocks, some as small as a grain of salt, while others as big as houses? It is questions like these, along with so many others, that have many people in the Flat Earth movement doubting the whole 9 yards. I will be playing 2 quick videos. The first one is provided by the folks at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and is a supposed shot of the dark side of the moon as it passes before Earth in a roughly 25-hour period. The second one was released by the Japanese Space Agency and is supposed to be a video taken of Earth rotating in space. Let us take a look at the first video. This video is said to have been taken by a satellite floating somewhere around 1 million miles from Earth. As you can see, even though the video is supposed to be of a 25-hour period, the shot is perfectly still and the cloud formations hardly, if ever, move in this entire span of time. Besides looking just absolutely fabricated, it must also be noted that the moon crosses a great distance over the Earth in this video, which is completely inconsistent with what we are told the orbit of the moon should take around the Earth, which is a period of approximately 28 days. Also pay attention to the fact that not a single star is seen in the background. Where are they? There are numerous anomalies and inconsistencies with this video, and even the untrained eye can see that this footage has some serious issues with its authenticity. The second video is provided by the Japanese Space Agency, and shown here is supposedly a video of the Earth as it spins, creating day and night. If you take notice, the camera is once again perfectly still, not a nudge, shake, bump, or shift in the viewpoint, which in itself seems completely illogical considering that this was supposed to have been taken from a weather satellite drifting in orbit in the vacuum and infinitude of space. As you can clearly see, the clouds all move together in perfect harmony, almost as if one enormous weather pattern swept over the entirety of the Earth. Notice that when the day turns to night, no lights can be seen on the Earth. Is this because the satellite is too far away to detect them? Also notice we do not see any of the supposed 1,800 satellites orbiting the Earth, nor do we see the International Space Station that is supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Also take note, just like the last video, the absence of stars in the background. Though we can see stars here on Earth very clearly, and astronauts at NASA recently admitted seeing stars in space, it is a complete wonder why we do not see a single one in any of these videos. I have personally shown these videos to non-conspiracy minded people and asked them point blank if they believed that the footage that they were viewing was real or CGI, and the response I received every time was a laughing, absolutely not, that is fake as hell and obviously computer generated. The internet is littered with sites, once again of varying quality and accuracy, that have heap loads of evidence that calls into question literally everything these space agencies do. From the International Space Station to the Apollo moon landing hoax, there's an excited, passionate, and fast-growing demographic of people that are calling bullshit to the claims the governments of the world are making, and they are backing up their grievances with mountains of evidence. I have done an entire video on my own personal feelings towards NASA that you can find on my channel entitled Curiosity Roving Through the Claims of NASA, which is a concise and to-the-point video addressing many concerns and anomalies with the information released by this American space agency. I feel that it is well worth your time. The fact is, when examining whether or not the Earth upon which we stand is part of a geo- or heliocentric system, we must take into deep consideration the possibility that the very people who tell us about the heavens above are lying to us about what they know. Only someone engaging in the true scientific method would understand that this factor, in order to make the most complete and thorough study possible, must be accounted for. Number 6. The Sun and the Moon. The image here is presented to give you a rough perspective of the proposed sizes and distances of the Earth and our Sun in the heliocentric model, as given to us by official sources. The Sun is on the right there with its approximate size, and the Earth is on the left with its approximate size, given here in English miles. That line in between the Earth and Sun is to denote a measure of 1 million miles, which means there would be 92 million more of those lines between the Sun and us here on Earth. This is a distance of such enormity that I cannot even draw to scale on this screen and make the Earth visible to the naked eye. For this topic, we're going to take a much more philosophical and honestly theological approach. The Sun and the Moon as united polarities have been celebrated throughout history. I think it's safe to say that there is not a culture, nor tribe, nor civilization across the known world that does not pay homage or draw particular attention to these two heavenly bodies. Now, I am not necessarily trying to advocate the belief in a God here on this point, but standing back and looking at the relationship of these heavenly bodies with our Earth and analyzing it with a purely mechanistic and engineering mindset, either one of these models, whether geocentric or heliocentric, at least in my humble opinion, clearly expresses elements of design, intelligence, and intention. In the heliocentric model, we have a sun and moon appearing the exact same size in our sky from our perspective on Earth, with a whopping nearly 93 million miles difference between them. The idea that this Goldilocks zone that the Earth is in, or this perfected balance maintained long enough for such biological complexity to arise, is somehow just happenstance and accident and the result of simple laws of physics seems, to be downright blunt, absolutely absurd. What is there more evidence of here? Design or chaos? Intelligence or haphazardness? Holistic functionality on a micro and macro scale, or a jumbled volatile mess? If you were in Vegas and you had to bet the farm on whether or not such a perfect, exquisite equilibrium between the sun and the moon was created with A. intelligent design, or B. consciousless randomness, what would you choose? The geocentric model also delivers us into notions of a creator as well when we analyze how its proposed system works. A flat plane with a possible dome overhead encasing the landmass, a sort of terrarium if you will, that within it has two spheres or disks rotating around it, creating a cycle in which life may continually flourish and then pass away, not to mention the entirety of the stars above rotating around this whole thing. I mean, how are we supposed to imagine this as accident? Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, but to me, it's hard to imagine, whatever model we use to explain our world, that there is not intelligence at work here. How can man, as an intelligent animal, somehow use his intelligence to come to the conclusion that the nature that he was born from is unintelligent? That seems like really, really bad logic. I honestly have so many questions surrounding the sun and the moon that they are too numerous to address here. I will say this though, understanding their beauty is simple. To rest on my poetic laurels here, no matter what model we use, and no matter how the mechanics of these objects ultimately plays out, the sun and the moon to me are declarations of cosmic grace. To track the phases of the moon and the cycle of the sun requires no telescope nor complex mathematics. It just simply requires you to look up into the sky every day and every evening. Number 7, the spin of the Earth. The question is, can we tell if the Earth, from our perspective, is spinning or not? Can we somehow detect, calculate, and measure from where you and I stand the supposed spin of the Earth? Now, the Flat Earth community claims that the Earth is motionless and still, and that no motion of the Earth can ever be detected because, by fact, there is none. Many even go so far to say that without the information from the government space agencies of the world, a person cannot even prove himself that the Earth somehow encircles the sun. This quote from Albert Einstein on the spin of the Earth sums up our question pretty nicely. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Besides images from the space agencies of the world, the heliocentric proponents often point to the Foucault pendulum for evidence of spin. Here's a quick video explaining how the Foucault pendulum works.
A Foucault pendulum is a pendulum with a specially designed pivot, designed so that it can swing back and forth in any direction around the vertical. So that's in contrast to, for example, a grandfather clock, where the pendulum has to swing in a particular plane. Let's imagine that you have a Foucault pendulum and you're at the North Pole of the Earth. When you set the pendulum swinging, you determine a plane in which the pendulum is swinging. And that plane is fixed. So as the Earth rotates underneath the plane of the pendulum swinging. And so if you now go back and imagine that you're standing on the Earth, you see the plane of the pendulum rotate every 24 hours. Now as you go to lower latitudes away from the North Pole, the time that it takes the plane of the pendulum to rotate around lengthens. And in fact, at the equator, the plane doesn't rotate at all. At the latitude of Hanover, it takes 35 hours for the plane to rotate. So if you look at this pendulum here, if we look at it a few minutes from now, we won't even be able to detect that the plane of the pendulum swing has changed. But if you come back in an hour, you will definitely see that it's moved a little bit. And if you come back in 9 hours, this plane of this pendulum here will have rotated by 90 degrees, a very distinct change that you can easily see.
The design of the Foucault pendulum is fairly simple. The pendulum is a heavy mass on the end of a very long chain, suspended so it can swing freely in any direction. And through this simple system, it is said that we are able to measure the rotation of the Earth. According to the heliocentric model, the atmosphere is said to spin with the Earth, and hence the air above and the ground below are a closed system, and thusly spin and are linked together as the Earth rotates. This science is well substantiated within the physics community, and this quote-unquote fact is not questioned. The entire mechanism and science behind the Foucault pendulum is based on the fact that the Earth spins below the pendulum and the pendulum continues independently to spin on its own plane. The functionality of this machine flies directly in the face and is a complete contradiction to what is offered up in modern physics. Unless my understanding is severely flawed, for the Foucault pendulum science to be correct and thus be a valid instrument to measure the Earth's spin, that would mean that a helicopter could float above the Earth for 3 hours and arrive at a destination several thousand miles away, which we all know is impossible. Foucault pendulums are working in science museums across the world. I'm going to leave you here with 2 quotes. The first one is by Nikola Tesla, and the second one by, once again, Albert Einstein. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, or the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Question: have you ever felt the Earth spin? Number 8, the gravitational constant. Gravity, the force that draws everything towards one another. The formulation of the theory of gravity was brought forward by scientist, alchemist, Kabbalist, and philosopher Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, as Wikipedia states, is widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and is a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book Principia Mathematica, or The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. The gravitational constant itself was not calculated or determined until the late 19th century, done so by a scientist named Henry Cavendish. I'm going to let this university professor give you a quick background into the history of Mr. Henry Cavendish and his experiment to find the gravitational constant, or Big G.
One of my favorite scientists is Henry Cavendish. Even though he was part of the rich dukes of Devonshire, that family, and incredibly rich, he went to Cambridge to study natural sciences, or natural philosophy as it's called. But he had a very curious condition in that he could hardly talk to anybody. So when it came to his Viva exam after 3 years of study, he fled Cambridge rather than sit in front of the examiners because he was petrified of them. This is not the normal sort of person. He couldn't talk to most people. He couldn't talk to women at all. His housekeeper would get a recipe for something or other, and he'd say, no, lamb tonight, leg of lamb, and leave a note for her. He wouldn't say it, he'd write it. He would dine in the evening with his friends, and he would talk to them, but if he didn't know somebody, and you wanted to ask him a question, apparently you had to go to the Royal Society and he would be in the room and you'd address the room this question about physics and you postulate, and if he felt in the mood he would reply to the room. He was a very strange man.